I need you to hear this before the year ends. Not next week, not tomorrow now. Because what I am about to share with you could explain everything you have been experiencing. Every closed door, every lost relationship, every delay, every moment of isolation, every season of feeling stuck. It all has a purpose. And if you do not understand that purpose, you will fight the very process that is preparing you for your greatest blessing. So listen carefully. God does not waste experiences. He does not allow pain without purpose. He does not permit confusion without intention. Everything, and I mean everything, that has happened to you this year has been orchestrated, not by the enemy, by the Father. And until you understand why, you will remain frustrated. You will remain confused. You will remain stuck. But today that changes. In the hours ahead, I am going to reveal 5 truths that will transform the way you see your current situation. Not motivational speeches, not feel-good messages. Truths, kingdom truths, principles that govern how God operates. And when you understand how God operates, you stop fighting Him and start cooperating with Him. I will show you why God removes every distraction before He blesses you. And yes, some of those distractions had names. Some of them were people you loved. Some of them were opportunities you wanted, but they had to go. And I will explain why. I will reveal why God isolates you before He elevates you. Because promotion in the kingdom does not come through popularity. It comes through preparation. And preparation requires separation. I will help you understand why what you thought was a delay was actually protection. God was not ignoring your prayers. He was answering them in a way your limited perspective could not comprehend. I will teach you what it means when you feel drained around certain people. Because that feeling is not weakness. That is discernment. That is God showing you something you need to see. And I will address directly why you feel stuck right now. Why nothing seems to be moving. And what you must understand before this year ends. But I must be honest with you. This message is not for everyone. It is not for people who want to blame others for their situation. It is not for people who want shortcuts without process. It is not for people who want the crown without the cross. This message is for those who are serious about their purpose, who are tired of living below their potential, who are ready to understand what God is doing, even when it does not make sense. Are you that person? Because if you are, then what you are about to hear will set you free. Free from confusion. Free from frustration, free from the lie that God has forgotten you. He has not forgotten you. He has been preparing you. Every disappointment was preparation. Every rejection was redirection. Every delay was development. And now you are almost ready. I say almost because there is still something you need to understand. Something that once you grasp it will unlock everything. And that is what I am here to give you today. So do not leave. Do not skip ahead. Do not listen with half your attention. Give me these hours. Give God these hours. Because by the end you will not see your life the same way. You will not see your struggles the same way. You will not see yourself the same way. Are you ready to understand what God has been doing? Then let us begin with the first truth you must accept. Before God blesses you, He removes every distraction, even the ones you wanted to keep. Let me tell you something that might make you uncomfortable at first. But I promise you, if you stay with me, this truth will set you free. Right now, in this very moment, if you feel like everything is falling apart, if it seems like people are walking away, if opportunities you thought were solid are suddenly crumbling, if doors are closing left and right and you're standing there confused, frustrated, maybe even angry at God, I need you to hear me clearly. What feels like loss might actually be God's greatest mercy. What looks like subtraction could be divine preparation. Because here's what I've learned after decades of studying purpose and destiny. God never blesses clutter. He never pours new wine into old wineskins. And He absolutely will not promote you into your next season while you're still clutching the distractions of your last one. You see, most people pray for blessings, but they're not prepared for how those blessings arrive. We want the new job, but we don't want to leave the comfortable old one. We want the new relationship, but we won't release the toxic patterns. We want the new level, but we want to drag all our old baggage with us. And God, in His infinite wisdom, knows something we don't. The blessing you're asking for cannot fit into the life you're currently living. So before He upgrades you, He's got to uninstall some things. Before he adds, he must subtract. Before he multiplies, he must divide. And that process, my friend, rarely feels good when you're going through it. I want to talk to you today about divine disruption, about holy removal, about the uncomfortable season when God starts clearing your life, like someone cleaning out a cluttered garage before moving in new furniture. And I need you to understand something crucial. When God begins removing things from your life, He's not punishing you, He's positioning you. Every person who walks away is making room for the right people to walk in. Every opportunity that closes is protecting you from a path that would have delayed your destiny. Every comfort He strips away is actually Him building your capacity for what He's about to trust you with. Think about it this way. Have you ever tried to carry something precious, something valuable, something you've been waiting for, but your hands were already full of junk? You can't receive what's coming if your hands are gripping what needs to go. You cannot embrace your future while you're still hugging your past. And God loves you too much to let you miss your moment because you were too distracted to see it coming. The title of what I'm sharing with you today is a principle that has transformed my understanding of how God works. When God is about to bless you, He removes every distraction first. And before we're done, you're going to see your current season of loss, disappointment, and confusion in a completely different light. You're going to understand why certain people had to go, why certain doors had to close, why certain comforts had to be stripped away. And you're going to stop fighting the process and start trusting the one who's orchestrating it. Now, why should you listen to me about this? Why does this message matter so deeply? And what makes me qualified to speak into this area of your life? Let me be transparent with you. I've lived this principle multiple times over. I've experienced seasons where it felt like God was taking a wrecking ball to my life, and I couldn't understand why. Moments where I questioned if I had done something wrong, if God was angry with me, if I had somehow fallen out of His favor. And then, on the other side of that wilderness, when I stepped into the blessing He had been preparing, I looked back and realized every single thing He removed was actually something that would have destroyed me at the next level. I've studied the patterns of purpose for over 40 years. I've counseled thousands of leaders, entrepreneurs, pastors, and everyday believers who were in that confusing middle space between what was and what's coming. And I've seen this principle play out with stunning consistency. God's greatest blessings are always preceded by God's strategic removals, not random loss, not meaningless pain. Strategic, purposeful, loving removal of everything that would compete with, corrupt, or complicate the blessing He's about to release. Here's what I've discovered. Most people abort their blessing right before birth. They're 9 months pregnant with destiny, experiencing the labor pains of transition, and because it's uncomfortable, because it's unfamiliar, because it looks like things are falling apart, they try to run back to Egypt. They try to resurrect what God has put to death. They try to force open doors God has deliberately closed. And in doing so, they delay or even forfeit the very breakthrough they've been praying for. I remember a specific season in my own journey where everything I had built seemed to be shaking. Relationships I thought were solid began to crack. Financial streams I had relied on began to dry up. Opportunities that seemed guaranteed suddenly evaporated. And I was confused. I was praying, fasting, seeking God, asking what I had done wrong. And in that quiet place of desperation, God spoke something to my spirit that changed everything. Myles, I'm not removing things from you, I'm removing things for you. Stop trying to save what I'm trying to kill. Stop trying to resurrect what I'm deliberately putting to death. You're about to go where those things cannot follow, and if you drag them with you, they'll destroy you. That word shook me because I realized I had been fighting against the very process that was preparing me for promotion. I had been grieving losses that were actually gains. I had been viewing God's mercy as God's punishment. And the moment I shifted my perspective, the moment I stopped resisting and started trusting, everything changed. Not immediately, but certainly. And when the blessing finally came, when I stepped into that new season, I understood with perfect clarity why every single thing had to go. So what I'm about to share with you isn't theory, it's not religious philosophy, it's tested truth, it's battlefield theology. It's wisdom earned through pain, confusion, waiting, trusting, and finally witnessing God's faithfulness on the other side of the wilderness. And if you're in that in-between place right now, if you're in that season where more is leaving than arriving, if you're confused about why God seems to be taking more than He's giving, this message is for you. And I promise you, by the time we're finished, you'll have language for your pain, clarity for your confusion, and hope for what's coming. Let me tell you a story. Years ago, there was a young woman in our community, let's call her Sarah, who had been praying for years for a breakthrough in her career. She was talented, educated, passionate about her field, but she kept hitting ceiling after ceiling. She'd get close to promotions, then watch someone else get selected. She'd interview for dream positions, make it to the final round, and then receive the rejection email. And she was frustrated. She was doing everything right, praying, working hard, staying faithful, but nothing was breaking open. Then something strange started happening. The job she did have, the one she was comfortable in, even though it wasn't her dream, started becoming unbearable. Her boss, who had been reasonable for years, suddenly became difficult. The culture shifted, conflicts arose, and within 6 months she found herself without a job, not because she quit, but because the environment became so toxic she had no choice but to leave. And she was devastated. She felt like God had abandoned her. Here she was, trying to do the right thing, and now she was unemployed, watching her savings dwindle, feeling like a failure. But here's what Sarah couldn't see in that moment. That old job, that comfortable position, had become her cage. She had been praying for new levels, but she was too afraid to leave the security of what she knew. God couldn't promote her because she wouldn't move. So in His mercy, He made staying more painful than leaving. He didn't push her out to punish her. He pushed her out to position her. Because 3 months into her unemployment, 3 months of forced stillness, forced reevaluation, forced dependence on God, she got a phone call. An opportunity she would have never applied for because it seemed too big, too far beyond her qualification. But someone had recommended her. And when she walked into that interview, something was different. The desperation was gone. The striving was gone. There was a confidence, a peace, a clarity she had never had before. She got the position. And it wasn't just a job. It was a calling. It was triple the salary of her old position. It was influence she had never imagined. It was purpose that made her come alive. And looking back, she said something profound. God didn't take my job from me. He removed an obstacle that I would have never removed myself. If that door hadn't closed so painfully, I would have never been available when the right door opened. You see, here's what we miss. We think God's timing is about dates on a calendar, but God's timing is about readiness. It's about preparation. It's about positioning. And sometimes the thing delaying your blessing isn't the devil. It's not bad luck. It's not other people. It's the very things you're clinging to that God is trying to remove. The relationship that's comfortable but not covenant. The job that pays the bills but buries your calling. The habits that soothe your anxiety but stunt your growth. The friendships that entertain you but don't challenge you. The routines that feel safe but keep you small. God looks at your future and He sees what you don't. He sees the weight of what's coming. He sees the pressure, the opportunity, the influence, the responsibility. And He knows that if you carry your current distractions into that next season, they will crush you. So in His love, not His anger, He begins the removal process. And it feels like loss because you're only seeing with natural eyes. But if you could see with spiritual eyes, you'd realize He's not taking things from you, He's making room in you. I want you to understand something about how God operates. God is not random. God is not cruel. God is not careless. Every single thing He allows, every person He removes, every door He closes, every comfort He disrupts is strategic. It's purposeful. It's connected to a future He can see that you can't. And one of the biggest mistakes we make is interpreting God's preparation as God's punishment. Think about a surgeon. If you didn't understand medicine and you watched a surgeon cut into someone's body, you would think they were hurting that person. You'd see the incision, the blood, the invasion, and you'd think this is violence, this is harm. But the surgeon isn't wounding the patient. The surgeon is healing them. The cutting is necessary for the cure. The pain is purposeful, and the temporary trauma is leading to long-term wholeness. That's what God is doing when He removes things from your life. He's performing surgery, and yes, it hurts. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, you might not understand it in the moment, but the cut is not meant to kill you. It's meant to cure you. Here's another way to think about it. Imagine you're about to run the most important race of your life. Everything you've been training for comes down to this one moment. And right before the race begins, your coach comes over and starts removing things from you. The heavy jacket you were wearing, the backpack on your shoulders, the weights in your pockets, the unnecessary gear that's slowing you down. Now, if you didn't trust your coach, you might resist. You might say, "But I like this jacket. I'm comfortable with this backpack. I've always carried these weights." But your coach knows something you don't. He knows that what feels familiar might cost you the race. He knows that comfort is the enemy of championship. So he strips away everything that will slow you down. Not because he doesn't love you, but precisely because he does. That's what God is doing. He's preparing you for a race, a season, a level that requires you to be unencumbered. And every distraction he removes is weight he knows you can't afford to carry. Every person who walks away is someone who would have slowed you down. Every opportunity that closes is a detour he's protecting you from. And if you can shift your perspective, if you can stop seeing removal as rejection and start seeing it as preparation, everything changes. Now let me get specific, because I don't want this to just be inspirational. I want this to be practical. What are the kinds of distractions God typically removes before a major blessing? Let me walk you through some of them, and I want you to be honest with yourself as I share. Ask yourself, is God trying to remove this from my life, and am I fighting Him on it? First, God removes comfortable but purposeless relationships. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Some people are in your life for a reason, some for a season, and only a few for a lifetime. But we have this tendency to try to force seasonal people into lifetime commitments. And when God starts creating distance, when conversations become awkward, when the connection you once had starts to fade, we panic, we try harder, we chase. We manufacture moments, we force interactions. We become someone we're not, bending and twisting ourselves into shapes we think they'll accept, into versions we think they'll love. And here's what breaks my heart. While you're desperately trying to hold on to someone who's already mentally and emotionally packed their bags, you're blocking the view. You're blocking your own view of who God is actually bringing toward you. You're so fixated on the person walking away that you can't see the person walking in. I've watched it happen over and over again. Someone spends 2 years trying to resurrect a dead relationship, pouring time, energy, tears, and prayers into someone who's already made up their mind. And while they're doing that, 3 quality connections pass them by. 3 divine appointments get missed. 3 conversations that could have changed everything never happen because they're too busy staring at a closed door. You know what the enemy loves? He loves when you're stuck. He doesn't even need to destroy you. He just needs you to stay exactly where you are, focused on what's behind you instead of what's ahead of you. Let me tell you something about God's design. When something is for you, it doesn't require you to lose yourself to keep it. Real love, real friendship, real connection. It doesn't ask you to become less so that someone else can feel like more. But when we don't understand our worth, when we haven't had that internal conversation with God about who we are, we'll accept anything. We'll tolerate disrespect wrapped in familiarity. We'll call breadcrumbs a feast. We'll convince ourselves that inconsistency is just someone's personality, that neglect is just them being busy, that manipulation is just passion. I need you to hear this. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is let go, not with bitterness, not with a social media post about how you've been wronged, not with a dramatic goodbye speech. Just release. I remember the day I realized I'd been carrying a friendship like a stone in my pocket. Heavy, uncomfortable. But somehow I'd convinced myself that the weight was loyalty. I kept thinking, if I just try harder, if I just understand them better, if I just give them one more chance. But you know what? Grace is not the same as gullibility. Patience is not the same as being a doormat. And forgiveness doesn't mean you have to keep giving someone access to hurt you. There's a profound difference between giving up on someone and simply accepting that they've given up on the version of themselves that could meet you where you are. Some people are committed to misunderstanding you. They've built an entire narrative about who you are, and no amount of evidence to the contrary will change their mind. They need you to be the villain in their story because it absolves them of responsibility for their own choices. Let them have that story. You don't have to defend yourself to people who are determined not to understand you. I've learned that the people who truly belong in your life won't require you to contort yourself into shapes that don't fit your soul. They won't make you feel like you're always auditioning for their approval. They won't weaponize your vulnerability against you. Real relationships aren't transactional. They're transformational. They don't deplete you. They replenish you. And here's something that took me years to understand. When you release the wrong people, you're not losing anything. You're making room. You're creating space for what's meant for you. Nature abhors a vacuum. So does destiny. When you clear out the clutter of toxic relationships, misaligned friendships, and people who drain your energy, you create a clearing. And in that clearing, something beautiful can finally grow. But you have to trust the process. You have to trust that the empty space won't stay empty forever. You have to believe that what's meant for you is already on its way, it just can't arrive while you're still clutching what needs to leave. This is where faith meets action. This is where wisdom requires courage. Let me tell you something powerful about divine timing. God's delays are not God's denials. But here's what most people miss: God's timing and your readiness must align. You can't rush a harvest, but you can prepare the soil. You can't force a door to open, but you can make sure you're standing at the right door when it does. I've watched people pray for years for a breakthrough, and when it finally comes, they're not ready to receive it. Why? Because they spent those years complaining instead of preparing. They were so focused on what they didn't have that they neglected to develop the capacity to handle what they were asking for. Think about the Israelites in the wilderness. They cried out for deliverance from Egypt, and God gave them exactly what they asked for. But then what happened? They spent 40 years wandering because they weren't mentally, emotionally, or spiritually ready for the promised land. The destination was always available. The problem was their readiness. Here's what I need you to understand. Every delay in your life is an opportunity for development. Every closed door is teaching you discernment. Every setback is building your strength. But only if you're willing to learn the lesson instead of just lamenting the loss. You see, some of you are angry at God because the relationship ended. But God is saying, I'm protecting you from a lifetime of compromise. Some of you are frustrated because the job fell through. But God is saying, I'm redirecting you toward your assignment. Some of you feel abandoned because the door closed. But God is saying, wrong building entirely. I've got something custom designed for you. The question is, are you teachable? Are you willing to let this season refine you rather than define you? Are you going to let this rejection become your curriculum or your coffin? I'm telling you, the people who win in life aren't the ones who never face closed doors. They're the ones who learn to read the writing on those doors. They're the ones who say, thank you for the clarity, and keep moving with purpose and dignity. Because here's what I've learned. Sometimes a closed door is the universe's way of protecting you from something that would have destroyed you. Sometimes that relationship you were crying over, the one that didn't work out, was actually keeping you from meeting the person who would truly value you. Sometimes that job rejection was saving you from a toxic environment that would have crushed your spirit. I remember counseling a young man who was devastated because he didn't get accepted into a particular university. He had built his entire identity around going to that school. When the rejection letter came, he felt like his life was over. But you know what happened? He ended up at a different institution where he met a professor who became his mentor, connected him to opportunities he never imagined, and ultimately launched him into a career far beyond what he originally dreamed. Years later, he told me, that closed door was the best thing that ever happened to me. See, we spend so much energy fighting against closed doors that we miss the open windows right beside us. We're so busy banging on what's locked that we don't hear opportunity knocking somewhere else. The mature person, the wise person, doesn't waste years trying to force open a door that's been sealed. They turn around, survey the landscape, and start looking for the path that's actually available. And let me tell you something else, this is important. When you finally accept that a door is closed and you move on with grace, you preserve something precious, your dignity, your energy, and your future opportunities. Because people are watching how you handle rejection. They're observing whether you become bitter or better. They're noticing whether you blame everyone else or take responsibility for your growth. Your response to rejection is actually creating your reputation. And that reputation will either open doors or close them permanently. I've seen people lose incredible opportunities not because of the initial rejection, but because of how they responded to it. They burned bridges with angry emails. They talked negatively about the organization that turned them down. They allowed bitterness to poison their spirit, and that poison seeped into every future interaction. But I've also watched people turn rejection into their greatest testimony. They maintained their dignity. They kept their integrity intact. They thanked the people who rejected them, stayed connected with grace, and guess what happened? 6 months later, a year later, those same people came back with better opportunities. Why? Because character is more impressive than credentials. How you handle disappointment reveals more about your readiness than your resume ever could. Let me tell you something that might surprise you. The people who reject you today might become your greatest advocates tomorrow, if you handle the rejection with class. I remember being turned down for a speaking engagement early in my ministry. It hurt. I wanted that platform. But instead of complaining, I sent a gracious letter thanking them for considering me and wishing them success with their event. 2 years later, that same organization not only invited me back, they made me their keynote speaker for 3 consecutive years. Your grace under pressure is being documented. Your patience during delays is being recorded. Your faithfulness when no one is watching is being noticed by someone who is always watching. And here's what rejection does when you handle it right. It purifies your motivation. It forces you to ask yourself the hard questions. Am I doing this for applause or for assignment? Am I pursuing this for recognition or for purpose? Am I in this for the spotlight or for service? Rejection strips away the superficial reasons and reveals what's really driving you. And if your why can't survive rejection, then it wasn't strong enough to sustain success anyway. I've watched people climb to incredible heights only to self-destruct the moment they arrived. And you know why? Because they never developed the character necessary to sustain what their talent achieved. Rejection builds that character. It builds patience when you want immediate results. It builds humility when pride tries to convince you that you've already arrived. It builds perseverance when quitting seems like the most logical option. It builds depth when success would have kept you shallow. Think about the strongest people you know. I guarantee you, they're not the ones who had the easiest journey. They're the ones who got knocked down repeatedly and chose to get back up. Their strength wasn't given to them. It was forged in the fire of rejection and disappointment. And that's the beautiful irony of rejection. The very thing that seems designed to break you is actually the thing that makes you unbreakable. And here's something else. Rejection teaches you that success never could. It teaches you the difference between what you want and who you need to become. Most people focus all their energy on getting what they want. They want the position, the recognition, the breakthrough, the opportunity. But rejection shifts that focus. It forces you to ask, who do I need to become to be worthy of what I'm asking for? Because sometimes God says no, not because the thing is wrong, but because you're not ready, you're not prepared. You haven't developed the capacity to steward what you're requesting. I'll tell you this plainly, your gift will take you places, your character can't keep you. I've seen it happen over and over again. People get the platform before they've developed integrity. They get the influence before they've developed wisdom. They get the resources before they've developed stewardship, and what happens? They lose it all. Not because they weren't talented, but because rejection never had the chance to build in them what success would require from them. Rejection is God's way of saying, not yet, but I'm preparing you. It's His classroom. It's His training ground. You see, every no you encounter is installing software in your spirit. It's upgrading your capacity. It's expanding your patience, your perseverance, your faith. The rejection you're facing today is building the emotional infrastructure you'll need tomorrow when the weight of your purpose finally arrives. Think about it like this. A weightlifter doesn't complain about the weight. He understands that the resistance is what builds the muscle. The very thing that feels like it's working against you is actually working for you. Rejection is resistance training for your destiny. And here's what most people miss. Rejection protects you from premature success. Yes, you heard me right. Some of you have been crying about doors that closed, not realizing that if those doors had opened, you would have entered a room you weren't ready for. You would have been exposed, embarrassed, destroyed. God loves you too much to give you what you're not ready to steward. I've watched people get what they wanted before they were ready, and I've attended the funerals of their dreams. Because success without character is a disaster waiting to happen. Promotion without preparation is a setup for humiliation. Rejection is God's mercy in disguise, keeping you from entering arenas where you'd be eaten alive. Now, let me take you deeper. Rejection doesn't just build character, it clarifies purpose. When everyone says no, you're forced to hear God's yes more clearly. When human approval is removed, divine approval becomes louder. See, as long as people are applauding you, you can survive on their praise. But when they reject you, you have to find your identity in something deeper, something unshakable. That's when you discover who you really are. That's when you stop performing for crowds and start living for purpose. Rejection strips away the false validation and reveals what's real. It burns away the superficial and leaves only what's authentic. I want you to understand something profound. The people who rejected you were never your source. They were just exposing that you were looking in the wrong direction. God was redirecting your gaze. He was saying, stop looking to them, look to me. Stop seeking their approval, seek my assignment. And when you seek his assignment, something shifts in your atmosphere. You're no longer competing, you're creating. You're no longer comparing, you're completing. You understand that your race isn't against anyone else, it's against the clock of your purpose. You see, comparison is the graveyard of destiny. Every moment you spend measuring yourself against someone else's journey is a moment stolen from your own development. God didn't create you to be a better version of someone else. He created you to be the only version of you that will ever exist. I've watched people waste decades trying to duplicate someone else's anointing. They copy the mannerisms, mimic the style, imitate the delivery, and they wonder why there's no power. Because God doesn't anoint imitation, he anoints originality. He doesn't bless duplication, he blesses authenticity. When David went to fight Goliath, Saul tried to dress him in his armor. It didn't fit, not because it was bad armor, it won battles for Saul. But it wasn't David's assignment to be Saul. His assignment was to be David with a slingshot, with 5 stones, with a shepherd's heart and a warrior's faith. Your authenticity is your authority. The moment you try to be someone else, you surrender the one advantage you have, being you. Nobody can out-you you. They can outperform you in their lane, but they can't touch you in yours. And here's what the enemy doesn't want you to know. Your lane is wider than you think. Your assignment has dimensions you haven't explored. God didn't give you a narrow path, he gave you a territory. But you'll never possess your territory if you're camping in someone else's. Stop waiting for permission from people who don't understand your assignment. Stop seeking validation from voices that were never meant to affirm you. The Creator who designed you already validated you. He signed off on you before the foundation of the world. Your need for their approval is actually insulting to God. You're asking mortals to confirm what the immortal already established. You're seeking human endorsement for a divine assignment. It's like asking a child to grade a PhD dissertation they're not qualified to assess what they can't comprehend. Think about what God said to Jeremiah. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. That means your purpose existed before your critics were born. Your assignment was established before their opinions were formed. Their rejection doesn't invalidate what God already validated in eternity. This is why you must stop campaigning for approval. When you know who called you, you stop asking permission from those who didn't. When you understand your assignment came from headquarters, you stop seeking authorization from the local office. The branch doesn't validate the head office validates the branch. I've watched talented people abort their destinies waiting for consensus. They had the vision, they had the passion, they had the divine instruction, but they needed everyone to agree first. So they held committee meetings with their critics. They sent their dreams out for peer review to people who were asleep. They asked permission from people who were themselves imprisoned by fear and limitation. Let me tell you something powerful. Noah didn't take a poll before building the ark. Can you imagine if he had? Excuse me, neighbors, I'm planning to build a massive boat in the desert because God told me there's a flood coming. Can I get a show of hands who thinks this is a good idea? He would have gotten 0 votes. The entire community would have declared him insane. But Noah didn't need their vote because he had God's instruction. Abraham didn't form a focus group before leaving Ur. Moses didn't conduct market research before confronting Pharaoh. David didn't ask Saul's permission to fight Goliath. In fact, Saul tried to dress him in armor that didn't fit. Every pioneer in history moved forward with divine conviction while surrounded by human skepticism. Here's what I need you to understand. When you're truly walking in purpose, you'll often be misunderstood by the majority. Why? Because you're operating from a revelation they haven't received. You're responding to an instruction they didn't hear. You're building according to a blueprint they can't see. The crowd will always critique what they can't comprehend. They'll call you crazy because they can't see what you see. They'll call you arrogant because they can't hear what you heard. They'll call you irresponsible because they're not responsible for your assignment. God is. And here's what you need to understand about criticism. It's often the price tag of significance. Show me someone who's never been criticized, and I'll show you someone who's never attempted anything worth remembering. When God calls you to something greater, He's not just calling you to a new level of achievement, He's calling you to a new level of opposition. The higher you climb, the stronger the winds blow. But those same winds that threaten to push you back are the very winds that cause eagles to soar higher. You don't run from the resistance, you use it to elevate. Let me ask you something. Do you know why crabs in a barrel never escape? Because the moment one tries to climb out, the others pull it back down. Not because they're evil, they're just comfortable in their shared limitation. They've normalized their confinement. And when you decide to break free from what everyone else has accepted as normal, they won't celebrate you initially. They'll try to pull you back to what's familiar. But your assignment wasn't given to you by committee. It wasn't voted on by your friends and family. It wasn't approved by public opinion. It came from the Creator Himself. And He alone holds you accountable for whether you fulfill it or abandon it. So when they misunderstand you, and they will remember this, you're not obligated to make everyone understand. You're obligated to obey. Jesus didn't stop to convince the Pharisees before He went to the cross. He didn't postpone His mission until everyone agreed with His methods. He simply said, I must be about my Father's business. That word must is critical. Not maybe, not if it's convenient, not when conditions are perfect. Must. There's a divine compulsion in true purpose. It's not optional. It's not negotiable. It's the very reason you draw breath. And when you understand that level of assignment, criticism becomes background noise. It doesn't disappear, but it loses its power to derail you. Because you're not working for applause anymore, you're working for approval from the one who commissioned you. Let me tell you what happens when you shift your focus from critics to calling. Something profound takes place in your spirit. You begin to operate with what I call divine audacity. This isn't arrogance, it's the confident assurance that comes from knowing you're where you're supposed to be, doing what you're supposed to do. I've watched people transform when they make this shift. I remember a young woman who came to one of my conferences, paralyzed by fear of what others would say about her business idea. She had a vision to create educational resources for underserved communities, but her family kept telling her she was wasting her degree, that she should get a real job. The criticism had her frozen in place, but then something clicked. She realized that the very children she was called to serve didn't have the luxury of her waiting until everyone approved. Their need was immediate. Her assignment was urgent. And suddenly, her family's opinions, while perhaps well-intentioned, became irrelevant to her decision-making process. She moved forward. Today, her organization serves thousands of children across 3 countries. You see, when you really understand your assignment, you develop what I call selective hearing. Not in a disrespectful way, but in a focused way. You learn to distinguish between noise and signal, between distraction and direction, between opinions and instructions from your source. Here's what I want you to understand. The people criticizing you are often living far below their own potential. Hurt people hurt people. Unfulfilled people try to unfulfill others. When someone is fully engaged in their own purpose, fully alive in their own assignment, they don't have time or energy to tear down what you're building. They're too busy building their own thing. So when criticism comes, and it will ask yourself this question, is this person speaking from a place of fulfilled purpose or frustrated potential? That question will help you discern what deserves your attention and what deserves your prayers. Because sometimes the most critical voices aren't your enemies, they're wounded warriors who never found their own battlefield. And here's what I've learned about those wounded warriors. Hurt people, but heal people, heal people. The criticism you receive often has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the unhealed places in someone else's heart. I've watched people criticize ministries they've never built, marriages they've never sustained, and journeys they've never taken. It's easy to be a critic from the cheap seats. It costs nothing to tear down what someone else is building. But to actually step into the arena, to risk failure, rejection, and public scrutiny while pursuing what God put in your heart, that takes courage most people will never understand. Let me tell you something that will shift your perspective completely. The people who criticize your movement are often the same people who won't start their own. They'll tell you what you're doing wrong, but they won't show you what right looks like. They'll point out every flaw in your execution, but they'll never execute anything themselves. And you know what? That's okay. Because their criticism is often a mirror reflecting their own unfulfilled assignments back at them. When someone attacks your calling, they're usually wrestling with their own. When they diminish your dream, they're often mourning the death of theirs. I want you to develop what I call selective hearing. Not ignorance that's dangerous, not arrogance that's foolish, but the wisdom to know which voices deserve access to your inner circle and which ones need to stay at the periphery. Every voice that speaks into your life doesn't deserve the same weight. Your spouse's counsel? That carries weight. Your mentor who's walked the path before you? That carries weight. Your accountability partners who know your heart and your history? That carries weight. But the stranger on social media who's never met you, never prayed for you, never invested in you? That voice doesn't get the same access. Guard your ear gate like you guard your front door. Because what you consistently hear, you will eventually believe. And what you believe will determine where you arrive. Let me take you to a powerful moment in Scripture. Numbers chapter 13. God has brought the children of Israel to the edge of their promise. The land is right there. Everything they've been waiting for, everything God promised Abraham, it's within reach. Moses sends 12 spies to scout the land. 12 men. Same assignment. Same land. Same obstacles. Same opportunities. They all came back and reported facts. Yes, the land flows with milk and honey. Yes, the cities are fortified. Yes, there are giants. Facts. Every single one of them saw the same thing, but 10 of them added an interpretation to those facts. We are like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight. Notice what they said. They didn't say the giants called them grasshoppers. They said, we are grasshoppers in our own sight. Their self-talk created their reality before the battle even started. They internalized an identity of smallness, and then they projected that identity onto their enemies. And so we were in their sight. But Joshua and Caleb, same facts, different narrative. We are well able to overcome it. Same giants, different story. And here's what most people miss. The majority died in the wilderness. 10 spies influenced an entire generation to forfeit their promise because of one report. One narrative repeated enough times became a national belief system. The narrative you repeat about your life will either lead you into your promise or lock you in a wilderness. And here's what breaks my heart. Most people are closer to their breakthrough than they realize, but the narrative they're repeating is convincing them to turn back. I'm not talking about denying reality. I'm talking about interpreting reality through the lens of possibility rather than limitation. The facts don't change, but the story you tell about those facts will determine your future. You want to know why some people with fewer resources go further? Better narrative. They don't tell themselves better lies. They tell themselves better truths. See, a poor narrative isn't always negative. Sometimes it's just small. Sometimes it's just passive. Things happen. Life is hard. That's just how it is. That narrative keeps you floating, but it never lets you fly. The person with a kingdom narrative says, this happened for something, not just to me. That shift right there, that's the difference between a victim and a victor. And I need you to hear me clearly. You can be hurt without being helpless. You can be wounded without being worthless. Your pain is real, but it doesn't get to write the final chapter. I'm talking to somebody right now who's been carrying a script somebody else wrote for you. A parent who said you'd never amount to anything. A teacher who overlooked you. A system that marginalized you. A relationship that diminished you. And you've been reading their lines for so long, you forgot you can write your own. But here's what I want you to understand about narratives. They have power because they have direction. A narrative isn't just what happened, It's where it's going. It's not just the plot points, it's the plot arc. And right now, you get to decide, is this story headed toward redemption or resignation, toward breakthrough or bitterness? I've watched people take the exact same circumstances and write completely different stories. One person loses a job and says, I'm unemployable. Another says, I'm between assignments. Same facts, different narrative. And 3 months later, one is still on the couch and the other has started a business. Your narrative determines your energy. It determines your creativity. It determines who you call, what you try, how long you persist. Because if your story is, I'm stuck, you won't look for doors. But if your story is, I'm in transition, suddenly you're scanning the environment for opportunity. Let me tell you something about the people who built movements, who changed industries, who transformed nations. They mastered the art of narrative reframe. They took what looked like a setback and reframed it as setup. They took what looked like a dead end and called it a detour with a purpose. Joseph didn't just survive the pit and the prison. He rewrote the story while he was still in chains. How do I know? Because when he finally stood before his brothers, he didn't say, you ruined my life. He said, you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. That's narrative mastery. Joseph didn't wait for vindication to believe the new story. He believed it in the pit. He believed it in Potiphar's house. He believed it in the prison. That's why when the moment came, he was ready. Not bitter, not broken, ready. You see, most people are waiting for their circumstances to change before they change their narrative. But that's backwards. You change your narrative and your circumstances will follow. Your story creates your reality, not the other way around. Let me say that again because it's crucial. Your story creates your reality. If you keep telling yourself, I'm unlucky, you will find evidence everywhere. If you keep saying, nothing ever works out for me, you will unconsciously sabotage the things that could work out. Your brain is designed to prove your story right. It will filter reality through the lens of whatever narrative you've accepted. This is why two people can go through the exact same event and come out with completely different lives. Same divorce. One person says, I'll never trust again. The other says, I'm learning what I really need. Same layoff. One says, I'm worthless. The other says, this is my launch pad. Different stories, different destinies. Now, here's where it gets even more powerful. When you change your story, you don't just change your future, you change your past. I know that sounds impossible, but stay with me. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what it means. And meaning is everything. That betrayal that broke you, it can become the thing that taught you discernment. That failure that shamed you, it can become your greatest teacher. That loss that devastated you, it can become the catalyst for your reinvention. The facts don't change, but the story, the meaning, the narrative arc, that's entirely in your hands. And here's what I want you to understand. Your past is not a prison unless you treat it like one. It's a library. It's a resource center. It's a vault of wisdom that no one else has access to in quite the same way. Think about the most painful chapter of your life, the relationship that broke you, the business that failed, the diagnosis that terrified you, the betrayal that left you hollow. Now ask yourself, what did that season teach you that success never could have? What muscle did that struggle build that comfort would have left atrophied? I've sat with CEOs who told me their bankruptcies taught them more about leadership than their MBA programs. I've counseled parents whose rebellious children forced them to confront their own unresolved issues. I've watched artists create their most profound work in the aftermath of devastating loss. Your pain has authority. Your scars have credibility. Your survival has curriculum embedded in it. But, and this is crucial, you have to mine it. You have to excavate the lessons. You have to sit with the discomfort long enough to extract the gold. Most people run from their past or ruminate on it. Neither approach serves you. Running means you never learn. Ruminating means you never leave. The third option is to process it, to journal through it, to speak it out loud with trusted people, to ask yourself, what was I supposed to learn here? How did this shape my values? What boundaries do I need now because of what happened then? Who do I want to become in light of what I've experienced? This is the sacred work of reframing. And let me be clear, reframing is not denial. It's not pretending the abuse didn't happen, or that the loss doesn't hurt, or that the injustice was somehow fair. Reframing is choosing to focus on what you can control, your interpretation, your response, your next move. You're not changing history. You're changing your relationship to history. You're refusing to let the past have the final word about your future. You're declaring that the last chapter does not dictate the next one. I remember a woman who came to one of my seminars. She had been through unspeakable trauma, childhood abuse, addiction, homelessness. She stood up during the Q&A and said something I'll never forget. I'm not grateful for what happened to me, but I'm grateful for who I became because I refused to let it define me. That right there. That's the difference. That's the pivot point. You see, what people often misunderstand is that transformation isn't about changing your circumstances first. It's about changing your interpretation of your circumstances. When you shift your perspective, you shift your reality. I learned this from my grandfather. He used to say, Myles, two men can look through the same prison bars. One sees mud, the other sees stars. Same bars, same confinement, different focus, different future. The person who remains bitter is focused on the bars. The person who becomes better is focused on the stars. And here's what's fascinating. Your focus literally rewires your brain. Neuroscience has proven this. What you consistently think about creates neural pathways that become your default mode of thinking. Bitterness creates bitterness pathways. Gratitude creates gratitude pathways. You're literally building the architecture of your future mental state with every thought you think today. So when you're going through something painful, you have a choice in that moment. You can rehearse the hurt, replay the offense, relive the trauma, and every time you do, you're strengthening those neural connections. You're making bitterness your home address. Or you can intentionally redirect your focus to what you can learn, how you can grow, who you can help because of what you've been through. That's not denial. That's not toxic positivity. That's strategic thinking. That's wisdom. I want to be clear about something because I know some of you are thinking, but Dr. Munroe, you don't understand what happened to me. You're right, I don't. But I do understand this universal principle. Your response determines your future more than the event itself. I've seen people devastated by minor setbacks and people victorious over major tragedies. The difference wasn't what happened. The difference was the decision they made about what it would mean. Let me give you a powerful framework. Every difficulty you face is simultaneously three things. It's a test, it's a testimony in the making, and it's a training ground. It's testing your character, revealing what's really inside you. It's creating a testimony, a story you'll one day tell to encourage someone else. And it's training you, developing capacities you'll need for your next level. You see, most people miss this fundamental truth. The preparation season isn't about what God is doing times to times you. It's about what He's doing times 4 times you. He's not punishing you. He's positioning you. He's not holding you back. He's building you up. Every delay is actually a development opportunity. Every closed door is protection from something you're not ready to handle yet. I learned this principle when I was young in ministry. I wanted to preach to thousands immediately. I wanted the platform, the influence, the impact right now. But God kept me in small rooms with small crowds for years, and I was frustrated. I thought, God, don't you see what I can do? Don't you know the message I carry? But He knew something I didn't know. He knew that my gift was bigger than my character. He knew that my vision was larger than my integrity could sustain. He knew that if He gave me the platform I wanted, it would destroy me. So He kept me hidden. Not to punish me, but to prepare me. Not to limit me, but to enlarge me on the inside so I could handle the outside. And now, looking back, I thank God for every closed door. I thank Him for every no. I thank Him for every delay, because those weren't rejections, they were protection. Listen to me carefully. Whatever you're believing God for, whatever dream He's placed in your heart, the waiting period is not wasted time, it's working time. God is working on you while you're waiting on Him. He's dealing with your pride, your impatience, your need for approval, your fear of rejection. He's strengthening your faith, developing your discipline, teaching you to trust His timing instead of demanding your own. And here's what's beautiful. When God finally opens that door, you'll walk through it as a different person. You won't just have the opportunity, you'll have the capacity. You won't just have the position, you'll have the character to sustain it. You won't just have the dream fulfilled, you'll have the wisdom to manage it. This is why preparation is so precious. It's the bridge between promise and fulfillment. That's why when God wants to release the fullness of your destiny, He first leads you through the wilderness of development. He's not punishing you, He's preparing you. He's building your capacity to contain what He's about to release. I've watched people pray for influence, for platform, for increase, and then complain when God sends them through the process of refinement. But you cannot skip the preparation and expect to steward the promise. The size of your assignment will always correspond to the depth of your preparation. Think about this. A pilot doesn't just get handed the keys to a 747 because they dream of flying. They start with ground school. They study aerodynamics, weather patterns, navigation systems. They spend hours in simulators before they ever touch a real aircraft. Then they start with smaller planes, building flight hours, learning to handle turbulence, mastering emergency procedures. By the time they sit in the captain's seat of that jumbo jet, they've been thoroughly prepared. They've earned the right to carry 300 passengers across the ocean. Your dream works the same way. God is building your flight hours. He's teaching you to navigate storms, to stay steady when everything around you is shaking, to make critical decisions under pressure. And when your preparation is complete, He will release you into the fullness of what He's promised. But here's what breaks my heart. I've seen too many people abort the process. They get tired of the training. They get frustrated with the delay. They look around and see others who seem to have skipped the struggle, and they become bitter. They start cutting corners, seeking shortcuts, trying to force doors open that God hasn't released yet. And what happens? They get the opportunity before they have the capacity. They get the platform before they have the character. They get the increase before they have the wisdom to manage it, and it destroys them. You see it all the time, people who rise too fast and fall even faster. Not because the dream was wrong, but because the preparation was incomplete. They had the gift, but not the maturity. They had the talent, but not the discipline. They had the opportunity, but not the readiness. This is why you must embrace the process with gratitude, not resentment. Every delay is developing you. Every test is training you. Every closed door is protecting you from something you're not yet ready to handle. And I want you to understand something profound. Asterisk, asterisk. The waiting period is never wasted if you're working while you're waiting. Asterisk, asterisk. You see, there's a difference between waiting passively and waiting actively. Passive waiting says, I'll just sit here until my breakthrough comes. Active waiting says, while I'm waiting for the door to open, I'm going to prepare myself so that when it does open, I'll be ready to walk through it with confidence. Think about David again. He didn't spend those years between his anointing and his coronation sitting idle. He was tending sheep, yes, but he was also perfecting his skill with the sling. He was worshiping God and writing psalms. He was learning to lead by caring for his father's flock. When the moment came to face Goliath, he had a testimony. I killed a lion, I killed a bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine will be no different. The waiting period gave him a track record with God. Asterisk, asterisk. Your current position is your training ground for your future assignment. Asterisk, asterisk. If you can't be faithful where you are, you won't be trusted with where you want to go. If you can't manage the small opportunities in front of you, why should you be given the larger platform you're dreaming about? I've counseled countless young leaders who are frustrated because they're not yet in the spotlight. They say, Dr. Munroe, when will it be my time? And I always ask them, what are you doing with the platform you have right now? Are you faithful with the 10 people who will listen to you? Or are you despising them because you want 10,000? The truth is, asterisk, asterisk, God is more interested in your character than your comfort, more concerned with your integrity than your income, more focused on who you're becoming than what you're achieving. Asterisk, asterisk. And all of that is developed in the hidden place, in the season of obscurity, in the waiting room of destiny. So here's what I need you to do. Stop despising the day of small beginnings. Stop comparing your chapter 3 to someone else's chapter 20. Stop being so focused on the destination that you miss the lessons in the journey. Asterisk, asterisk. Every season has a curriculum. Asterisk, asterisk. What is this season trying to teach you? What skill is it trying to develop in you? What character quality is being forged in the furnace of this experience? Embrace the process, trust the timing, and remember, asterisk, asterisk, you're not being delayed, you're being developed. Asterisk, asterisk. And let me tell you something else about this season you're in. Asterisk, asterisk. It's preparing you for a promotion you can't yet see. Asterisk, asterisk. I've watched this happen over and over again. Someone comes to me frustrated, feeling stuck, wondering why doors aren't opening. Then years later they look back and say, if I had gotten what I wanted back then, I wouldn't have been ready. I would have destroyed it. You see, asterisk, asterisk, God doesn't give you what you're ready for. He makes you ready for what He's already prepared. Asterisk, asterisk. Think about Joseph again. Those 13 years in Egypt weren't wasted time. Every single day was a divine curriculum. The betrayal taught him about human nature. The slavery taught him humility. Potiphar's house taught him management. The prison taught him patience and how to minister to others in pain. The false accusation taught him to trust God when man fails you. When Pharaoh finally called him, Joseph didn't just interpret a dream, he immediately presented a national economic plan. He knew how to manage resources, organize systems, prepare for crisis, and lead a nation through disaster. Where did he learn that? Asterisk, asterisk. In the wilderness nobody saw. Asterisk, asterisk. Here's what I need you to understand. Asterisk, asterisk. Your current struggle is your future strength. Asterisk, asterisk. That problem that keeps recurring, it's not there to break you, it's there to build something in you that you'll need for your next level. The challenge you're facing with difficult people right now is teaching you leadership. The financial pressure is teaching you resourcefulness and faith. The season of obscurity is teaching you to find your identity in God, not applause. The rejection is teaching you that your assignment isn't for everyone. Asterisk, asterisk. Nothing is being wasted. Asterisk, asterisk. Every tear is collecting something. Every setback is setting up something. Every closed door is protecting you from something and redirecting you towards something better. I remember a young man who applied for a prestigious position. He was perfect for it, qualified, prepared, ready. He didn't get it. He was devastated. 2 years later, that entire company collapsed in scandal. But during those 2 years, he built something of his own that became more successful than that position ever would have been. God's delays are not just protective, they're asterisk, asterisk, positional. Asterisk, asterisk. He's moving you into alignment with His perfect timing. So today, right now, wherever you are in your process, I want you to make a decision. Asterisk, asterisk. Stop fighting the season. Start learning from it. Asterisk, asterisk. I want you to think about something right now. Have you ever noticed that right before your greatest victory, you were completely alone? Right before your most powerful breakthrough, it felt like everyone you trusted walked away. Right before your life changed forever, the silence was so deafening you could hear your own heartbeat echoing in the empty room. Listen to me carefully. That wasn't abandonment. That was preparation. You see, God doesn't elevate insecure people. He doesn't promote the unprepared. And He will never give you influence before He gives you character. Before He positions you in front of millions, He will put you in a room by yourself. Before He gives you the platform, He will give you the wilderness. Before He introduces you to your destiny, He will strip away everything and everyone who was never meant to go with you. And I know this hurts. I know you're sitting there right now wondering why your phone isn't ringing anymore. I know you're asking yourself why the people who used to celebrate you now seem to ignore you. I know you're confused about why the doors that used to swing open now appear locked and bolted shut. But what if I told you that this isolation isn't punishment? What if I told you that this season of aloneness is actually the most sacred gift God could ever give you? You see, most people misunderstand isolation. They think it's God forgetting them. They think it's the universe turning its back. They think it's evidence that they've done something wrong or that they're being left behind while everyone else moves forward. But that's not what's happening at all. What's actually happening is that God is doing surgery on your soul, and He needs you still. He needs you quiet. He needs you alone because the work He's doing in you right now cannot be done in a crowd. Think about it. Every great leader in history went through a season of isolation before their elevation. Moses spent 40 years in the desert before he led millions out of slavery. Joseph spent years in a prison cell before he became second in command of Egypt. David spent years running and hiding in caves before he wore a crown. Jesus spent 40 days in the wilderness before he began his ministry. Paul spent years in Arabia after his conversion before he wrote most of the New Testament. The pattern is undeniable. Isolation comes before elevation. The wilderness comes before the promised land. The training happens in private before the testimony happens in public. And here's what you need to understand right now, in this very moment. If you're in a season of isolation, if you feel separated, if you feel alone, if you feel like you're in a holding pattern while everyone else is taking off, pay attention. God is about to elevate you. But first, he needs to prepare you for what he's preparing for you. Because here's the truth that most people never learn. Elevation without preparation is called a setup. Promotion without character development is called a disaster waiting to happen. Influence without integrity is called a scandal in the making. God loves you too much to elevate you before you're ready. He loves you too much to give you something you're not prepared to steward. He loves you too much to position you somewhere that would ultimately destroy you. So he isolates you first. He removes the distractions so you can hear his voice clearly. He strips away the crowd so you can discover who you really are when no one's watching. He creates space between you and your old life so you can prepare for your new assignment. He pulls you out of the familiar so you can finally embrace your calling. And I need you to hear this today because I know many of you are in that place right now. You're in the isolation chamber. You're in the preparation room. You're in the wilderness. And you're wondering if you'll ever come out. You're wondering if this is permanent. You're wondering if maybe you misheard God's voice. You're wondering if perhaps you're just fooling yourself about your purpose and your calling. But I'm here to tell you something. Don't you dare give up now. Don't you dare walk away from your isolation season before the work is complete. Don't you dare rush the process because you're uncomfortable with the silence. The isolation is where the transformation happens. The isolation is where you shed the old skin. The isolation is where you discover strength you never knew you had. The isolation is where you meet God in ways you never could in the crowd. You see, there's something about being alone with God that changes you fundamentally. There's something about having nothing and no one to rely on except him that builds a foundation that can never be shaken. There's something about the wilderness that purifies your motives, clarifies your vision, and solidifies your character in ways that comfort and community never could. So if you're there right now, I want you to understand something crucial. This isn't the end of your story. This is the most important chapter. This is where heroes are made. This is where champions are forged. This is where ordinary people become extraordinary vessels. This is where God is preparing you for everything you've been praying for. Now, let me tell you why this matters so much and why understanding this principle can literally change the entire trajectory of your life. When I look back over my own journey, I can clearly identify seasons where God deliberately isolated me. There were times when I couldn't understand why doors were closing, why relationships were ending, why opportunities were disappearing. There were seasons when I felt completely invisible, like I was shouting into a void and no one could hear me. There were moments when I questioned everything I thought I knew about my calling and my purpose. But now, from this vantage point, I can see exactly what God was doing. He was removing everything I was depending on. Besides him, he was stripping away every false identity. He was pulling down every prop I was using to validate myself. He was dismantling every counterfeit source of security and significance. And it was painful. It was confusing. It was lonely beyond words. But it was also necessary. Because you cannot lead others where you haven't been yourself. You cannot give away what you don't possess. You cannot steward influence if you haven't first learned to steward isolation. You cannot be trusted with a crowd if you haven't first learned to be faithful in the empty room. God was teaching me who I was when no one was watching. He was showing me what I was made of when there was no applause. He was revealing my true motivations when there was no platform, no audience, no recognition. He was developing in me the character that could carry the weight of the calling he had placed on my life. And I want to share something with you that I learned during those isolated seasons. I learned that God doesn't isolate you to punish you. He isolates you to protect you, to prepare you, and to position you. Let me break that down because this is absolutely crucial to understanding what's happening in your life right now. First, God isolates you to protect you. There are relationships, environments, and opportunities that would destroy the seed of greatness inside you if you remain connected to them. There are people in your life who are dream killers, vision stealers, and destiny aborters. They may not be evil people, but they're wrong people for this season of your life. God loves you enough to separate you from anyone and anything that would compromise what He's building in you. Sometimes the people you need to be separated from are good people. They're not bad influences. They're just not supposed to go where you're going. They're not wired for your assignment. They don't have the capacity for your calling. And if you try to drag them into your destiny, you'll either have to shrink to fit their limitations or you'll have to delay your breakthrough to accommodate their comfort zone. God knows this. So He creates distance. He allows misunderstandings. He permits the relationships to cool. He lets the connections fade. And you feel rejected, you feel abandoned, you feel forgotten. But what's really happening is that you're being protected from attachments that would have eventually become anchors. Second, God isolates you to prepare you. Think about it like this. A seed must be buried in darkness and isolation before it can break through the soil and become a tree. A butterfly must struggle alone in the cocoon before it develops the strength to fly. A diamond is formed under intense pressure in the isolated depths of the earth. Gold is refined in the fire, separated from all impurities. You are no different. The isolation is where your character is being developed. The alone time is where your faith is being strengthened. The wilderness is where your dependency on God is being solidified. The silence is where you're learning to hear His voice above all other voices. During isolation, God is teaching you lessons you could never learn in a crowd. He's showing you things about yourself you would never see if you were surrounded by people affirming you and applauding you. He's revealing weaknesses that need to be strengthened, wounds that need to be healed, patterns that need to be broken, and mindsets that need to be transformed. This is preparation time. This is training season. This is where you're being equipped for everything that's coming, and you cannot rush this. You cannot skip this. You cannot shortcut this. The preparation is just as important as the promotion. Actually, let me say it this way. The preparation determines the sustainability of the promotion. Too many people want the platform without the process. They want the crown without the cross. They want the influence without the isolation. And when they get promoted prematurely, they either abuse the position, lose the position, or are destroyed by the position because they weren't prepared for it. God loves you too much to let that happen to you. So He takes His time with you in isolation. He doesn't rush the process. He's thorough. He's intentional. He's building something in you that will last. Something that can withstand the pressure of promotion. Something that can handle the weight of influence. And third, God isolates you to position you. Everything in your life is strategic. Nothing is random. Even this isolation is positioning you for your next assignment. While you're alone with God, He's rearranging things in the spiritual realm. He's moving pieces on the chessboard of your life. He's opening doors you don't even know exist yet. He's preparing people you haven't met yet. He's orchestrating connections you can't even imagine yet. Your isolation is actually creating space for new things to emerge. If your life was still cluttered with all the old relationships, old opportunities, and old routines, there would be no room for what God is bringing next. The isolation is God clearing the stage so He can bring in the right actors for the next scene of your life. He's positioning you geographically, relationally, financially, spiritually, and emotionally for what He's prepared for you. And this positioning often requires separation. It requires you to be pulled away from where you've been so you can be placed where you're going. It requires you to let go of who you were so you can become who you're meant to be. Now let me tell you a story that illustrates this principle in a way that I hope will anchor this truth deep in your spirit. Years ago, I observed a process that changed how I viewed isolation forever. I was watching how diamonds are formed, and I learned that diamonds are just pieces of carbon, common carbon, the same element that makes up coal. But here's the difference. Diamonds are formed when carbon is subjected to extreme pressure and extreme heat deep beneath the Earth's surface in total isolation. That carbon isn't formed into a diamond on the surface where everyone can see. It's not transformed in comfortable temperatures or pleasant environments. It's squeezed and heated in the depths, alone, under pressure that would crush almost anything else. And after sufficient time under those conditions, that ordinary carbon becomes something extraordinary. It becomes the hardest natural substance on Earth. It becomes something rare, valuable, brilliant. That's what God is doing with you in isolation. He's applying pressure. He's turning up the heat. He's keeping you in the depths, away from the surface where life looks easy and comfortable. And He's transforming you from common carbon into a brilliant diamond. But if you try to escape the process too early, if you try to rush to the surface before the transformation is complete, you'll remain cold. You'll never become the diamond you were meant to be. The isolation isn't punishment. It's the very mechanism of your transformation. The pressure isn't God being cruel. It's God being intentional about making you into something extraordinary. The heat isn't evidence of His absence. It's evidence of His active involvement in refining you, purifying you, strengthening you. And here's what else I need you to understand. During your isolation, you're not just being changed for your own benefit. You're being prepared for the sake of everyone. God is going to connect to your life after the isolation ends. You're being transformed so you can transform others. You're being taught so you can teach others. You're being healed so you can heal others. You're being delivered so you can deliver others. Your isolation has a purpose bigger than you. Your wilderness season is preparing you to lead others out of their wilderness. Your cave is developing in you the capacity to rescue others from their caves. Your night season is equipping you to bring light into other people's darkness. So when you're tempted to resent the isolation, remember this. You're not just becoming better for yourself. You're becoming a blessing for others. Every lesson you learn alone with God is a lesson you'll eventually teach. Every tear you cry in the wilderness becomes water you'll offer to thirsty souls later. And here's what I've discovered. The wilderness doesn't just prepare you, it authenticates times you. It proves that your calling isn't just about the spotlight, it's about substance. Anyone can lead when people are cheering. But can you lead when nobody's watching? Can you worship when there's no audience? Can you stay faithful when there's no immediate reward? The wilderness reveals whether you're in love with the mission or just in love with the attention. I've watched too many people skip this season. They go straight from the dream to the platform. And you know what happens? They collapse under the weight of their own anointing. They weren't ready. They hadn't been processed. The dream was real, but the character wasn't developed enough to sustain it. God will never promote you beyond your character's ability to handle it. Never. He loves you too much to set you up for a public failure. So if you're in the wilderness right now, understand this. God is doing you a favor. He's building a foundation that can hold the weight of what He's about to put on your life. Let me say it another way. The wilderness is where God separates your identity from your activity. So many of us get our identity from what we do. I'm a teacher. I'm a business owner. I'm a leader. I'm a pastor. But what happens when all of that is stripped away? Who are you when you can't do what you normally do? That's what the wilderness forces you to answer. It removes all the external validation, all the titles, all the platforms, and it asks you one question. Do you know who you are in God apart from what you do for God? This is critical. Because if your identity is wrapped up in your activity, then when your season changes, you'll have an identity crisis. But if your identity is rooted in whose you are, then no season can shake you. You can be at the top or in the valley, and you're still the same person, secure, grounded, unshakable. Moses learned this. For 40 years, he was a prince in Egypt. His identity was tied to his position. But in the wilderness, tending sheep, he had to discover who he was without the palace, without the power, without the prestige. And it was only after that discovery that God said, now you're ready. Now I can use you. You see, God's process of development is often the opposite of what we expect. We think promotion comes from visibility. We think influence comes from platforms. We think power comes from position. But God knows that true authority comes from identity. And identity is forged in the hidden places. I've watched this pattern repeat itself throughout history. Joseph had a dream of leadership, but before he could rule Egypt, he had to rule himself in a prison cell. David was anointed king as a boy, but he spent years running from Saul in caves before he ever sat on a throne. Jesus himself spent 30 years in obscurity before 3 years in ministry. 30 years of preparation for 3 years of manifestation. That's God's mathematics. And here's what I want you to understand. The wilderness isn't punishment. The wilderness is preparation. The waiting isn't wasted. The waiting is working something in you that success never could, because success will test your character, but obscurity will build it. You see, when you're in the spotlight, you can perform, but when you're in the shadows, you have to become. In the spotlight, people are watching, so you're motivated by external pressure. But in the shadows, it's just you and God, and that's where the real transformation happens. That's where you stop performing your purpose and start becoming it. Moses learned something in those 40 years that he never could have learned in Pharaoh's palace. He learned humility. He learned patience. He learned dependence on God. He learned that leadership isn't about commanding people, it's about serving them. You can't learn that in a position of power. You can only learn that when power has been stripped away. And when God finally appeared to him at the burning bush, Moses didn't rush forward anymore. He didn't volunteer. He actually resisted. Who am I to go to Pharaoh? He asked. That's the question of a man who's been broken. That's the question of a man who's discovered his inadequacy. And that's exactly the posture God was waiting for. Because God doesn't need your confidence in yourself. He needs your confidence in him. You see, this is where most people miss it completely. They think that when God calls them to do something impossible, he's testing their ability. No, he's not testing your ability, he's testing your dependency. There's a massive difference. When you feel inadequate, when you look at what God's called you to do and you say, Lord, I can't do this, you're actually in the perfect position. Because now God can show up and demonstrate that it was never about you in the first place. It was always about him working through a willing vessel. I remember years ago when I was invited to speak at a major international conference. And I'm talking about thousands of people, world leaders, diplomats, decision makers from every continent. And when I got that invitation, my first response wasn't excitement, it was terror. I thought, who am I to speak to these people? These are presidents, prime ministers, people who shape nations. I'm just a boy from the Bahamas. But then the Holy Spirit whispered something to me that changed everything. He said, Myles, who told you it was about your credentials? I'm not sending you because of your degrees. I'm sending you because I have something to say and I need a mouth. You see that? The moment I shifted from focusing on my inadequacy to focusing on his sufficiency, everything changed. I stopped asking, am I good enough? And started asking, is he faithful enough? And let me tell you, God has never failed to show up when I showed up empty-handed but full of faith. This is the secret that most believers never discover. They're so busy trying to qualify themselves that they disqualify themselves from God's greatest assignments. They polish their resumes when God is looking for surrendered hearts. They work on their image when God is looking for available vessels. God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. And he does it precisely in the moment when you feel most unqualified. That's not a coincidence, that's his methodology. Think about Peter standing on the shore, a fisherman with calloused hands and a simple mind. Jesus looks at him and says, I'm going to build my church on you. Now, if Peter had been evaluating himself by human standards, he would have laughed. He would have said, Master, you've got the wrong guy. I'm impulsive. I'm uneducated. I just spent all night catching nothing. I can't even manage my own fishing business properly. But Jesus wasn't looking at Peter's resume. He was looking at Peter's availability. You see, God has never been impressed by your credentials. He's moved by your willingness. Your qualification isn't in what you've accomplished, it's in what you're willing to surrender. And that's a radical shift in how we've been taught to think about success. The world says, get qualified, then get called. But God says, get called, then watch me qualify you. The order matters, because if you wait until you feel ready, you'll wait forever. The enemy's favorite tool isn't rejection, it's delay. He'll whisper, not yet, not you, not now. And you'll spend your entire life in the waiting room of potential, never entering the operating room of purpose. I've watched this happen to brilliant people. They have vision, they have ideas, they have fire in their bones, but they're waiting for permission that's never coming. They're waiting for a degree they don't need. They're waiting for confidence that only comes through action. And meanwhile, their assignment is gathering dust. Let me tell you something that might sting a little. Your hesitation is costing someone their breakthrough. There's a person connected to your obedience. There's a generation attached to your courage. When you say, I'm not qualified, you're not just limiting yourself, you're limiting everyone your purpose was meant to touch. Moses had a speech impediment, yet God sent him to speak to Pharaoh. David was the youngest and overlooked, yet God chose him to lead a nation. Gideon was hiding in a winepress, yet God called him a mighty warrior. Do you see the pattern? God specializes in contradictions. He picks the weak to shame the strong. He chooses the foolish to confound the wise. Why? Because when you succeed despite your inadequacy, nobody can steal the glory. Everyone knows it was God. That's the testimony. That's the evidence that God is real. You see, the greatest miracles in Scripture didn't happen through the qualified. They happened through the disqualified who made themselves available. Moses had a speech impediment. God chose him to be the spokesman for a nation. David was a shepherd boy. God chose him to be king. Gideon was hiding in a winepress, afraid of his enemies. God called him a mighty warrior. Esther was an orphan with no social standing. God positioned her to save an entire nation. Peter was impulsive and uneducated. God made him the rock on which the church was built. Paul was a murderer of Christians. God transformed him into the greatest missionary the world has ever known. Do you see the pattern? God specializes in using the unlikely. He delights in confounding the wisdom of the wise. He takes pleasure in making something out of nothing. Because when nothing becomes something, everyone knows who did it. I want you to hear this clearly. Your inadequacy is not your disqualification. It's your invitation to dependency. God is not looking for ability. He's looking for availability. He's not impressed with your resume. He's interested in your response. When God calls you, He's not asking, can you do this? He already knows you can't. He's asking, will you trust me to do this through you? That's the question. Will you trust Him? You know what happens when we finally surrender our inadequacy to God? Something supernatural occurs. Our weakness becomes the conduit for His power. Our limitations become the platform for His limitless ability. Paul understood this. That's why he could boldly declare in 2 Corinthians 12, verse 9, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Perfect in weakness. Not despite weakness, in weakness. The Greek word for perfect there is times teleio asterisk. It means to complete, to accomplish, to bring to its intended purpose. God's power reaches its full expression, its complete manifestation, its intended purpose in our weakness. Think about what this means practically. When you're strong, when you have all the resources, when everything is going well, you don't need God's power as much. You can manage. You can handle it. You can figure it out on your own. But when you're weak, when you're at the end of your rope, when your own strength is depleted, that's when you become the perfect conduit for God's power. This is why Paul could say with confidence, therefore I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. He wasn't celebrating dysfunction. He wasn't promoting irresponsibility. He was recognizing a profound spiritual principle. Weakness creates capacity for divine power. Let me give you a modern analogy. Think about electricity and conductivity. The best conductors of electricity are materials that offer the least resistance. Copper is an excellent conductor precisely because it doesn't try to hold on to the electrons passing through it. It allows the current to flow freely. In the same way, our weakness when surrendered to God becomes low resistance to His power. We're not holding on, not trying to control, not trusting in our own capacity. We're allowing His power to flow through us unobstructed. Now, here's where many believers get stuck. We understand this principle intellectually, but we resist it practically. We still see weakness as something to hide, to overcome quickly, to apologize for. We still measure our value by our strength, our competence, our ability to have it all together. This is worldly thinking that has infiltrated the church. The kingdom of God operates on different economics. In God's kingdom, poverty of spirit makes you rich. Mourning leads to comfort. Meekness inherits the earth. Those who hunger get filled. This is upside down from the world's perspective, but it's the fundamental operating system of heaven. So when you're facing that situation that exposes your limitations, remember this. God isn't surprised by your weakness. He's not disappointed. He's not scrambling to find a plan B. Your weakness was always part of His plan A. He knew exactly what He was getting when He called you. He knew your limitations, your fears, your inadequacies, And he called you anyway, not in spite of them, but knowing that they would become the very platform for his glory. Paul understood this principle deeply. When he wrote to the Corinthians, he wasn't just sharing theology, he was sharing his lived experience. When I came to you, he said, I did not come with eloquence or human wisdom. Think about that. Here's a man who was educated under Gamaliel, one of the most respected teachers in Israel. Paul had credentials that would make modern academics jealous. Yet he deliberately set all of that aside. Why? Because he understood that God's power is made perfect in weakness. This is revolutionary, because everything in our culture tells us the opposite. We're told to hide our weaknesses, to project strength, to never let them see you sweat. We build entire personas around appearing invincible. We craft social media profiles that showcase only our victories, never our struggles. We've become masters of the highlight reel, carefully editing out every moment that doesn't fit the narrative of success. But God operates on a completely different frequency. He's not impressed by your resume. He's not looking for the most polished, the most confident, the most naturally gifted. He's looking for the yielded. He's looking for the broken. He's looking for those who know they can't, so that he can show that he can. I've watched this play out countless times. The most powerful testimonies I've ever heard didn't come from people who had it all together. They came from recovering addicts, from abuse survivors, from people who lost everything and had to rebuild from nothing. Why? Because when you've been broken, you know it wasn't your strength that put you back together. You know it was God. Your weakness is not your disqualification, it's your invitation. It's God saying, now we can finally work together because you've stopped trying to do this in your own power. The moment you stop pretending you're sufficient is the moment God's sufficiency can flow through you unhindered. And here's what's beautiful. When God uses your weakness, nobody can steal his glory. When a naturally eloquent person speaks powerfully, people might credit charisma. But when someone with a stutter delivers a message that changes lives, everyone knows that's God. When someone who failed repeatedly finally succeeds, the credit goes where it belongs, to the one who redeems, restores, and resurrects what was dead. Your weakness becomes the stage where God's strength performs. Your limitation becomes the spotlight that illuminates his unlimited power. This is why Paul could say, when I am weak, then I am strong. It wasn't a paradox, it was a principle. He understood that his thorn in the flesh, whatever it was, had become the very thing that kept him dependent on God's grace. Think about Moses again. When God called him at the burning bush, Moses didn't say, Lord, I'm ready. He said, I can't speak well. And God's response wasn't, oh, I made a mistake. Let me find someone more qualified. God said, who made your mouth? Now go, and I will help you speak. God didn't remove the limitation, he provided the enablement. Moses went on to speak to Pharaoh, to lead a nation, to receive the law, all while carrying that same speech impediment. Every time he opened his mouth, it was a miracle. Every word that came out was a testimony to God's faithfulness. You see, when you feel disqualified, you're actually being positioned for a demonstration. When you feel inadequate, you're actually being prepared for a manifestation. Because God doesn't just want to use your strengths, he wants to showcase his power through your struggles. He wants the world to see what happens when heaven invades earth, when divine ability flows through human inability. I want you to consider something profound. What if the very thing you've been praying for God to remove is actually the thing he wants to use? What if your greatest frustration is meant to become your finest testimony? What if the weakness you've been hiding is the exact credential God wants to display? You see, God doesn't waste anything. Nothing in your life is accidental. The betrayal that broke your heart, God wants to use it to give you authority to heal other broken hearts. The financial collapse that devastated you, God wants to position you to teach others about restoration. The addiction you overcame, that's not something to hide in shame. That's your PhD in deliverance. That's your credentials to set captives free. But here's what happens to most people. We spend our entire lives trying to present a polished version of ourselves to the world. We edit our testimonies. We airbrush our past. We hide our struggles because we think vulnerability is weakness. We believe the lie that God can only use perfect people. So we waste energy pretending to be something we're not. Let me tell you something that will revolutionize your thinking. God is not looking for perfect people. He's looking for honest people. He's not impressed with your mask. He's attracted to your authenticity. The very thing you think disqualifies you is often the very thing that qualifies you for your assignment. Look at the woman at the well in John chapter 4. She had been married 5 times and was living with a man who wasn't her husband. By religious standards, she was the last person who should be used by God. She was an outcast, even among outcasts. That's why she came to draw water in the heat of the day to avoid the judgment of other women. But watch what Jesus did. He didn't condemn her past. He confronted it with love, transformed it with truth, and then commissioned her as the first evangelist to her city. This woman who was hiding in shame became the first missionary. The one nobody would talk to became the one everybody listened to. And here's what gets me: when she ran back to that city, she didn't polish her testimony. She didn't create a sanitized version of her story. She said, "Come see a man who told me everything I ever did." Think about that for a moment. Everything I ever did. She led with her mess. She led with her mistakes. And because of her authenticity, because of her willingness to be vulnerable about her transformation, the Bible says the entire city came out to meet Jesus. Your worst chapter can become your greatest platform. Your deepest wound can become your most powerful witness. But here's what I need you to understand. Transformation doesn't require perfection. It requires surrender. See, we've been taught that we need to get ourselves together before we can come to God. We think we need to clean up our act, fix our habits, organize our lives, and then maybe, possibly, we'll be worthy enough to approach Him. That's religion talking. That's the enemy's strategy, to keep you stuck in a cycle of shame and self-improvement that never ends. But Jesus flipped that script entirely. He said, "Come to me as you are, and I'll make you what you should be." The transformation doesn't happen before the encounter. It happens because of the encounter. I think about Peter, impulsive, hot-headed Peter, the man who denied Jesus 3 times. 3 times he looked people in the eye and said, "I don't know him." If anyone had a reason to disqualify themselves from ministry, it was Peter. If anyone should have stayed in the shadows, consumed by guilt and shame, it was this man. But what did Jesus do? After the resurrection, He didn't avoid Peter. He didn't put him on probation. He didn't create a restoration program with 12 steps and a review committee. Jesus took him aside and asked him 3 times, "Do you love me?" And with each affirmation, He gave him a commission. Feed my sheep. Jesus was essentially saying, your failure doesn't define your future. Your love for me does. This is the pattern Jesus established for everyone who has experienced moral failure. Restoration through relationship, not through ritual. Redemption through love, not through law. The religious establishment wanted to stone the woman caught in adultery. Jesus wanted to set her free. The Pharisees wanted to parade her shame. Jesus wanted to restore her dignity. They wanted condemnation. He offered transformation. "Neither do I condemn you," He said. "Go and sin no more." Notice the order. First, acceptance. Then, direction. First, grace. Then, empowerment. He didn't say, "Stop sinning and then I won't condemn you." He said, "I don't condemn you. Now you're free to leave that life behind." This is crucial because shame keeps us locked in cycles of failure. When we believe our mistakes define us, we keep making those same mistakes. But when we experience unconditional love in the midst of our failure, something shifts. We discover we're not our worst moment. We're not the sum of our mistakes. You are God's original idea, and His original ideas don't get canceled because of temporary malfunctions. I've watched people spend decades in spiritual paralysis because someone told them their failure disqualified them permanently. They believe the lie that God's grace has limits, that there's a point of no return, that some mistakes are too big for redemption. But the cross declares otherwise. The resurrection proves it. If death itself couldn't hold Jesus, your failure certainly can't hold you. If the grave couldn't keep Him, guilt can't keep you. If sin and death were defeated, shame has no power over your future. Moses was a murderer who became a deliverer. Rahab was a prostitute who became part of the messianic lineage. David was an adulterer who remained a man after God's own heart. Paul was a persecutor who became the greatest apostle. The Bible is not a book about perfect people who never failed. It's a book about imperfect people who encountered a perfect God. and discovered that His grace is greater than their greatest mistake. And here's what fascinates me about this truth. God doesn't just tolerate your past, He actually uses it. He takes the very thing the enemy meant to destroy you with and turns it into your greatest qualification for ministry. Your mess becomes your message. Your test becomes your testimony. Your pain becomes your platform. I've seen this principle work time and time again in the lives of believers. The woman who struggled with addiction becomes the most effective counselor for those battling substance abuse. The man who lost everything in bankruptcy becomes the most compassionate advocate for those in financial crisis. The person who survived abuse becomes the most powerful voice for the broken and wounded. Why? Because you cannot take someone where you have never been. You cannot speak comfort to pain you've never experienced. Your scars give you credibility. Your wounds give you wisdom. Your battles give you authority to speak into similar situations. This is why the Apostle Paul could say, "Blessed be the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our tribulation, that we may be able to comfort those who are in any trouble with the comfort with which we ourselves are comforted by God." He understood that God was preparing him through his struggles to minister to others in theirs. So stop hiding your story. Stop being ashamed of where you've been. Yes, there's wisdom in discretion. You don't need to broadcast every detail of your past to everyone. But when God gives you the opportunity, when you encounter someone walking the road you've already traveled, don't be silent. Share what God has done. Let them see that if He brought you through, He can bring them through too. Your redemption story is not just for you, it's for the person sitting in the same prison you were once trapped in, wondering if freedom is even possible. When they see you free, walking in purpose and destiny, despite your past, something ignites in their spirit. Hope is born, faith rises. They begin to believe that maybe, just maybe, God can do the same thing for them. This is the beauty of serving a God who specializes in resurrections. He doesn't just restore what was lost, He creates something better than what you had before. Your resurrection becomes the catalyst for someone else's restoration. Your comeback becomes proof that God still does miracles. When you refuse to stay dead, when you get up despite the pain, when you rebuild despite the devastation, when you forgive despite the betrayal, you become a walking testimony that shakes hell and inspires heaven. I remember reading about a man who lost everything in a business failure. His reputation was destroyed. His marriage was strained. His children watched their father spiral into depression. For months, he couldn't face himself in the mirror. But one morning, something shifted. He couldn't explain it, but he felt a stirring inside. It wasn't optimism, it was something deeper. It was the Spirit of God whispering, "It's not over." He started small. He apologized to people he had hurt. He took a job that was beneath his previous position. He began serving in his church again, even though people whispered when he walked in. And slowly, painfully, beautifully, God began to rebuild. Not just his finances, though that came. Not just his reputation, though that was restored. God rebuilt his character, his humility, his dependence on grace rather than his own abilities. Today, that man runs a ministry that helps other business people who've experienced failure. His resurrection became his mission field. His pain became his platform. His mess became his message. This is what God does. He doesn't waste your wilderness. He doesn't overlook your graveyard. Every place you've been buried becomes a place where He displays His glory. Every tomb becomes a testimony. Every ending becomes a new beginning. But here's the question that haunts every person standing at the edge of their own resurrection. How long will it take? How long must I wait in this dark place before the stone rolls away? How many more days of silence before I hear His voice calling my name? These are the questions that pierce through our theology and touch the raw nerve of our humanity. We want formulas. We want timelines. We want to know exactly when the breakthrough will come, precisely when the miracle will manifest, specifically when the stone will be rolled away. But let me tell you something that will revolutionize how you think about divine timing. God doesn't operate on your schedule because He's not bound by your limitations. Think about Lazarus again. 4 days, not 3. Not 5, 4 days specifically. Why? Because Jesus was making a statement that transcended the immediate situation. In Jewish thought, the soul was believed to hover near the body for 3 days, hoping to return. After 3 days, decay was irreversible. Death was final. So when Jesus waited 4 days, he wasn't being insensitive to Mary and Martha's grief. He was positioning them for a miracle so profound, so undeniable, that it would leave no room for natural explanation. He was making sure that when Lazarus walked out of that tomb, everyone would know this was resurrection, not resuscitation. Your timing would have brought forth a healing. God's timing brought forth a resurrection. See, when you're dictating the timeline, you're limiting the outcome to what you can imagine. But when you surrender to His timing, you're positioning yourself for what only He can orchestrate. You're opening the door to exceeding abundantly above all that you can ask or think. I've watched this principle play out in my own life more times than I can count. There were opportunities I was convinced I needed right then. Doors I was desperate for God to open immediately. Relationships I wanted restored on my timetable. And when they didn't happen when I expected, I wrestled with doubt. I questioned whether God was listening, whether He cared, whether my prayers were bouncing off the ceiling. But years later, with the clarity that only hindsight provides, I could see what I couldn't see in the moment. If God had answered when I demanded, I would have gotten what I wanted. But because He waited, I received what I needed. The delay wasn't denial. It was development. This is a lesson that transformed my perspective on prayer and trust. Because when God makes you wait, He's not being cruel, He's being careful. He's not withholding, He's preparing. He knows that what He's about to release into your life is so significant, so weighty, so powerful that you need to be properly positioned to receive it. Think about it this way. If I tried to give a 2-year-old child the keys to a car, would that be love? No, that would be negligence. The gift is real, the car exists, but the child isn't ready. The delay in giving those keys isn't about withholding blessing, it's about wisdom. God operates with that same divine wisdom in your life. I want you to understand something profound about divine timing. God lives outside of time. He sees your entire life from beginning to end simultaneously. So when He delays something in your timeline, it's not because He forgot about you or because He's reconsidering. It's because He sees something you can't see. He sees the person you're about to meet 3 months from now who will be essential to your destiny. He sees the lesson you need to learn next Tuesday that will prepare you for the opportunity coming next year. He sees the character flaw that needs to be refined before He can trust you with influence. The waiting period is never wasted. It's weighted with purpose. Every day of delay is a day of preparation. You're being shaped, molded, refined, and positioned. Your faith is being strengthened. Your character is being developed. Your vision is being clarified. Your dependence on Him is being deepened. I learned that His delays are actually protecting me from premature success. And premature success is one of the most dangerous things that can happen to a person. When you get what you're not ready for, it destroys you. When you receive what you haven't been prepared to manage, it becomes a curse instead of a blessing. Look at how many people have been ruined by getting too much too soon. Lottery winners who are bankrupt within years. Young celebrities who can't handle sudden fame. Business owners who expand too quickly and lose everything. The blessing became a burden because the timing was wrong. God loves you too much to let that happen. So He makes you wait, not to punish you, but to protect you and prepare you. And here's what's beautiful about God's timing. It never fails. It may feel slow, but it's never late. You look at Abraham and Sarah. God promised them a child, but year after year, nothing happened. Sarah got so frustrated she tried to help God out with her own plan. That gave us Ishmael, a consequence we're still dealing with today in the Middle East. But when God's appointed time came, Isaac was born. Not when they wanted it, when God ordained it. You see, God doesn't respond to your panic. He responds to His purpose. I've watched this principle work in my own life over and over again. There were doors I knocked on that wouldn't open. I begged God, I fasted, I prayed, I quoted every scripture I knew. And the door stayed shut. But looking back now, I thank God those doors didn't open when I wanted them to. Because if they had, I would have walked into something I wasn't ready for. I would have gotten something I couldn't sustain. The wait wasn't denial. It was development. And that's what I need you to understand. Every day you're waiting is a day you're being developed. God is working on you even when you can't see it. He's adjusting your character. He's teaching you patience. He's building your faith. He's shifting your perspective. He's maturing your wisdom. You're not stagnant in the waiting, you're being shaped. Think about wine. Good wine takes time. You can't rush it. The longer it waits, the more valuable it becomes. If you open the bottle too soon, you get sour grapes. But if you wait for the proper season, you get something rich, deep, smooth, something worth celebrating. That's what God is doing with you. He's letting you age in His process so that when He finally releases you, what comes out isn't cheap or hasty. It's excellence. It's maturity. It's anointed. You're not being delayed. You're being refined. You're not being forgotten. You're being finished. So when you feel like giving up, remember this: God's timing is always connected to His purpose. He's not making you wait because He's ignoring you. He's making you wait because He's preparing you for something greater than what you originally asked for. Think about what you do when you're expecting someone important to visit your home. You don't just leave things as they are. You prepare, you clean, you rearrange, you make room. You get everything ready before they arrive. And the more important the guest, the more thorough your preparation. God operates the same way with the blessings He's sending you. He doesn't drop miracles into unprepared lives. He doesn't release massive opportunities into people who haven't been made ready to steward them. The waiting period isn't empty time, it's preparation time. He's clearing out what needs to go, strengthening what needs to be reinforced, and building capacity in you for what's coming. I've watched this principle play out countless times. Someone prays for a business breakthrough, but they're still operating with a poverty mindset. They want millions, but they can't manage hundreds responsibly. They dream of influence, but they haven't developed character. So God, in His wisdom, doesn't answer immediately. Not because He doesn't want to bless them, but because receiving the blessing prematurely would destroy them. You see, unanswered prayers are often God's greatest mercies. What you thought you wanted 5 years ago would have limited what God wants to give you today. That relationship you cried over when it ended, it was blocking the door to something infinitely better. That job you didn't get, it would have kept you in a place too small for your destiny. That opportunity that fell through, it would have distracted you from your true assignment. Here's what I want you to understand. God's delays are not God's denials. They're redirections, they're refinements. They're divine course corrections that are steering you towards something your limited vision couldn't see when you first started praying. The problem is, we judge God's faithfulness by our timeline instead of His results. We measure His goodness by our comfort instead of His purpose. We evaluate His love by whether He gives us what we want when we want it, rather than by whether He's positioning us for maximum impact. But when you understand that every delay has a divine purpose, your entire perspective shifts. You stop being a victim of circumstance and become a student of preparation. You stop complaining about the wait and start asking, what are you preparing in me during this season? And here's what I've discovered. When you shift from victim to student, you begin to see patterns you never noticed before. You start to recognize that the very thing you thought was blocking you was actually building you. That difficult person who keeps opposing you, they're developing your patience and your diplomacy. That financial limitation that frustrates you, it's teaching you resourcefulness and creative problem solving that wealth could never teach you. I remember a young entrepreneur who came to me devastated because his business loan was denied 3 times. He was convinced this was a sign that God didn't want him to succeed. But I told him, no, this is preparation. What are you learning in this delay? 6 months later, he came back with tears of gratitude. He said, Dr. Munroe, if I had gotten that loan the first time, I would have opened in the wrong location with the wrong partners and with a business plan that was fundamentally flawed. Each rejection forced me to refine my vision, study my market deeper, and build relationships that are now the foundation of my success. You see, God doesn't just want to give you what you ask for. He wants to give you what you're ready for. And there's a massive difference between the two. Think about it this way. A child can ask for car keys, but a responsible parent won't hand them over until that child is mature enough, trained enough, and ready enough to handle the responsibility. It's not punishment, it's protection and preparation. The delay isn't rejection, it's refinement. And here's something profound that many people miss. God is preparing 2 things simultaneously during your waiting season. He's preparing you for your destiny, and He's preparing your destiny for you. While you're being shaped, circumstances are being arranged. While you're being tested, territories are being cleared. While you're being refined, resources are being aligned. Joseph couldn't control his brother's jealousy, but God was controlling Egypt's economy. David couldn't rush Saul's death, but God was removing corrupt leadership and positioning allies. Moses couldn't speed up 40 years in the wilderness, but God was destabilizing Pharaoh's grip on Egypt and preparing an entire generation to think like free people instead of slaves. You're not just waiting. There's a divine coordination happening behind the scenes that you cannot see. And the moment everything aligns, your character, your capacity, the circumstances, the people, the timing, that's when suddenly what seemed impossible becomes inevitable. So let me ask you, what if your delay is actually right on time? You see, friend, the enemy of purpose is not opposition, it's premature arrival. When you get there before you're ready, you won't be able to handle what you prayed for. You'll mismanage the blessing. You'll abuse the platform. You'll waste the opportunity. And then you'll spend years trying to recover from succeeding too soon. I've watched it happen over and over again. Someone gets the promotion before they have the character to sustain it. Someone gets the money before they have the wisdom to manage it. Someone gets the influence before they have the integrity to steward it. And within months, sometimes weeks, it all comes crashing down. Not because God didn't bless them, but because the blessing came before the preparation was complete. That's why God is more interested in your readiness than your requests. He's more concerned about your capacity than your complaints. Because he knows that what he's preparing for you requires a version of you that doesn't exist yet. The dream requires development. The promise requires process. The destination requires transformation. Think about a caterpillar in a cocoon. If you cut that cocoon open prematurely because you feel sorry for the struggling creature inside, you know what happens? The butterfly dies. Because it's the struggle to break free that forces fluid into the wings, giving them the strength to fly. Without the struggle, there are no wings. Without the pressure, there is no power. Without the waiting, there is no wings to carry the weight of your destiny. Your delay is developing your wings. Every month you've waited has been pushing strength into areas of your life that will need to bear the weight of what's coming. Every closed door has been redirecting you toward the right door. Every not yet has been protecting you from a never should have. So stop resenting the wait. Stop being angry at the process. Stop looking at where others are and wondering why you're still here. Your here is preparing you for your there. And when you finally arrive, you won't just have a position, you'll have the power to maintain it. You won't just have a blessing, you'll have the capacity to multiply it. You won't just have a dream fulfilled, you'll have the character to sustain it for generations. The waiting is not wasted. The delay is not denial. And your time is coming right on schedule. Because here's what I've learned. God doesn't work according to your timeline. He works according to his divine purpose. And his purpose is always bigger, always better, always more complete than anything you could have imagined for yourself. Think about Joseph again. When he was finally brought out of that prison, when Pharaoh sent for him, it wasn't just for a small promotion. It wasn't just to become a supervisor or a manager. No, he went from the prison to the palace in a single day. Second in command over all of Egypt, the most powerful empire on earth at that time. But here's the key. If Joseph had been released any earlier, he wouldn't have been ready. The position was there, but the man wasn't prepared yet. The delay wasn't about denying him, it was about developing him. God was preparing the man for the moment, and the moment for the man. This is what I want you to understand today. While you're waiting, you're not standing still. You are being prepared. Your character is being refined. Your faith is being strengthened. Your vision is being clarified. And when your moment comes, and it will come, you will be ready not just to receive your blessing, but to sustain it, to steward it, to multiply it. I've seen too many people receive what they prayed for before they were ready, and they couldn't handle it. The blessing became a burden. The promotion exposed their lack of preparation. The opportunity revealed their immaturity. And what should have been their greatest triumph became their greatest tragedy. God loves you too much to give you something prematurely that you're not equipped to handle. He's not withholding from you, he's preparing you. Every test, every trial, every moment of waiting is building capacity in you for what's coming next. So I want to speak to your faith right now. Whatever you're believing God for, whatever promise you're holding on to, whatever dream seems delayed, I declare to you that it's not over. Your story is not finished. The final chapter has not been written. And what you see as a period, God sees as a comma. Your breakthrough is closer than you think. Your harvest is coming. Your season is changing. And everything you've endured has been preparing you for what you're about to step into. But I need you to understand something crucial. This transition requires your participation. The harvest doesn't come to passive people. The breakthrough doesn't arrive for those who are merely waiting. You have to position yourself. You have to prepare yourself. You have to align yourself with what God is doing in this season. I've watched too many people miss their moment because they weren't ready when it arrived. They had been praying for the opportunity, believing for the breakthrough, declaring the promises, but when the door opened, they weren't prepared to walk through it. When the harvest season came, they had no containers ready to receive what God wanted to pour out. Don't let that be you. This is the time to sharpen your skills. This is the time to expand your capacity. This is the time to get your house in order, to repair what's broken, to strengthen what's weak. Because when your season shifts, things are going to move quickly. The opportunities won't wait while you get yourself together. The doors won't stay open indefinitely while you decide if you're ready. God is positioning you right now. He's arranging circumstances, orchestrating connections, preparing people and places you haven't even encountered yet. While you've been in the waiting room, He's been in the boardroom of heaven, setting up your next chapter. While you've been in the wilderness, He's been preparing your promised land. And I'm telling you, you're closer than you think. The Bible says that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Some of you have been in a very long night. It's felt like the darkness would never end. But I'm here to tell you the sun is about to rise. Morning is breaking, and the joy that's coming is going to be worth everything you've been through. Your latter days will be greater than your former days. The second half will surpass the first half. What's ahead of you is bigger, better, and more beautiful than anything behind you. God isn't just restoring what you lost, He's multiplying it. He's not just healing what was broken, He's making it stronger than it was before. This is your season of transition. This is your moment of transformation. This is your time of unprecedented breakthrough. Stop looking back at what didn't work out and start looking forward to what God is working out. Stop rehearsing your failures and start declaring your future. Stop dwelling in yesterday's disappointments and start positioning yourself for tomorrow's divine appointments. Because everything is about to change. Let me tell you something that's going to change the way you see your life forever. You've been sitting in that same situation for months, maybe years. You've been praying, fasting, working, believing, declaring, confessing, and yet nothing has moved. And somewhere deep inside you started to whisper a question you're almost afraid to say out loud. Has God forgotten me? I want you to listen to me very carefully right now. What if I told you that what you've been calling a delay is actually the most profound form of divine protection you've ever experienced? What if the very thing you thought was God saying no was actually God saying not yet, because He loves you too much to give you something you're not ready to steward? See, we live in a microwave generation. We want instant coffee, instant communication, instant results, instant breakthrough. But God is not in the microwave business. He's in the maturity business. He's not interested in giving you what you want when you want it. He's interested in giving you what you need when you're ready to handle it without it destroying you. I've watched people cry out for promotions they weren't prepared for. I've seen men and women beg God for marriages they didn't have the character to sustain. I've witnessed entrepreneurs demand financial breakthrough when they hadn't yet developed the discipline to manage money. And you know what breaks my heart? When God in His infinite mercy delays the answer to protect them from themselves, they think He's punishing them. But here's what you need to understand today. Every single delay in your life has been a divine appointment with preparation. Every closed door was God saving you from a room that would have collapsed on your head. Every no was heaven whispering, I have something better, but you're not ready yet. Right now, I need you to stop looking at your delay as rejection and start seeing it as redirection. Because the God who knows the end from the beginning, the God who sees tomorrow while you're still stuck in today, that God loves you enough to make you wait when waiting is what will save your life. You see, delayed blessings carry a weight that on-time blessings never could. Think about it. The blessing you get after years of waiting, after seasons of doubt, after nights of tears, that blessing doesn't just arrive. It lands with the force of divine timing. It hits different because you're different. The you that prayed for it 5 years ago couldn't have handled what the you today is about to receive. I need you to hear this clearly. God is not withholding from you. He's preparing you. Every day you think you're falling behind, you're actually being positioned. While you're worried about your age, God is building your character. While you're panicking about your bank account, heaven is orchestrating connections you can't see yet. While you're bitter about who got married before you, who got promoted past you, who seems to be winning while you're still struggling, God is protecting the integrity of your story. Because here's what we forget in our impatience. Premature success is the most dangerous thing you can experience. I've watched people get everything they prayed for at the wrong time, and it destroyed them. The business they weren't mature enough to manage, the relationship they weren't healed enough to sustain, the platform they weren't grounded enough to handle. They got what they wanted, but they lost who they were in the process. You want to know why some people peak early and never recover? Because their gift arrived before their character could cash the check. Their calling showed up before their capacity was ready. And what God gives in mercy, life will take back in consequence. This is why the wilderness is not punishment, it's preparation. It's God's mercy disguising itself as delay. When you're frustrated because you're still in the waiting room, God is saying, if I open this door right now, you'll run into a room full of lions. Not yet, beloved, not yet. I've watched people lose their minds in the waiting season, crying out, God, where are you? Why aren't you answering? But God isn't silent. He's strategic. He's not withholding. He's preparing. Every moment of delay is a moment of divine construction happening in you and around you. You see, there's a difference between God's timing and our convenience. We want microwaves. God operates with slow cookers. We want instant results. God wants lasting transformation. And here's what most people miss. The wait is not passive. The waiting room is not a punishment, it's a classroom. It's a laboratory. It's where God develops in you what you'll need when the door finally opens. Think about Joseph again. He didn't go from the pit to the palace overnight. There were years in between. Prison time, forgotten time. Time when it seemed like every prophecy God gave him was a cruel joke. But what was God doing? He was killing the arrogance. He was building humility. He was teaching Joseph how to manage other people's resources before he could trust him with a nation's economy. The prison wasn't a detour, it was the curriculum. And you know what Joseph did while he was waiting? He served excellently right where he was. He didn't sit in that prison cell pouting, saying, this isn't my dream, so I'm not going to give my best. No, he served Potiphar's house with such integrity that Potiphar trusted him with everything. He served in prison with such excellence that the warden put him in charge. Excellence in the waiting room is your tuition payment for the next level. Here's what I need you to understand. God is not impressed by your desperation. He's looking for your faithfulness in obscurity. Anyone can be excited when the door opens, but can you worship when it's still closed? Can you praise Him in the hallway? Can you serve with excellence when nobody's watching but Him? See, true worship isn't seasonal. It's not based on circumstances. It's based on who He is, not on what He's done lately in your life. You worship Him because He's worthy, period. Not because you got the promotion, not because the check came through, not because the doctor gave you a good report. You worship Him in the fire. You worship Him in the flood. You worship Him in the waiting room of your destiny. And here's what I've discovered. The quality of your worship in private determines the power of your anointing in public. What you do when nobody sees you is what prepares you for when everybody will see you. David wasn't crowned king the day Samuel anointed him. There were years, painful, confusing years between the anointing and the appointing, between the promise and the palace. And what did he do in that gap? He worshiped. He wrote psalms in caves. He praised God while running from Saul. He refined his character in the wilderness. Your wilderness is not your punishment. It's your preparation. It's where God is stripping away everything that would corrupt your calling. It's where He's testing your faithfulness with small things before He can trust you with the greater things. See, God is more interested in who you're becoming than in what you're doing. He's developing your being before He releases your doing. And this is where most people abort their destiny. They want the platform without the process. They want the title without the training. They want to be known by everybody before they're faithful to the one who knows everything. But that's not how the kingdom operates. In God's economy, faithfulness precedes fruitfulness. Character comes before charisma. Humility comes before honor. You want to know why some people get blessed and fall apart? Because they skip the wilderness. They bypassed the character development. They got promoted before they were prepared, and the blessing destroyed them because they didn't have the internal structure to sustain what God was giving them externally. God isn't withholding from you. He's protecting you. And here's the beautiful part. While you're waiting, God is working. He's not just working on your circumstances. He's working on you. He's building your capacity. He's developing your discernment. He's maturing your judgment. He's strengthening your character. Every delay is a divine development session. I remember working with young leaders who would come to me frustrated. Dr. Munroe, I've been in this position for 5 years. When is God going to move me forward? And I would ask them, what have you learned in these 5 years? What skills have you developed? What character flaws has God been addressing? Most times, they couldn't answer. They were so focused on the next level that they weren't benefiting from the current level. You see, God doesn't waste time. If He has you somewhere, it's because there's something there you need to extract. There's a lesson you need to learn, a skill you need to master, a relationship you need to build, a weakness you need to overcome. Don't be in such a hurry to leave where you are that you miss what you're supposed to get from where you are. Think about Joseph in Potiphar's house. He could have been bitter. God, you gave me a dream about ruling, and here I am serving as a slave. But instead, he served so excellently that he was promoted to oversee the entire household. He didn't learn to manage a nation in prison. He learned it in Potiphar's house. The waiting room was actually a training room. The prison wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Every season you think God has abandoned you, He's actually positioning you. Every moment you feel forgotten, He's fashioning you. The potter doesn't put the clay on the shelf. When he steps away, he's just going to get a different tool. So when you're tempted to become impatient, remind yourself, God's timing is not about when you're ready, it's about when you're truly prepared. And there's a massive difference between the two. You see, being ready is surface level. Being prepared is foundational. You can be ready with the right clothes, the right resume, the right connections, but are you prepared with the right character, the right discipline, the right humility to steward what God is about to give you? I've seen too many people rush into their destiny unprepared, and the weight of it crushed them. Not because the calling wasn't real, but because the vessel wasn't strong enough yet. The waiting season isn't punishment, it's preparation. It's God reinforcing the walls of your character so you can carry the weight of your purpose without collapsing. Think about it like this. You don't hand a teenager the keys to a Ferrari just because they turned 16. Why? Because the car isn't the problem, their maturity is. They might be ready to drive, but are they prepared for the responsibility, the speed, the consequences of poor judgment at 90 miles per hour? God operates the same way. He's not withholding your breakthrough because He's cruel. He's withholding it because He loves you too much to give you something you're not equipped to handle. And here's what's beautiful. While you're waiting, He's working on you, in you, through you. Every closed door is redirecting you. Every delay is developing you. Every disappointment is detoxing you from the wrong motives, the wrong relationships, the wrong version of yourself that was never meant to carry what's coming next. So stop looking at the wait as wasted time. It's not a detour, it's the direct route. The scenic route teaches you things the highway never could. You learn patience, you learn trust. You learn that your value isn't tied to your productivity, that you're not loved because of what you accomplish, you're loved because of whose you are. And when God finally says now, you won't just be ready, you'll be prepared. You'll step into that moment not with anxiety but with assurance, not with fear but with faith, because the waiting didn't weaken you, it equipped you. It equipped you to stand when others fall, to speak when others are silenced by doubt, to lead when others are paralyzed by uncertainty. You see, what God does in the waiting is not just about you, it's about everyone connected to your assignment. Every person who will benefit from what you're about to birth. Every life that will be transformed by the gift you've been protecting. The delay wasn't denying them, it was preparing you to serve them properly. Think about this. If Joseph had been promoted immediately after his dream, he would have led with arrogance. If David had become king the day Samuel anointed him, he would have ruled with immaturity. If Jesus had started his ministry at 12 years old in the temple, the world wouldn't have been ready for the message, and he wouldn't have been ready for the cross. The timing of your manifestation is connected to the readiness of your character. And here's what most people miss. The waiting isn't passive. You're not sitting idle. You're being fortified. Every test you pass adds another layer to your foundation. Every temptation you resist strengthens your resolve. Every moment you choose obedience over convenience, you're being shaped into someone who can handle the weight of the promise. I want you to understand something crucial right now. Your current season is not your final destination. Where you are is not where you're going. What you're experiencing is not what you'll be explaining. You're being processed, not punished. There's a difference between a setback and a setup. What looks like you're being pushed back is actually you being positioned. The ball must be pulled back before the arrow can fly forward. The further back you've been pulled, the further forward you're about to go. Stop apologizing for being in preparation. Stop feeling embarrassed about your process. Stop comparing your chapter 3 to someone else's chapter 20. Your story is unfolding exactly as it should. And when your moment comes, and it will come, you won't step into it with hesitation. You'll step into it with authority. Not the arrogance of someone who's untested, but the quiet confidence of someone who's been proven. You'll carry yourself differently because you've been processed differently. You see, the wilderness is where God separates the genuine from the imitation. In the marketplace today, we have too many people performing roles they haven't been qualified for. They've memorized the script, they've learned the gestures, they can quote the right books, but there's no substance. When pressure comes, the facade crumbles. When opposition rises, they retreat. Why? Because they never went through the processing that transforms ambition into calling. Let me tell you something about authenticity. You cannot fake what you haven't become. You can imitate it for a season. You can mirror someone else's success temporarily. But eventually, the real you will emerge. And if the real you hasn't been processed, refined, and tested, what emerges will not be pretty. The wilderness prevents this disaster. It strips away everything that isn't genuinely you until what remains is the authentic core of your purpose. Think about how gold is refined. The goldsmith doesn't just polish the surface, he applies intense heat until the gold melts completely. All the impurities, the dross, the contamination, everything that weakens the gold rises to the surface where it can be skimmed away. The goldsmith keeps applying heat, keeps removing impurities until he can see his own reflection clearly in the molten gold. That's when he knows it's pure. God does the same thing with you in the wilderness. He applies heat not to destroy you, but to reveal what needs to be removed. Your insecurities rise to the surface. Your hidden motives become visible. Your character flaws that you've expertly concealed from others become impossible to hide from yourself. And in that vulnerable state, God begins the real work. He's not trying to humiliate you. He's trying to purify you. He's removing everything that would sabotage your future success. And here's what makes this season even more powerful. God doesn't waste your wilderness. Every tear you've cried in secret, every night you've wrestled with doubt, every moment you've felt forgotten, He's been collecting it all. The Bible says He keeps your tears in a bottle. That's not poetic language, that's a promise. Your pain has purpose. You see, the wilderness is where your character catches up to your calling. Many of you have gifts that are far ahead of your maturity. You have a calling that's bigger than your current capacity. And if God promoted you right now, the blessing would destroy you. So He loves you enough to make you wait. He loves you enough to let you develop in obscurity. Think about David again. When Samuel anointed him as king, David was just a teenager. But he didn't sit on the throne until he was 30 years old. That's over a decade of waiting, over a decade of running from Saul, over a decade of living in caves, leading a band of broken men, fighting battles that nobody applauded. But in that wilderness, something was happening. David was learning how to lead. He was learning how to worship in the dark. He was writing psalms that would comfort billions of people for thousands of years. Your wilderness is writing your testimony. The message you'll carry to the world is being forged right now in your pain. The people you'll help in your future are waiting for you to survive this season because they need to know that survival is possible. They need to know that God doesn't abandon His purpose. And let me tell you something else. The wilderness reveals what's really inside you. When everything is stripped away, the comfort, the applause, the certainty, what remains is the truth of who you are. Moses thought he was a prince of Egypt, but the wilderness revealed he was a shepherd and a deliverer. The Israelites thought they trusted God, but the wilderness revealed they were still enslaved in their minds. What is your wilderness revealing about you? Is it showing you that your faith was built on circumstances rather than conviction? Is it exposing idols you didn't even know you were worshiping? Is it revealing character flaws that would have disqualified you later? Don't run from what's being revealed. Embrace it. Let God do the surgery. Let Him cut away everything that isn't authentic. Because here's the truth. You cannot enter your promised land carrying Egypt's baggage. And I want you to understand something powerful about this transformation process. God doesn't just remove things from your life, He replaces them. He doesn't leave you empty. He fills you with something better, something divine, something that aligns with your purpose. When He removes the slave mentality, He replaces it with a kingdom mindset. When He removes fear, He replaces it with faith. When He removes limitation, He replaces it with vision. This is not subtraction, this is supernatural exchange. I've watched this happen in my own life. There were relationships I thought I couldn't live without. God removed them. And you know what He gave me instead? Connections that actually propelled me toward my purpose. There were opportunities I was clinging to, good opportunities, but not God opportunities. He closed those doors. And the doors He opened afterward led me into rooms I didn't even know existed. You see, when you're in the wilderness, you're not just losing, you're gaining. You're not just being stripped, you're being dressed. You're not just being broken down, you're being built up according to a divine blueprint. But here's what most people miss. The wilderness isn't just about what God is doing to you, it's about what He's doing in you. He's establishing new patterns, new rhythms, new ways of thinking. He's rewiring your belief system. He's reprogramming your spiritual DNA. Think about it. The Israelites walked in circles for 40 years, same desert, same sun, same sand. But every single day, they had to trust God for their provision. Every morning, manna. Every day, His presence in the cloud and the fire. They couldn't stockpile it. They couldn't control it. They had to depend on Him daily. That's the lesson. God is teaching you to live by faith, not by sight. To trust His provision, not your preparation. To depend on His presence, not your performance. And let me tell you something that will shift your perspective. The wilderness is where you discover who God really is. Not who religion said He was. Not who your parents said He was. Not who the preacher said He was. You discover Him for yourself. Moses met God at a burning bush in the wilderness. Elijah heard God's still small voice in a cave in the wilderness. Jesus was empowered by the Spirit in the wilderness. Paul received his revelation in the Arabian wilderness. The wilderness is God's university. And right now, you're enrolled in the most important course of your life. You see, the wilderness isn't just about isolation, it's about revelation. It's where God strips away everything you thought you knew so He can teach you what you need to know. Moses thought he was somebody in Pharaoh's palace. He had to spend 40 years in the wilderness learning that he was nobody, so God could spend another 40 years showing him that with God, he could be somebody who would deliver a nation. David was anointed king as a boy, but he spent years running from Saul, hiding in caves, leading a ragtag group of misfits. That wilderness refined his character, deepened his worship, and prepared him for a throne. You cannot rule what you haven't wrestled with in private. You cannot lead publicly what you haven't conquered personally. The wilderness is where your theology becomes biography. It's where the word stops being something you quote and becomes something you live. It's where faith stops being theoretical and becomes functional. Because when everything is stripped away, your reputation, your resources, your support system, all you have left is God. And sometimes that's exactly what you need to discover, that all you need is God. Listen carefully, the wilderness doesn't disqualify you, it qualifies you. Every great leader in Scripture went through it. Jesus Himself, after His baptism and the Father's public affirmation, was immediately led by the Spirit into the wilderness. 40 days of fasting, testing, and spiritual warfare. Why? Because the anointing attracts opposition. The calling comes with conflict, and you need to know who you are and whose you are before you step into your assignment. Right now, some of you are in wilderness seasons, and you think God has forgotten you. You think you missed it somewhere. You're watching others get promoted while you're still in obscurity. Let me tell you something, God hasn't forgotten you. He's preparing you. He's doing a deep work that cannot be done in the spotlight. He's building character that can carry the anointing. He's developing integrity that can sustain influence. And let me tell you something that will shift your perspective completely. God is protecting you from premature exposure. See, the enemy doesn't attack potential, he attacks manifestation. The devil doesn't war against what's hidden, he wars against what's revealed. Right now, while you're in this season of obscurity, you're actually in the safest place you could possibly be. You're under divine protection because you haven't yet become a visible target. Think about David again. When he was in the fields with the sheep, Saul didn't know his name. The Philistines didn't consider him a threat. He was developing the warrior mentality, killing lions and bears, but nobody was watching. Nobody was threatened. But the moment he stepped onto that battlefield and defeated Goliath, everything changed. Suddenly he had enemies he didn't even know existed. Suddenly King Saul, who should have celebrated him, became jealous and tried to kill him. Your hiddenness is not punishment, it's preparation and protection. God is getting you ready before he puts you on display. He's strengthening your character before he amplifies your voice. He's establishing your foundation before he increases your platform. Because once you step into the fullness of your purpose, the attacks will intensify, the criticism will multiply, the opposition will organize against you. That's why this season matters so much. You're building spiritual muscles in private that you're going to need in public. You're developing prayer habits that will sustain you when the pressure increases. You're learning to hear God's voice in the silence so you won't lose your way in the noise. You're establishing your identity in him so that when the world tries to define you, you already know who you are. I need you to understand God never wastes a season. Every delay has a purpose. Every waiting period has a curriculum. Every hidden moment has a lesson that you cannot learn anywhere else. What you're gaining right now in obscurity is more valuable than anything success could give you tomorrow. You're gaining intimacy with God. You're gaining self-awareness. You're gaining the kind of wisdom that only comes through patient endurance. You see, waiting is the refining fire that burns away our impatience, our anxiety, our need to control everything. And what remains after that fire? Pure gold, refined character, a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. I've watched this transformation happen over and over again. I've seen people who were broken by their circumstances become builders of others. I've seen people who couldn't see past their pain become visionaries who inspire thousands. But here's what they all had in common. They didn't just wait passively, they waited actively. They waited with purpose. Let me explain what I mean by active waiting. This isn't about sitting on your couch eating chips and saying, well, I'm waiting on God. No, active waiting means you're preparing yourself while you're waiting. You're sharpening your skills. You're expanding your knowledge. You're building your character. You're working on your weaknesses. You're strengthening your relationships. Think about a farmer. When a farmer plants seeds, he doesn't just walk away and say, okay, I'm waiting for harvest now. No, while he's waiting for those seeds to grow, he's watering the ground. He's pulling weeds. He's protecting the crop from pests. He's preparing his equipment for harvest time. He's making sure everything is ready when that harvest day comes. That's active waiting. You're working while you're waiting. You're growing while you're going through it. You're becoming while you're believing. And here's something else I need you to understand. The waiting period is where God prepares the place while he's preparing the person. You see, sometimes your dream is ready, but you're not ready for your dream. Sometimes the door is ready to open, but you're not ready to walk through that door. Sometimes the opportunity is ready to present itself, but you're not ready to handle that opportunity. So God makes you wait not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because if you get what you want before you're ready for it, it will destroy you. I've seen it happen. I've seen people get their breakthrough before they had the character to sustain it, and they lost everything. I've seen people get the position before they had the maturity to handle it, and it ruined them. The waiting isn't wasting your time. The waiting is making sure that when you get there, you can stay there. You see, preparation time is never lost time. Every season you go through, every test you face, every moment when you feel invisible, it's all adding to your capacity. God is more interested in who you're becoming than what you're achieving. The world celebrates achievement, but heaven celebrates transformation. Think about Joseph in prison. Nobody was watching him there. There were no cameras, no audiences, no recognition. But watch what he did. He served faithfully. He interpreted dreams for the butler and the baker, not because there was anything in it for him, but because that's who he had become. Excellence had become his character, not just his performance. And here's what most people miss. The butler forgot about Joseph. For 2 more years, Joseph stayed in that prison after helping that man. 2 more years of waiting. 2 more years of wondering if God had forgotten about him. But those 2 years weren't wasted. Those 2 years were the final polish, the last refinement before the palace. I want you to understand something powerful today. Your current obscurity is not an accident, it's an incubator. The anonymity you're experiencing right now, that place where it feels like nobody knows your name, nobody sees your gift, nobody recognizes your potential, that's not a problem to solve. That's a classroom to graduate from. Because when Pharaoh finally called for Joseph, he didn't send him to training school first. He didn't say, let's give him a few months to prepare. No. Joseph went from the prison to the palace in 1 day, from the pit to the platform in a single moment. Why? Because the preparation had already happened in the places nobody was watching. You cannot rush readiness. You can fake competence, but you cannot fake character. You can manipulate your way into a position, but you cannot manipulate your way into staying power. The weight of the assignment God has for you requires a foundation that can only be built in the wilderness, in the waiting, in the seasons when you're faithful with what seems like nothing. And I want you to understand something today. God is more interested in who you are becoming than what you are doing, because who you are will determine what you can sustain. Your character is the container for your calling. If the container is flawed, cracked, compromised, it doesn't matter how much anointing God pours into it, it will leak out. It will not hold. This is why some people explode onto the scene with incredible talent, massive platforms, enormous influence, and within a few years they've imploded. It wasn't that they lacked ability, they lacked character. The vessel couldn't contain what God was trying to do through them. And here's the tragedy: when character fails, it doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone connected to your assignment. Every person who was supposed to be blessed by what God placed in you now suffers because you didn't allow him to complete the work in you before you rushed into the work for him. Listen to me carefully. Your private life will always eventually become your public reality. What you do in secret will manifest in the open. The person you are when nobody's watching is the person who will show up when everybody is. You cannot compartmentalize character. You cannot be one person at home and another person on the platform. You cannot abuse people in private and then expect God to bless you in public. It doesn't work that way. I've watched leaders fall, and people always say, I never saw it coming. But the truth is, the signs were there. The compromise was there. The pride was there. The shortcuts were there. The unwillingness to be corrected was there. The resistance to accountability was there. Character doesn't collapse overnight. It erodes slowly, quietly, in the small decisions you make when you think nobody's looking, when you think it doesn't matter, when you convince yourself that the rules don't apply to you. And this is where humility becomes your greatest asset. Pride says, I've arrived. Humility says, I'm still being prepared. Pride says, I deserve this now. Humility says, I'll wait for God's timing. Pride says, I don't need anyone to speak into my life. Humility says, correct me, sharpen me, keep me accountable. And here's the truth that will set you free. Humility doesn't weaken your leadership, it strengthens it. Humility doesn't diminish your influence, it deepens it. Because people don't follow perfection, they follow authenticity. They follow leaders who are secure enough to say I was wrong, wise enough to say I need help, and courageous enough to say I'm still learning. I've watched leaders sabotage their own destinies because they couldn't humble themselves to receive correction. They surrounded themselves with yes men instead of truth tellers. They interpreted every challenge as an attack and every suggestion as a threat. And slowly, imperceptibly, they became unteachable. And when you become unteachable, you become unusable in God's hands. Let me tell you something that might sting a little. Your potential doesn't guarantee your promotion. Your gift doesn't guarantee your elevation. God is looking for character that can carry the weight of what He wants to give you. He's looking for integrity that won't crack under pressure. He's looking for humility that will give Him glory when the blessing comes. This is why some of you have been in the wilderness longer than you expected. It's not punishment, it's preparation. God isn't withholding from you. He's working in you. He's developing the internal capacity to manage the external responsibility. He's building character strong enough to sustain the calling He's placed on your life. And I need you to understand this. The wilderness is not wasted time. Every test in the wilderness is preparing you for a testimony in the palace. Every rejection is teaching you not to build your identity on human approval. Every delay is developing patience you'll need when you're managing people. Every disappointment is deepening the compassion you'll need when you're leading the broken. Joseph didn't waste 13 years. He was being refined. Moses didn't waste 40 years in the desert. He was being repositioned. David didn't waste years running from Saul. He was being molded. Jesus didn't waste 30 years in obscurity. He was being prepared for 3 years of world-changing ministry. Your waiting season is your training season. And what you do in private during the process determines what God can trust you with in public at the palace. Now let me share something that revolutionized my understanding of waiting. I discovered that God doesn't just prepare you during the wilderness, He protects you there. The palace would have destroyed Joseph prematurely. Can you imagine a 17-year-old dreamer with a coat of many colors sitting on Pharaoh's throne? He would have been insufferable. He would have used power to prove his brothers wrong instead of using wisdom to save nations. The wilderness wasn't punishment. It was protection. I've watched this pattern repeat itself countless times. Young preachers who want the platform before they've developed character. Entrepreneurs who want the empire before they've learned integrity. Leaders who want the title before they've earned the trust. And when they get promoted prematurely, it destroys them. Because promotion without preparation leads to frustration, and elevation without foundation leads to devastation. You see, God is not just interested in your success, He's committed to your sustainability. He's building something in you that can last for generations. And that kind of construction takes time. You don't microwave a monument. You don't rush a masterpiece. Think about how gold is refined. The goldsmith doesn't just wave a wand and purify the metal. He applies intense heat and watches carefully as the impurities rise to the surface. He skims them off, then applies heat again. He repeats this process until he can see his own reflection in the gold. That's when he knows it's pure. God is doing the same thing in your waiting season. Every delay is revealing something. Every disappointment is bringing impurities to the surface. Every season of pressure is purifying your motives, clarifying your calling, and preparing you for the weight of what's coming. And He won't stop the process until He can see His own reflection in you. So when you feel the heat, don't run from the refiner's fire. Don't interpret intensity as rejection. That pressure is proof that you contain something precious. God doesn't waste the refining process on fool's gold. He only refines what has genuine value. And here's what many people miss. The wilderness doesn't just change what you can do, it transforms who you are. Joseph didn't just learn management skills in Potiphar's house and prison administration in the dungeon. He was being fundamentally transformed from the inside out. The wilderness strips away the false identities you've constructed. It peels back the layers of who you thought you were based on your environment, your family's expectations, your social status. Joseph went in as the favored son, wearing a coat of many colors. But in the wilderness, that coat was gone. The favor of his father meant nothing. The dreams that once defined him seemed like distant, mocking memories. And in that stripping away, something remarkable happens. You discover who you really are beneath all the external validation. You find the core of your character that doesn't depend on applause, position, or comfort. The wilderness asks you one fundamental question. Who are you when everything is taken away? This is where most people break. Because we've built our entire identity on what we do, what we have, or what people think of us. Take those things away, and we collapse. We have no center, no core. But the wilderness is designed to give you something that success never could, an identity that cannot be shaken. Joseph emerged from that wilderness knowing exactly who he was. Not because of a title, not because of a dream he had as a teenager, but because he had been tested at the deepest levels and discovered that his character could withstand the pressure. He learned that his integrity wasn't situational. It wasn't something he practiced when people were watching or when it benefited him. It was who he was, period. You see, Potiphar's wife didn't just test Joseph's morality. She tested his identity. She was essentially asking him, will you compromise who you are for what you want? Will you trade your future for a moment? Will you sacrifice your assignment for temporary pleasure? And Joseph's response revealed that the wilderness had done its work. He knew who he was. He knew whose he was. And nothing, not seduction, not opportunity, not even the guarantee of imprisonment could make him violate that core identity. This is what the wilderness does. It develops in you an unshakable sense of self that isn't dependent on circumstances. It creates a person who cannot be bought, cannot be seduced, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be deterred. Because your identity isn't tied to what's happening around you, it's anchored in what's been built inside you. This is why you need to understand that self-discipline is the pathway to freedom, not restriction. The world has sold you a lie. They've convinced you that discipline is bondage, that structure is imprisonment, that commitment is limitation. But that's backwards, complete backwards. Let me show you what I mean. Look at the musician who never practiced discipline with their instrument. Are they free to play whatever they want? No. They're imprisoned by their lack of skill. They're limited by their undeveloped ability. They're bound by what they never invested the time to master. But the musician who spent 10,000 hours practicing scales, learning theory, training their fingers until discipline became second nature, that person is free. Free to improvise, free to create, free to express whatever's in their soul, because the discipline created capacity that the undisciplined will never know. You want to be free financially? Then you need the discipline to save when you want to spend, to invest when you want to consume, to delay gratification when everything in you wants it now. The discipline creates the freedom. The structure creates the space. The commitment creates the options. You want freedom in your relationships? Then you need the discipline of communication, the structure of honesty, the commitment to work through conflict instead of running. People think freedom means doing whatever you feel in the moment. That's not freedom. That's slavery to impulse. That's being controlled by whatever emotion has you in its grip right now. Real freedom is when you've disciplined yourself to the point where you can choose your response instead of being jerked around by your reactions. That's power. That's liberty. That's what it means to be truly free. And here's what most people miss. Self-discipline compounds. Every time you do what you said you would do, even when you don't feel like it, you're making a deposit. You're building equity in yourself. You're creating a track record that your own mind can trust. Because here's the truth, most people don't trust themselves. They've made too many promises to themselves that they didn't keep. They've set too many goals they didn't pursue. They've started too many things they didn't finish. And now their own mind doesn't believe them anymore. This is why some people can't even get excited about their own dreams anymore. When they think about doing something new, there's a voice in the back of their mind that says, yeah, right. Like all the other times, their own subconscious has become their biggest critic. Their mind has logged every broken promise, every abandoned project, every half-hearted attempt, and now it's using that data against them. And you know what's tragic? Most people don't even realize this is happening. They just think they've lost their motivation. They think they've lost their passion. They think maybe they're just getting older, more realistic, more practical. No, what they've lost is their self-trust. And once you lose that, everything else becomes harder. I'm telling you, your relationship with yourself is the most important relationship you will ever have. If you can't trust yourself, you can't trust your own decisions. If you can't trust your own decisions, you second-guess everything. If you second-guess everything, you end up paralyzed, watching other people live the life you dreamed about. So how do you rebuild this trust? How do you convince your mind that this time is different? You start small. You start with promises you can keep. Don't tell yourself you're going to transform your entire life overnight. Don't commit to running a marathon when you haven't run in 10 years. Start with something simple, something achievable. Maybe it's just, I'm going to walk for 15 minutes today. And then you do it. No excuses, no negotiations. You just do it. And tomorrow, you do it again. And the day after that, you do it again. What you're doing is sending a message to your subconscious. You're saying, I am a person who does what I say I'm going to do. You're collecting evidence that you can trust yourself again. You're building a new pattern, one kept promise at a time. This is not about willpower. This is about integrity, integrity with yourself. And here's what most people miss. Integrity isn't just about the big things. Integrity is about everything. It's about being on time when you said you'd be on time. It's about finishing the book you said you'd finish. It's about going to bed when you said you'd go to bed. Every small commitment you keep is a deposit in your self-trust account. Every small commitment you break is a withdrawal. And right now, some of you are overdrawn. You know what happens when you're overdrawn? The fees compound. The interest accumulates. And pretty soon you're not just broke, you're in debt to yourself. You can't make a significant commitment because you haven't honored the insignificant ones. You can't be trusted with much because you haven't been faithful with little. I've watched people make grandiose New Year's resolutions. This year I'm going to transform my entire life. And by January 15th, they're back to the same patterns. Why? Because they tried to make $1 million commitment with a $10 discipline account. You cannot write checks. Your character cannot cash. Let me tell you what builds character. Repetition. Not inspiration. Not motivation. Repetition. You want to know why that athlete is disciplined? Because they've done the same boring warm-up routine 10,000 times. You want to know why that musician is excellent? Because they've practiced scales until their fingers moved without thinking. You want to know why that person keeps their word? Because they've kept small promises so many times that integrity became their default setting. The truth is, your future self is being formed by your present habits. Every time you hit snooze, you're training yourself to ignore your own authority. Every time you say, I'll start tomorrow, you're teaching yourself that your words are meaningless. Every time you quit when it gets uncomfortable, you're programming yourself for failure. But here's the beautiful part. Every time you do the thing you said you'd do, even when you don't feel like it, you're becoming someone different. You're not just completing a task, you're transforming your identity. You're moving from someone who talks about discipline to someone who is disciplined. And there's a universe of difference between those two people. I need you to understand something. Discipline doesn't feel like discipline after a while. It feels like freedom. Right now it feels like restriction. It feels like sacrifice. It feels like you're being robbed of pleasure. But that's because you're still operating with an undisciplined mind that equates freedom with doing whatever you feel like doing. That's not freedom. That's slavery to your impulses. True freedom is having the power to choose your actions regardless of your feelings. It's being able to say, I don't feel like exercising, but I'm going to do it anyway because I am committed to my health. That's power. That's liberation. You see, most people never experience this level of freedom because they've surrendered their will to their emotions. They wake up and ask themselves, how do I feel today? And whatever answer they get determines their entire day. If they feel motivated, they work. If they feel discouraged, they quit. If they feel offended, they lash out. They've become slaves to the tyranny of feelings. But here's what I want you to understand. Your feelings are meant to serve you, not rule you. They're indicators, not dictators. Think of your emotions like the dashboard lights in your car. When the fuel light comes on, it's giving you information. It's telling you that you need gas. But imagine if that fuel light could control your steering wheel. Imagine if that little light could force you to turn left when you need to go right, or make you stop when you need to keep moving. That would be absurd, wouldn't it? Yet that's exactly what we do when we let our feelings control our decisions. The tragedy is that we've been conditioned to believe that authenticity means always following our feelings. We say things like, I'm just being true to myself, or I have to honor my emotions. And while there's truth in acknowledging your feelings, there's danger in obeying them without question. Because your feelings can lie to you. Your feelings can tell you that you're not capable when you absolutely are. Your feelings can tell you to give up when you're one step away from breakthrough. Your feelings can convince you that temporary pain isn't worth permanent gain. I've watched countless people sabotage their own destinies because they trusted their feelings more than their purpose. They felt like ending the marriage, so they walked away from a covenant. They felt like the business was too hard, so they quit 3 months before the breakthrough. They felt discouraged by criticism, so they abandoned the very calling that God placed in their heart. Feelings are not facts. Let me say that again, because it is one of the most liberating truths you will ever embrace. Feelings are not facts. They are signals, they are indicators, but they are not the truth. You can feel like a failure and still be on the path to extraordinary success. You can feel unloved and still be deeply cherished by God and others. You can feel weak and still be stronger than you have ever been. This is why the Bible constantly tells us to walk by faith and not by sight. Because sight is limited to what you can see, and feelings are limited to what you currently perceive. But faith connects you to a reality that transcends your momentary emotional state. Faith anchors you to truth when feelings try to pull you into deception. I have seen people with tears streaming down their faces, feeling absolutely defeated, who were actually standing on the edge of their greatest victory. The enemy knows this. That is why he floods you with negative feelings right before your breakthrough. He magnifies your emotions because he knows if he can get you to make a decision based on how you feel in that moment, he can steal what God has prepared for you. Now, let me be very clear. I am not saying you should ignore your feelings or pretend they do not exist. That would be foolish and emotionally unhealthy. Feelings are real and they matter. They provide valuable information about what is happening inside you. But here is the key. Acknowledge your feelings without being controlled by them. Feel your emotions without letting them dictate your decisions. It is the difference between saying I feel discouraged and saying I am a failure. One is an honest acknowledgement of a temporary emotional state. The other is an identity statement that hands control of your life over to a fleeting feeling. You can say, right now I feel afraid, without concluding, therefore, I should quit. You have the power to separate what you feel from what you do. This is emotional intelligence. This is maturity. This is the mark of someone who has decided that their purpose is more important than their comfort, that their calling is more valuable than their convenience, that their destiny is worth more than their temporary discomfort. And let me tell you something that will revolutionize how you see yourself in your journey. When you operate from this place of emotional maturity, when you refuse to let your feelings dictate your direction, something supernatural begins to happen in your life. You start attracting different kinds of opportunities. You start drawing different kinds of people into your orbit. You start experiencing different kinds of outcomes. Because here's what most people don't realize. The universe, life, God, whatever you want to call it, responds to the energy you emit. When you're constantly reactive, constantly defensive, constantly operating from a place of emotional instability, you're sending out a signal that says, I'm not ready. I'm not prepared. I can't handle what I'm asking for. But when you demonstrate emotional maturity, when you show that you can be trusted with disappointment, trusted with delay, trusted with difficulty, you're sending out a different signal. You're saying, I'm ready for the next level. I can handle greater responsibility. I can steward bigger opportunities. I can manage more significant assignments. Think about it in practical terms. Who do you trust with your most important projects? The person who falls apart when things get difficult, or the person who stays steady when the pressure increases? Who do you promote to leadership? The individual who becomes emotional and irrational when challenged, or the one who remains composed and solution-focused regardless of circumstances? You see, emotional maturity isn't just about feeling better, it's about positioning yourself for the future you say you want. It's about becoming the kind of person who can handle the weight of their own dreams. Because your dreams have weight. Your vision has requirements. Your destiny demands a version of you that doesn't yet exist. And the only way to become that person is through this process. Through learning to separate your emotions from your identity, through practicing response instead of reaction, through choosing purpose over feelings again and again and again until it becomes who you are. This is the secret that separates those who merely dream from those who actually achieve. This is what distinguishes the talkers from the walkers, the wishers from the doers, the victims from the victors. You have to decide right now, are my feelings going to run my life, or is my purpose going to run my life? Because I promise you, your feelings will volunteer for the job every single day. They'll show up uninvited, unannounced, with an agenda that has nothing to do with your destiny. Your feelings will tell you that you're too tired when opportunity knocks. Your feelings will convince you that you deserve a break when discipline demands your attention. Your feelings will whisper that you've done enough when your purpose is screaming that you've barely begun. And here's what most people don't understand. Your feelings are not trying to destroy you. They're actually trying to protect you. That's their job. Your emotional system was designed to keep you safe, to keep you comfortable, to keep you away from pain and toward pleasure. It's a survival mechanism that served our ancestors well when they were running from predators in the wilderness. But you're not running from lions anymore. You're running toward a vision that most people will never have the courage to chase. And that same emotional system that once protected you from physical danger is now protecting you from the very discomfort that could transform your life. It's keeping you safe from rejection, safe from failure, safe from criticism, safe from the unknown. And in doing so, it's keeping you safe from your greatness. This is why you cannot afford to be emotionally driven. This is why you must become purpose-driven, because purpose will ask you to do what's uncomfortable. Purpose will demand that you step into spaces where you feel inadequate. Purpose will require you to have conversations that make your heart race and your palms sweat. Purpose will insist that you show up when every fiber of your being wants to hide. I'm talking to someone right now who's been waiting to feel ready. You've been waiting to feel confident before you start. You've been waiting to feel motivated before you move. You've been waiting to feel inspired before you act. And while you've been waiting for your feelings to cooperate, years have passed. Opportunities have evaporated, doors have closed, and your purpose has been sitting in the waiting room of your life, wondering when you're finally going to invite it in. Let me tell you something that will change everything. You don't have to feel like it to do it. You don't have to feel confident to act confident. You don't have to feel brave to do brave things. You don't have to feel ready to get started. Because here's the truth that high achievers understand. Action creates feeling, not the other way around. You want to feel confident? Start acting with confidence. You want to feel motivated? Start moving toward your goals. You want to feel like a leader? Start making decisions like one. The feeling follows the action, not the other way around. This is why waiting to feel like it is such a dangerous trap. Because if you wait until you feel like it, you might wait your entire life. Feelings are unreliable. Feelings fluctuate. Feelings change with the weather, with your sleep schedule, with what you ate for breakfast. But your purpose, your calling, your destiny, those don't change based on how you feel on a Tuesday morning. So stop asking yourself, do I feel like doing this? And start asking yourself, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? If the answer is yes, then do it, regardless of how you feel. Because here's what happens when you consistently take action despite your feelings. Eventually, your feelings catch up. Eventually, you start to feel like the person you've been acting like all along. This is the discipline of emotional mastery. It's not about suppressing your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about refusing to let them dictate your behavior. It's about saying, I hear you, fear. I acknowledge you, doubt. But you're not in charge here. My purpose is in charge. My calling is in charge. And today, we're moving forward. Let me give you a practical example. Think about the last time you didn't want to go to the gym, but you went anyway. You felt tired. You felt unmotivated. You felt like staying on the couch. But you went. And what happened? Halfway through your workout, you started feeling energized. By the end, you felt accomplished. You felt strong. You felt glad you went. That's action creating feeling. That's proof that your emotions follow your behavior, not the other way around. And what's true for the gym is true for every area of your life. You don't feel your way into right action. You act your way into right feeling. So today, I want you to identify one thing you've been avoiding because you don't feel like doing it. Maybe it's that difficult conversation. Maybe it's starting that business. Maybe it's ending that toxic relationship. Maybe it's applying for that position. Whatever it is, I want you to do it anyway. Not because you feel ready, but because it's aligned with where you're going. Because waiting for perfect conditions is just another form of procrastination. And procrastination is just fear wearing a disguise. You see, every giant you face in life comes with a gift. Every obstacle carries within it a seed of equivalent or greater opportunity. But you'll never discover that gift if you run from the giant. You'll never find that opportunity if you avoid the challenge. David didn't just defeat Goliath, he gained a kingdom. The very battle that everyone else feared became the doorway to his destiny. But here's what most people miss. David had already been fighting battles in private. He'd killed the lion. He'd killed the bear. He'd been faithful in the wilderness where nobody was watching. That's the pattern. Your public victory is always preceded by private preparation. Your breakthrough moment is always built on hidden faithfulness. And right now, wherever you are, whatever you're facing, you're in preparation. This season isn't punishment. It's not a delay. It's development. God is preparing you for something bigger than what you're currently asking for. He's building capacity in you for a blessing that would crush you if you received it prematurely. Stop despising the process. Stop resenting the pressure. The pressure is not trying to break you, it's trying to prepare you. Diamonds aren't formed in comfortable conditions. They are formed under pressure. Gold isn't purified by gentle treatment. It's refined by fire. And you, my friend, you are being refined right now. You are being prepared. Every setback is a setup. Every delay is developing something in you that you're going to need for where you're going. So here's my final word to you. Don't quit. Don't give up. Don't let temporary circumstances convince you to abandon permanent purpose. You are closer than you think. The breakthrough you've been praying for is on the other side of the next decision you make. Will you give up or will you get up? Will you retreat or will you rise? The choice has always been yours. The power has always been within you. The question is, will you use it? Your time is now. Your moment is here. Your destiny is waiting. Now go claim it. You know, there's something God whispers to your body before he ever speaks to your mind. Listen to me carefully. Have you ever walked into a room, stood next to someone you've known for years, maybe even someone you love, and felt your energy just drain away like water through your fingers? I'm talking about that inexplicable heaviness that settles on your chest. That sudden exhaustion that makes no medical sense. You were fine 5 minutes ago, vibrant and full of life, and now you can barely keep your eyes open. Your shoulders sag. Your spirit feels like it's being compressed. And you tell yourself you're just tired. You tell yourself you didn't sleep well. You tell yourself it's stress from work or the weather changing, or maybe you're coming down with something. But deep in your spirit, in that place where truth lives before words can dress it up or dress it down, you know something else is happening. God is speaking, not with words, not with thunder from heaven, but with the language your body understands. With the vocabulary of your nervous system, with the grammar of your spirit. And what he's saying is this: pay attention. Something is wrong here. This connection is toxic. This relationship is costing you more than you can afford to pay. I need you to understand something right now, before we go any further. This isn't superstition. This isn't me telling you to become paranoid about everyone around you. This is about learning to read the signs that your Creator built into your very design. You see, God doesn't just speak through burning bushes and prophetic dreams. He speaks through the wisdom of your body, through the intelligence of your emotions, through that inner alarm system that starts ringing when danger is near, even when that danger wears a familiar face and calls you by name. I've spent decades studying human purpose, studying how God designed us to function, studying the patterns of healthy relationships and toxic ones. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that your body never lies. Your mind can be deceived. Your heart can be manipulated. Your emotions can be played like a violin by someone who knows exactly which strings to pull. But your body, that physical temple that houses your spirit, it tells you the truth every single time. The problem is we've stopped listening. We've been trained to ignore it. We've been conditioned to override what we feel in favor of what we think we should feel. Let me take you back to a moment in my own life that changed everything I understood about relationships and energy and divine warning systems. I was younger then, building my ministry, passionate about changing the world, full of fire and vision. There was a man, I'll call him Marcus, though that wasn't his real name. Marcus came into my life during a season when I needed help. He was talented, articulate, shared my vision, or so it seemed. On paper, he was the perfect addition to the team. He said all the right things. He knew all the right scriptures. He could pray prayers that would make angels weep. But every single time I met with Marcus, something strange happened. I would go into the meeting energized, ready to plan, ready to build, ready to create. 2 hours later, I would walk out feeling like I'd run a marathon through mud. My wife noticed it first. She said, "What's wrong? You look exhausted." And I couldn't explain it. The meetings weren't even particularly difficult. We weren't arguing. We were just talking, planning, discussing the minutes. But I would come home and need to sleep for hours. I would wake up the next morning still feeling drained. And here's the thing that should have alarmed me immediately. I started dreading our meetings. Not because of any concrete reason I could point to, but because some part of me knew what was coming. That feeling, that draining sensation, that heaviness. Now my mind tried to rationalize it. I told myself I was working too hard. I told myself I needed to exercise more, eat better, take vitamins. I created elaborate explanations for why I felt this way. Because the alternative, admitting that this person I had welcomed into my inner circle was somehow draining the very life from me that seemed too bizarre, too spiritual, too weird to acknowledge. It took 6 months before I finally paid attention to what God was showing me through my body's response. 6 months of progressive exhaustion. 6 months of that warning system ringing louder and louder until I couldn't ignore it anymore. And when I finally did the difficult work of examining that relationship closely, when I finally looked past the words to the patterns, past the promises to the actions, past the appearance to the reality, I discovered something that shook me. Marcus wasn't who he claimed to be. The support he offered came with invisible strings attached. The encouragement he gave was laced with subtle manipulation. The partnership he proposed was actually a slow takeover disguised as collaboration. He was one of those people who feed on other people's energy, who derive their sense of power from diminishing others, who build themselves up by slowly tearing others down in ways so subtle you can't quite name what's happening. But my body knew. My body was screaming the truth while my mind was still trying to be polite, to be understanding, to be Christian, to give the benefit of the doubt. My spirit was sending up flares while my theology was telling me to be more patient, more forgiving, more accommodating. When I finally created distance from that relationship, the change was immediate and undeniable. Within days, my energy returned. That heaviness lifted. The dread disappeared. It was like someone had removed a weight from my chest that I'd become so accustomed to carrying. I'd forgotten what it felt like to breathe freely. And that's when I began to really study this phenomenon. That's when I started paying attention to the patterns. That's when I realized that God, in His infinite wisdom, has given us a built-in warning system more sophisticated than any security alarm ever invented. But we have to learn how to read it. We have to give ourselves permission to trust it. We have to stop apologizing for what our body is telling us about the people in our lives. Now let me be very clear about something crucial. This isn't about judging people. This isn't about deciding who's good or bad, worthy or unworthy. Every person on this planet is made in God's image and has inherent worth and dignity. But that doesn't mean every person belongs in your inner circle. That doesn't mean everyone deserves access to your energy, your time, your heart, your vision, your peace. You see, there's a difference between loving people and letting them drain you. There's a difference between being compassionate and being a feeding station for emotional vampires. There's a difference between healthy relationships that sometimes require effort and toxic connections that consistently leave you depleted. God is not asking you to be a doormat. He's not asking you to sacrifice your well-being on the altar of other people's dysfunction. He's not asking you to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. In fact, He's doing the exact opposite. He's trying to protect you. He's trying to guide you. He's trying to show you who belongs in your life and who doesn't, who supports your purpose and who sabotages it, who adds to your capacity and who drains it. Think about Jesus for a moment. Jesus, the ultimate expression of love and compassion. Even Jesus withdrew from crowds. Even Jesus limited who had access to Him. Even Jesus recognized that some people would take and never give back, would demand and never be satisfied, would drain and never be filled. He loved everyone, but He didn't allow everyone into His inner circle. He had the 12. He had the 3. He had the 1. Levels of access based on levels of trust, maturity, and alignment. If Jesus, who was God in flesh, set boundaries around His time and energy, what makes you think you don't need to? If Jesus, who could speak worlds into existence, recognized the importance of protecting His peace, why do you feel guilty about doing the same? Here's what I've learned. That drained feeling you get around certain people is not your weakness. It's not your problem to fix. It's not evidence that you're not spiritual enough or strong enough or mature enough. It's divine intelligence. It's spiritual discernment operating through your physical body. It's God's way of saying, this isn't right. This isn't healthy. This isn't what I designed relationship to feel like. Healthy relationships energize you, even when they're challenging. Even when you're working through conflict, even when you're having difficult conversations, healthy relationships leave you feeling more yourself, not less. They expand your capacity. They don't shrink it. They add to your life force. They don't subtract from it. But toxic relationships, relationships with people who are operating from unhealed wounds, from hidden agendas, from deep insecurity, from manipulative patterns, those relationships will drain you every single time. And it doesn't matter how much you pray about it. It doesn't matter how much you try to fix it. It doesn't matter how spiritual you are. The drain will continue until you recognize what God is showing you and take action to protect yourself. Now I want to go deeper into this because I know some of you are sitting there thinking about specific people in your life right now. You're thinking about your mother or your sister or your best friend from college or your coworker or maybe even your spouse. And you're feeling that familiar heaviness just thinking about them. That's not condemnation. That's information. That's your body giving you data. And data is neutral. It's what you do with the data that matters. Let me share something with you that changed my entire understanding of relationships. I discovered that there are different types of energy drains, and understanding which type you're dealing with helps you know how to respond. First, there are the unconscious drainers. These are people who don't even realize what they're doing. They're so consumed by their own pain, their own problems, their own unprocessed trauma, that they've become like black holes. Everything gets pulled toward their crisis. Every conversation becomes about their drama. Every interaction requires you to show up as counselor, savior, parent, or therapist. They're not trying to hurt you. They're just drowning, and drowning people will pull down anyone who comes close enough. They need help, but you're not qualified to be their rescue. And trying to be will do. Then there are the intentional drainers. These are more dangerous because there's awareness behind their actions. These are the manipulators, the controllers, the narcissists, the people who have learned that they can feel powerful by making others feel weak. They study you to find your vulnerabilities. They learn what makes you feel guilty so they can weaponize that guilt. They discover what you value so they can threaten to withdraw it. They figure out what you fear so they can keep you afraid. These people drain you strategically, systematically, and without remorse. And then there are the misaligned drainers. These are actually good people, but they're on a different path than you. They have a different calling, a different purpose, a different frequency. It's like trying to run software designed for Mac on a PC. Nothing's wrong with either system, they're just not compatible. You can love these people from a distance, but up close, the misalignment creates friction, and friction creates heat, and heat creates exhaustion. Understanding which type you're dealing with helps you know what to do. With unconscious drainers, you can set loving boundaries while encouraging them to get professional help. With intentional drainers, you need to create distance and protect yourself, sometimes permanently. With misaligned drainers, you can honor the season you had together while releasing the expectation of forced connection. But here's the key. In all three cases, your body will tell you the truth long before your mind accepts it. That drained feeling is the alarm. Don't ignore the alarm. I want you to understand the science behind what's happening, because some of you need the logical explanation alongside the spiritual one. When you're around certain people, your nervous system responds. If that person carries anxiety, your nervous system picks it up and mirrors it. If they carry aggression, even suppressed aggression, your body goes into defense mode. If they carry manipulation, your subconscious detects the incongruence between their words and their energy, and that creates stress in your system. Your body is constantly scanning the environment for safety. It's called neuroception, this process that happens below conscious awareness where your nervous system is asking, am I safe right now? When you're around healthy people, people who are genuine, people who operate with integrity, people who have good intentions toward you, your nervous system says, we're safe, we can relax, we can be open, we can be ourselves. And that actually creates energy. Connection with safe people is energizing. But when you're around unsafe people, even if they're smiling at you, even if they're saying kind words, even if they appear friendly, your nervous system detects the threat. Maybe it's in their tone. Maybe it's in their micro expressions. Maybe it's in the energy they carry. But your body knows. And when your body perceives threat, it activates stress responses. And stress responses consume massive amounts of energy. That's why you feel drained. Your body is working overtime to protect you from a threat your mind hasn't consciously identified yet. You're running internal security protocols that burn through your reserves like a furnace consuming coal in winter. And here's what most people miss. This isn't weakness. This is your nervous system doing exactly what it was designed to do. When your ancestors encountered danger in the wilderness, their bodies didn't wait for conscious analysis. The moment something felt off, cortisol flooded their system, muscles tensed, digestion stopped, and every available redirected towards survival. That mechanism saved lives. But we're no longer running from predators. We're sitting in office chairs, scrolling through phones, attending family dinners. Yet our bodies can't distinguish between a lion in the grass and a passive-aggressive comment from someone we trusted. The threat detection system activates the same way. Your body mobilizes for battle when there's nothing physical to fight. So you carry this tension in your shoulders. You clench your jaw without realizing it. Your stomach tightens before certain phone calls. You develop headaches that appear without medical explanation. These aren't random symptoms, they're the physical translation of unspoken psychological realities. And let me tell you something that will shift your entire perspective. The people who hurt you don't carry this weight. They sleep peacefully while you lie awake replaying conversations. They've moved on while you're still trying to make sense of what happened. This asymmetry isn't fair, but it's instructive. It tells you that healing isn't about waiting for them to acknowledge what they did. It's about you recognizing that your body is holding a story your mind hasn't fully processed. Somewhere in your system there's unfinished business, an unexpressed scream, a boundary that was violated but never defended, a truth you witnessed but were told to ignore. Your subconscious keeps the score. It remembers the birthday they forgot, the promise they broke, the time they chose someone else's comfort over your dignity. It catalogs every moment your conscious mind tried to excuse or minimize, and it communicates through the only language it has: sensation, emotion, and physical response. This is why you can't think your way out of toxic relationships. You can understand every psychological principle, read every self-help book, and still feel that knot in your stomach when their name appears on your phone. Because the body holds wisdom the intellect hasn't caught up to yet. Your nervous system is more honest than your hopes. It's the part of you that tenses up before your mind admits something's wrong. The part that loses sleep while your heart still makes excuses. The part that stops feeling hungry, that can't focus, that jumps at notifications, your body staging an intervention your mind refuses to attend. I've watched people ignore these signals for years. And you know what happens? The body turns up the volume. What started as subtle unease becomes chronic anxiety. That occasional stomach pain becomes IBS. That tension becomes migraine. That restlessness becomes insomnia. Your body will not be silenced indefinitely. This is the compassion of your biology. It loves you too much to let you destroy yourself in peace. And here's what most relationship advice completely misses. You cannot heal what you won't feel. You cannot process what you keep explaining away. The mind is brilliant at rationalization, but the body demands truth. This is why people break down in therapy. Not because the therapist said something revolutionary, but because they finally allowed their body to speak. Tears they've been holding for months. Rage they've been calling frustration. Fear they've been rebranding as commitment. The body doesn't lie. It can't. It doesn't know how to spin narratives or protect egos or maintain images. It just responds to reality. When you're unsafe, it mobilizes. When you're trapped, it screams. When you're betrayed, it remembers even when you choose to forget. This is why leaving isn't just a mental decision. You don't just decide to go, your whole system has to reorganize. Your nervous system has to recalibrate what safety feels like. Your body has to learn that being alone isn't abandonment, it's liberation. Your heart has to discover that peace isn't boring. It's proof you're finally home. And this process takes time. Time the mind resents but the body requires. You can't rush regulation. You can't think your way into feeling safe. You have to practice it repeatedly until your nervous system believes you're serious about choosing yourself. And here's the paradox. Nobody tells you about nervous system in healing. The more consistent you become, the more your old patterns will fight back. I call this the extinction burst. It's a term from behavioral psychology, but it perfectly describes what happens when you start choosing regulation over reactivity. Your nervous system, in a last-ditch effort to keep you in familiar territory, will throw everything it's got at you. The anxiety will get louder. The triggers will feel more intense. The urge to fall back into people-pleasing, overworking, or numbing out will feel almost irresistible. And most people quit right here. They think, see, this healing stuff doesn't work. I'm getting worse, not better. But you're not getting worse. You're just meeting the parts of yourself that are terrified of change. Even when that change is good for you. Especially when that change is good for you. Your nervous system has been keeping you alive with these patterns for years, maybe decades. And now you're telling it, hey, we don't need to do this anymore. It's going to test you. It's going to see if you really mean it. This is where your commitment gets tested. This is where you find out if you're serious about regulation or if you're just dabbling in self-improvement. Because true nervous system healing isn't a weekend workshop. It's not a 30-day challenge. It's a fundamental reorganization of how you move through the world. And reorganization is messy. It's uncomfortable. It requires you to stay present with sensations you've been running from your entire life. Let me give you something practical for when you hit this point. When the extinction burst comes, when everything feels harder instead of easier, I want you to acknowledge it. Say it out loud. My nervous system is fighting to keep me safe in the old way. This is actually a sign that I'm changing. Then, and this is crucial, do the regulation practice anyway. Not to make the discomfort go away, but to prove to your nervous system that you can hold yourself through it. Because here's what most people don't understand about emotional regulation. It's not about controlling your emotions. It's not about suppressing what you feel, or pretending everything is fine when it's not. That's not regulation. That's repression. And repression always comes back to bite you. Real emotional regulation is about expanding your capacity to feel without being consumed by what you feel. It's about creating space between the emotion and your reaction to it. It's about saying, I feel angry right now, and I can notice that anger without immediately lashing. Or I feel anxious, and I can sit with this anxiety without needing to frantically fix it or run away from it. Think of it like this. Imagine you're standing in the ocean. When you're dysregulated, every wave that comes knocks you completely over. You're tumbling underwater, disoriented, gasping for air. You have no stability. Every emotion feels like it could drown you. But when you develop regulation skills, you learn to plant your feet. The waves still come. The water still moves. But you've built the internal strength to stay standing. You feel the force of the wave. You acknowledge it, but you don't get swept away by it. That's what we're building here. Not a life without waves. Not a life without difficult emotions, but a life where you have the capacity to feel everything and still remain grounded in who you are. And let me tell you something that might surprise you. The goal isn't to always be calm. That's another myth we need to destroy. Sometimes anger is the appropriate response. Sometimes anxiety is giving you important information. Sometimes sadness needs to be felt deeply and completely. The goal is to be able to choose your response, to have access to your full range of emotions without any single emotion hijacking your entire system, to be able to feel rage without becoming violent, to feel fear without becoming paralyzed, to feel joy without becoming reckless. This is emotional maturity. And it's available to you. No matter what happened in your childhood, no matter how dysregulated you've been up until this point, your nervous system can learn. It can adapt. It can be trained to hold peace instead of panic, to rest instead of run, to connect instead of collapse. But here's what most people don't understand. Regulation isn't something you achieve once and you're done. It's not a destination. It's a practice. It's a daily choice. A moment-by-moment decision to bring your body back into alignment with truth. You see, every single day, life is going to give you opportunities to dysregulate. Someone's going to cut you off in traffic. Your boss is going to send that email. Your spouse is going to say something that triggers an old wound. Your child is going to push your buttons. The bill is going to be higher than you expected. These are not obstacles to regulation. These are invitations to practice it. This is where most people fail. They think regulation means the absence of stress. They think it means nothing ever bothers them. They think it means living in some kind of bubble where life doesn't touch them. No, that's not regulation. That's isolation. That's denial. That's numbness. Regulation means you feel the stress. You acknowledge the trigger. You notice the activation in your body. And then you consciously, deliberately, intentionally guide yourself back to center. You don't avoid the wave. You learn to surf it. And I want to tell you something powerful. Every time you do this, every time you feel your heart rate spike and you choose to breathe slowly, every time you feel your chest tighten and you choose to soften, every time you feel the urge to lash out and you choose to pause, you are literally rewiring your brain. Neuroplasticity, that's the scientific term. Your brain is forming new pathways, new highways of response, new patterns of being. You are becoming a new person, not by denying who you were, but by upgrading the operating system. And here's the beautiful part. The more you practice, the easier it gets. The neural pathways become stronger. The responses become more automatic. What once required tremendous effort becomes second nature. You start to notice that things that used to send you into a tailspin for 3 days now only shake you for 3 minutes, then 3 seconds, then not at all. This is growth. This is transformation. This is what it means to renew your mind. And here's what most people miss. Renewal is not a passive activity. You don't renew your mind by sitting still and hoping inspiration falls from heaven. No. Renewal requires engagement. It requires you to actively participate in the transformation of your thinking. Think about physical exercise for a moment. You don't develop muscles by reading about weightlifting. You don't build endurance by watching videos of people running marathons. You have to actually lift the weights. You have to put on those shoes and hit the pavement. Your body transforms through action, through resistance, through the consistent application of effort. Your mind works the same way. When you encounter a thought pattern that doesn't serve you, that voice that says I'm not qualified, or I always mess things up, or people like me don't succeed, you can't just acknowledge it and move on. You have to confront it, challenge it, replace it with truth. This is where most people get exhausted. They think I've been thinking this way for 30 years, 40 years, my whole life. How can I possibly change now? And I want to tell you something that might shock you. Your brain doesn't care how long you had a bad habit. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself, doesn't have an expiration date. Scientists have proven that you can form new neural pathways at any age. Your brain is designed for transformation. But here's the catch. New pathways require repetition. You can't think one positive thought and expect your entire mental landscape to shift. That's like going to the gym once and expecting a six-pack. Transformation happens through consistent, deliberate practice. I remember working with a young man who struggled with an identity shaped entirely by his failures. Every conversation he would reference his past mistakes, his business that failed, his relationships that ended, his dreams that died. His mind had become a museum of disappointments. One day I asked him, how many hours a day do you spend rehearsing your failures? He looked at me puzzled. What do you mean? I said, you just spent 20 minutes telling me everything that went wrong. How much time do you spend thinking about what could go right? He had no answer. That's the power of mental rehearsal. We become experts at whatever we practice. If you practice failure, you'll perfect it. If you practice defeat, you'll master it. But if you practice possibility, if you rehearse success, if you train your mind to see opportunity instead of obstacle, you will transform. And this transformation doesn't happen in some mystical, distant future. It happens in the mundane moments. It happens when you're sitting in traffic and you choose to listen to something that educates you instead of something that drains you. It happens when you're scrolling through your phone and you decide to read something that elevates your thinking instead of something that numbs your mind. It happens in the small choices, the daily disciplines, the micro decisions that nobody sees but everybody will eventually experience the results of. You see, most people are waiting for some dramatic moment to change their lives. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity, the ideal circumstances, the right connections. But I want to tell you something that might shake you. Transformation is not an event, it's a process. It's not a moment, it's a movement. And that movement begins with the simple decision to stop rehearsing your limitations and start practicing your possibilities. I remember working with a young man who had every excuse in the book. No education, no connections, no capital. Came from the wrong side of town, wrong family background, wrong everything according to society's scorecard. But he had something that money can't buy. He had a made-up mind. He decided that his current address was not his final destination. And you know what he did? Every single day he would spend 30 minutes reading about business. Every single day he would practice speaking with confidence in front of a mirror. Every single day he would write down 5 things he was grateful for and 5 actions he would take to move closer to his vision. People thought he was crazy. His own family mocked him, but he wasn't performing for an audience. He was rehearsing for his future. And within 5 years, that young man built a business that employed over 50 people in his community. The same community that laughed at him was now benefiting from his transformation. That's the power of practice. That's what happens when you stop letting your history write your destiny and start letting your vision pull you forward. You've got to understand your past is a place of reference, not a place of residence. You can learn from it, but you cannot live in it. You see, so many people are dragging the weight of yesterday into the potential of tomorrow. They're trying to build a new house with old broken bricks. They're trying to plant a garden in soil contaminated by bitterness and regret. And then they wonder why nothing grows. They wonder why their future looks so much like their past. Let me tell you something that will set you free. You are not the sum of what happened to you. You are the sum of what you decide to do with what happened to you. That's the difference between a victim and a victor. A victim says, look what they did to me. A victor says, look what I did with what they did to me. I've watched people transform their greatest pain into their most powerful purpose. The woman who was abused becomes the voice for those who can't speak. The man who lost everything becomes the one who teaches others how to build wealth with wisdom. The child who grew up in dysfunction becomes the parent who breaks the cycle. That's not denial, that's redemption. That's taking the rubble of your past and building a monument to possibility. Now here's what I need you to grasp. Your pain has prepared you for something. Your struggle has qualified you for an assignment. There are people who need what only you can give them because you've walked through what they're walking through. But if you stay stuck in your story, you'll never step into your purpose. If you keep rehearsing the hurt, you'll never get to the healing that's waiting on the other side. I'm not saying forget. I'm saying forgive. I'm not saying it didn't matter. I'm saying don't let it be the only thing that matters. Because when you hold on to what hurt you, you give it permission to keep hurting you. You become its prisoner. And the tragedy is not just what they did to you back then, it's what you're doing to yourself right now by refusing to let it go. Here's the truth that'll make you uncomfortable before it makes you free. Nobody's coming to give you closure. Nobody's coming to apologize the way you need them to. Nobody's coming to validate your pain or rewrite your history. And you can spend the rest of your life waiting for that moment. Or you can give yourself permission to move forward anyway. Because freedom is not about what happened to you. Freedom is about who you choose to become in spite of what happened to you. It's about understanding that the power to move forward has always been yours, even when you didn't know how to access it. Think about a prisoner held captive for years. When the door finally opens, when someone says you're free to go, many prisoners hesitate. Some refuse to leave because captivity has become familiar. The chains have become comfortable. And freedom, real freedom, is terrifying because it demands responsibility. You can't blame the cell anymore for where you are. You can't blame the walls for what you didn't become. You have to face the open door and decide, am I going to walk through it, or am I going to stay here? Because staying here means I never have to risk failing in freedom. That's the real battle. Not the battle with whoever hurt you. The battle with yourself. The battle between the version of you that wants to stay safe in familiar pain and the version of you that's ready to step into uncertain healing. And here's what I need you to understand. Healing doesn't mean you're going to forget what happened. It doesn't mean the memory disappears. It doesn't mean you wake up one day and it's like it never occurred. That's not what healing is. Healing is when you can remember what happened without reliving the emotions. Healing is when the memory becomes a fact instead of a feeling. Healing is when you can say, yes, that happened to me, and it was wrong and it hurt, but it doesn't define my present or determine my future. You see, unforgiveness keeps the past alive. It keeps feeding it. It keeps giving it oxygen. Every time you rehearse the offense, every time you replay the conversation, every time you imagine confronting them, you're bringing the past into your present and making it your future. But forgiveness starves the past. It stops feeding it. It stops giving it your energy, your peace, your possibilities. Forgiveness doesn't say what you did was okay. Forgiveness says what you did was wrong, but I'm not going to let it be wrong twice by allowing it to ruin my life too. Because here's what I've learned. Unforgiveness is the most expensive mortgage you'll ever carry. You're making payments on a house that burned down years ago. You're sending checks every month for damage someone else caused. And the person who hurt you, they've moved on. They're not losing sleep. They're not bound up in knots. You are. I remember counseling a woman who had been betrayed by her business partner 15 years earlier. 15 years. And she told me, with tears streaming down her face, I think about what she did to me every single day. I asked her, do you think she thinks about you every day? She paused. Probably not. I said, then who's really in prison here? See, your offender has moved on with their life. They're pursuing their dreams, building relationships, experiencing joy. Meanwhile, you're stuck in a cell, rehearsing the trial over and over, examining the evidence, reliving the verdict. They gave you the wound once, but you're the one who keeps reopening it. This is what unforgiveness does. It convinces you that by holding on, you're holding them accountable. But accountability and bitterness are not the same thing. You can acknowledge what happened without carrying it. You can remember without reliving. You can learn without being sentenced to life imprisonment in the memory. And here's the truth that will set you free. Forgiveness is not about them. It never was. Forgiveness is about you reclaiming your future. It's about you deciding that your tomorrow is more important than your yesterday. It's about you choosing to live again. When you forgive, you're not saying the debt doesn't exist. You're saying you're no longer going to be the bill collector. You're transferring that account to God. You're saying, I'm not qualified to be judge and jury. I'm going to let the righteous judge handle this. And when you do that, something miraculous happens. The weight lifts. The chains fall. The future opens up. Because you can't drive forward while staring in the rearview mirror. You'll crash. You'll miss the turns. You'll bypass your destination. Your future is in front of you, not behind you. But unforgiveness keeps you locked in reverse. I've watched marriages dissolve not because love died, but because someone refused to release an offense from 10 years ago. I've seen businesses crumble because a partner couldn't forgive a mistake made in year one. I've counseled people who are physically sick, ulcers, headaches, high blood pressure, all because they're carrying the weight of unforgiveness in their emotional backpack. Here's what many people don't understand. Forgiveness isn't about the other person. Let me say that again. Forgiveness is not about them. It's about you. When you forgive, you're not saying what they did was okay. You're not excusing it. You're not minimizing it. You're simply saying, I refuse to let this moment define the rest of my life. Forgiveness is the key that unlocks the prison. And then you realize you were the guard all along. You've been keeping yourself locked up. The person who hurt you, they moved on. They're sleeping peacefully at night. They're not thinking about you. But you're up at 3 in the morning rehearsing conversations that will never happen, planning revenges that will never satisfy you. I want you to think about someone right now. Someone who hurt you. Someone whose name makes your jaw clench. Now I want you to realize something profound. Every minute you spend thinking about what they did to you is a minute they're still controlling you. They don't even need to be in the room. They could be in another city, another country. They could be dead, and they're still controlling your emotions, your decisions, your destiny. That's not power. That's slavery. And the slave master isn't them. It's your own unwillingness to let go. I'm not saying forgiveness is easy. Don't mishear me. Some of you have been through deep trauma, real betrayal, genuine abuse. I'm not trivializing your pain, but I am asking you this question. How much longer are you going to let what happened then determine what happens now? How much of your future are you willing to sacrifice on the altar of your past? You cannot drive forward while staring in the rearview mirror. Eventually you're going to crash. And when you do, the person you're angry at won't feel the impact. You will. That's why forgiveness isn't optional if you want to lead effectively. It's essential. Because unforgiveness doesn't just affect your emotions, it affects your decisions. When you're operating from a place of bitterness, you can't see clearly. You start making choices based on who hurt you, not on what's best for your future. You avoid opportunities because they remind you of your pain. You reject relationships because they feel too risky. You stay stuck in patterns that no longer serve you, simply because moving forward would mean letting go of the story you've been telling yourself about how you were wronged. And here's the part that hurts the most. Unforgiveness makes you become like the very person who hurt you. Think about that. The person you resent for being selfish, controlling, or dishonest. You start exhibiting those same traits because you're so consumed with protecting yourself from being hurt again. You build walls. You manipulate situations to maintain control. You withhold trust, affection, truth. And before you know it, you're doing to others exactly what was done to you. The cycle continues. The wound becomes a weapon, and the victim becomes the victimizer. I've seen this happen to gifted leaders. I've watched people with incredible potential sabotage their own destiny because they refused to forgive. They couldn't celebrate others' success because someone once stole their spotlight. They couldn't delegate because someone once betrayed their trust. They couldn't receive love because someone once abandoned them. And year after year they wondered why they kept hitting the same ceiling, facing the same obstacles, attracting the same type of toxic relationships. The answer was always the same: unforgiveness. It was the invisible prison they built around themselves, thinking they were protecting their heart, when really they were suffocating their future. So how do you break free? How do you actually forgive when the wound is deep and the betrayal is real? First, you have to understand what forgiveness is not. Forgiveness is not saying what happened was okay. It's not pretending you weren't hurt. It's not reconciling with someone who's still toxic. It's not forgetting the lesson, and it's definitely not waiting until you feel like forgiving. Forgiveness is a decision. It's a choice you make for your own freedom, regardless of whether the other person deserves it, acknowledges it, or even knows about it. Let me tell you something that revolutionized my understanding of forgiveness. I discovered that unforgiveness is the only prison where the inmate is also the warden. You're locking yourself up and then complaining about being confined. Think about that. The person who hurt you is living their life, possibly completely unaware of your pain, while you're sitting in a cell of bitterness, holding the key but refusing to use it. I remember counseling a woman whose husband had betrayed her decades earlier. They'd since divorced, he'd remarried, and by all accounts had moved on, but she was still consumed by what he'd done. Every conversation somehow circled back to his betrayal. Every relationship she attempted was sabotaged by her unresolved anger. And when I gently suggested she needed to forgive, she looked at me with fire in her eyes and said, "Why should I let him off the hook?" And that's when I had to explain something crucial. Forgiveness isn't letting them off the hook. It's recognizing that you were never meant to be the hook. That's not your job. Your job isn't to punish, to exact revenge, or to make sure they suffer enough. Your job is to release what's weighing you down so you can fulfill your purpose. See, here's what unforgiveness does. It turns you into something you were never designed to be. It transforms you into a walking monument to your pain. Your entire identity becomes wrapped up in what was done to you. You introduce yourself by your wounds. You make decisions based on your scars. And slowly, imperceptibly, the hurt that was inflicted on you becomes the hurt you inflict on everyone else. I've watched people carry grudges for so long that they forgot what they were originally angry about. They just knew they were supposed to be mad at so-and-so. It became a habit, a pattern, a comfortable dysfunction. And the tragedy is that while they were busy preserving their right to be angry, they were sacrificing their right to be happy. You see, there's something powerful that happens when you realize that forgiveness isn't about them at all. It's about you. It's about your freedom. It's about your future. When you hold on to unforgiveness, you're essentially saying, I'm going to let what they did yesterday control what I can become tomorrow. You're giving them power over your destiny, without them even being present in your life anymore. I've watched people carry grudges against folks who didn't even remember the offense. I've seen individuals poisoned by bitterness toward people who had already moved on, gotten married, had children, built successful lives, while the one holding the grudge was stuck in a time capsule of pain, reliving the same hurt over and over again. That's not justice. That's self-imposed imprisonment. Here's what's fascinating. Unforgiveness doesn't preserve the evidence of the crime. It doesn't keep the record straight. What it does is distort your perception of everything else. When you look at life through the lens of unforgiveness, everything becomes filtered through that pain. New relationships are viewed with suspicion. Opportunities are dismissed because you're afraid of being hurt again. Your potential becomes handcuffed to your past. Let me tell you something that might revolutionize your thinking. The person who hurt you doesn't have to apologize for you to be free. They don't have to acknowledge what they did. They don't have to feel remorse. They don't even have to be alive. Your freedom is not dependent on their repentance. This is critical to understand, because many people are waiting for an apology that's never going to come, and in that waiting they're wasting their lives. Forgiveness is a unilateral decision. It's something you do independently of the other person's response or awareness. You're not saying what they did was okay. You're not excusing the behavior. You're not pretending it didn't hurt. You're simply saying, I refuse to let this continue to drain my life force. I refuse to give this any more of my emotional energy. I release this, and in releasing it, I release myself. Think about it like this. Imagine you're in a relay race, and someone passes you a baton that's on fire. That baton represents the offense, the hurt, the betrayal. Now you have two choices. You can hold on to that burning baton, letting it sear your hands, damaging your ability to run, all while screaming about how wrong it was for someone to hand you a flaming baton. Or you can drop it, let it go, and continue running your race. Yes, you might have some burns. Yes, it was wrong that it happened. But holding on to it doesn't punish the person who gave it to you. It only continues to burn you. Let me tell you something powerful. There are people living in mansions who are prisoners of their past. And there are people in small apartments who wake up every morning with freedom in their hearts. The difference? One group forgave. The other group is still waiting for an apology that will never come. I've watched men lose their families because they couldn't let go of what their father did. I've seen women sabotage every relationship because they're still angry at their first heartbreak. I've counseled successful people who achieved everything the world calls success, but they still feel empty inside because they're carrying conversations from 20 years ago. Listen carefully. Your past is not your prison unless you choose to live there. The key to your cell is in your hand. It's called forgiveness. And the moment you turn that key, you'll discover something remarkable. The door was never locked from the outside. You are holding it shut from the inside. Now I need to address something else. Some of you watching this have built your entire identity around what happened to you. You introduce yourself by your wounds. I'm the person whose parents divorced. I'm the one who was betrayed. I'm the victim of that situation. And I want to say this with all the love in my heart. You are so much more than what happened to you. Your pain does not define you. Your past does not own you. That chapter of your story does not get to write the rest of your book. You are the author now. Pick up the pen, start writing the next chapter, and let that chapter be about who you're becoming, not who hurt you. Here's what I've learned over decades of ministry. Forgiveness doesn't wait until you feel like it. You don't wake up one morning with a sudden desire to forgive. No, forgiveness is a decision you make despite your feelings. You decide to forgive and then your emotions eventually catch up with your decision. It's like exercising. You don't wait until you feel like going to the gym. If you did that, you'd never go. You go to the gym and after a while your body starts to crave it. The same principle applies to forgiveness. You make the choice, you declare it, you act on it, and eventually your heart aligns with your decision. And here's what's beautiful: when you exercise the discipline of forgiveness consistently, something supernatural begins to happen. Your capacity to forgive expands. What once felt impossible becomes manageable. What once took you months to release, you can now release in weeks, then days, then hours. You're building spiritual muscle. I've seen people who started their forgiveness journey struggling to release minor offenses. They'd hold grudges over small slights, petty disagreements, forgotten appointments. But as they practiced forgiveness, as they made it a habit, a lifestyle, they developed this incredible strength. Years later, I watched these same individuals forgive catastrophic betrayals with a grace that defied human logic. They had trained themselves in the art of release. This is what maturity looks like. But let me address something crucial here, because I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. When I talk about forgiving quickly, I'm not suggesting you bypass the genuine pain. I'm not asking you to pretend you weren't hurt. I'm not promoting some superficial just get over it mentality that dismisses your legitimate wounds. Real forgiveness acknowledges the depth of the offense. It says, yes, this happened. Yes, it was wrong. Yes, it hurt me deeply. You don't minimize what was done to you. You don't gaslight yourself into believing it wasn't that bad. You face the full reality of the betrayal, the abandonment, the abuse, the injustice. You call it what it is, and then, and this is the key, you make a conscious choice not to let that offense define your future. You refuse to give the person who hurt you continued access to your peace, your joy, your destiny. You look at what they did, you feel what you feel, and then you say, I'm not carrying this anymore. I'm not building my identity around this wound. I'm not letting this moment become my monument. That's the difference between denial and forgiveness. Denial says it didn't hurt. Forgiveness says it hurt, but I'm releasing it anyway. Denial pretends the offense never happened. Forgiveness acknowledges it fully and chooses freedom despite it. Think about it this way. When Jesus was on the cross, he didn't say, Father, this isn't really painful, or Father, they didn't mean it that way. No, he experienced the full brutality of human cruelty. He felt every spike, every thorn, every moment of abandonment. And from that place of full awareness, he declared, Father, forgive them. This wasn't forgiveness from a position of ignorance. This wasn't a naive statement from someone who didn't understand what was happening. This was the most radical act of forgiveness in human history, spoken by someone who knew exactly what was being done to him and chose forgiveness anyway. Let me show you something that will challenge everything you think about forgiveness. When Jesus said forgive them, he wasn't just forgiving the soldiers. He wasn't just forgiving the religious leaders. He wasn't just forgiving Pilate or Herod. He was forgiving humanity. He was forgiving you. He was forgiving me. He was forgiving every sin that had ever been committed, and every sin that would ever be committed. That's the scope of divine forgiveness. It doesn't just cover what you know, it covers what you don't know. It doesn't just address the offense you're aware of. It addresses the entire debt of humanity. Now watch this. Most of us want to forgive like accountants. We want to calculate the exact amount of the offense, measure our forgiveness precisely against that amount, and call it even. We want proportional forgiveness. You hurt me this much, so I'll forgive you this much. But divine forgiveness doesn't work like that. Divine forgiveness is extravagant. It's excessive. It's over the top. It forgives more than was asked. It releases more than was owed. It covers more than was damaged. Peter thought he was being generous when he asked Jesus, should I forgive 7 times? In Peter's mind, 7 was abundance. 7 was more than enough. 7 was going above and beyond what any reasonable person would require. And Jesus looked at him and said, not 7 times, but 70 times 7. Now Jesus wasn't giving Peter a mathematical formula to track forgiveness. He wasn't saying keep count until you reach 490, then you're done. He was saying something far more radical. Stop counting. Forgiveness that counts isn't forgiveness at all. It's just delayed revenge with a calculator. Because when you keep count, You're still holding the power over that person. You're still positioning yourself as judge and executioner. You're saying, I'll forgive you 3 times, but on the 4th you're finished. That's not grace. That's probation. Real forgiveness doesn't have a scoreboard. It doesn't have a limit. It doesn't have a cutoff date. And here's why this is so important. Because you don't need a limit on something you've truly released. Think about it. If you truly let go of an offense, why would you need to count how many times you've done it? The only reason you count is because you're still holding on. You're keeping a record. You're building a case. And one day when that person crosses your invisible line, you pull out your list and say, see, I forgave you 12 times. But this is number 13. Now I'm done. But Jesus is saying the kingdom doesn't operate like that. In God's economy, forgiveness is infinite because love is infinite. And the moment you put a limit on forgiveness, you've stopped operating in love and started operating in law. Now, let me be clear. Forgiveness doesn't mean stupidity. It doesn't mean you keep putting yourself in harm's way. It doesn't mean you ignore patterns of abuse or manipulation. Forgiveness is a heart posture, not a requirement to stay in toxic situations. You can forgive someone and still set boundaries. You can forgive someone and still remove yourself from their influence. You can forgive someone and still protect yourself from repeated harm. Forgiveness releases them from your judgment. It doesn't obligate you to their proximity. But what forgiveness does do is this. It keeps your heart free. It keeps you from becoming the very thing that hurt you. It keeps bitterness from building a fortress around your soul. Because here's what happens when you refuse to forgive. You think you're punishing them, but you're actually imprisoning yourself. You think you're holding them accountable, but you're actually chaining yourself to the past. Every time you rehearse the offense, every time you replay the hurt, every time you remind yourself of what they did, you're giving them free rent in your mind. Unforgiveness is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. And here's what breaks my heart. You're not punishing them. They've moved on. They're sleeping peacefully at night, while you're up rehearsing conversations that will never happen. They're living their life while you're stuck in a moment that's long gone. The person who wronged you might not even remember what they did, but you've built a monument to it in your heart. Forgiveness isn't about them. It never was. It's about you reclaiming your freedom. It's about you refusing to give your past power over your future. It's about you deciding that what's ahead of you is more important than what's behind you. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but Dr. Munroe, they don't deserve my forgiveness. And you're absolutely right. They probably don't. But here's the question you need to ask. Do you deserve to be free? Because that's what this is really about. Forgiveness isn't a gift you give to them. It's a gift you give to yourself. Think about it this way. When you refuse to forgive, you're volunteering to be a prisoner. Nobody put you in that cell but you. Nobody's holding the door closed but you. And the beautiful, liberating truth is this. You have the key. You've always had the key. Forgiveness is you finally decide. But let me be clear, forgiveness doesn't mean what they did was okay. It doesn't mean you excuse it, justify it, or minimize it. It doesn't mean you have to trust them again, or even have a relationship with them. Forgiveness simply means you're releasing them from the debt they owe you. You're saying, I'm no longer going to allow what you did to control who I'm becoming. Some of the most powerful people I've ever met are people who forgive. They looked at betrayal, abuse, abandonment, and injustice. And they made a decision. I refuse to let this define me. I refuse to let this limit me. I refuse to carry this one more day. And when they released it, they didn't just survive, they soared. Because forgiveness doesn't make you weak. It makes you unstoppable. It takes the weight off your wings. Chill, today I'm asking you, who do you need to forgive? What offense are you still carrying? What pain are you still rehearsing? Release it. Let it go. Not because they deserve it, but because you do. Because forgiveness is not about them anymore. It's about your freedom. It's about your future. It's about your future. It's about refusing to let yesterday's wounds dictate tomorrow's possibilities. And here's what I've learned through decades of counseling, teaching, and living. The moment you truly forgive is the moment you reclaim your power, not the power to hurt back. That's weakness disguised as strength, but the power to choose, the power to define your own narrative, the power to say, what you did was wrong, and I'm moving forward anyway. You see, unforgiveness is a prison where you are both the inmate and the guard. You hold the keys, but you've convinced yourself that keeping the cell locked somehow punishes the one who hurt you. It doesn't. They've moved on. They're sleeping at night. They're living their lives. The only person imprisoned by your unforgiveness is you. Let me share something profound with you. Forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. Let me say that again because this is where so many people get stuck. Forgiveness does not require reconciliation. You can forgive someone and never have a relationship with them again. You can release them and still maintain boundaries. You can let go of the poison without opening the door to more harm. Forgiveness is an internal release. Reconciliation is an external relationship. They are not the same thing. You can have one without the other. And sometimes wisdom demands that you do. I've watched people torture themselves thinking, if I forgive them, I have to let them back into my life. No, you don't. Forgiveness says, I release you from the debt you owe me. Wisdom says, but I've also learned something about your character, and I'm choosing not to give you access to hurt me again. That's not vindictiveness. That's discernment. That's emotional intelligence. That's protecting the treasure of your future from those who have proven they cannot be trusted with it. You can pray for someone from a distance. You can wish them well without welcoming them close. You can release bitterness without restoring relationship. This is the nuance that religious teaching often misses. And it's left countless people feeling guilty for having healthy boundaries. So as you stand here today, wrestling with wounds that still feel fresh, I want you to understand your healing doesn't require their apology. Your peace doesn't depend on their acknowledgement. Your freedom doesn't wait on their change. Let me tell you something that might shake you to your core today. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, there are millions of people walking around who will die with their music still in them. They'll take their inventions to the grave. They'll bury their books, their businesses, their breakthroughs, their miracles. And the tragedy is not that they didn't have time. The tragedy is that they convinced themselves they were stuck. You know what stuck really means? Stuck means you're standing on a gold mine, but you're too afraid to dig. Stuck means you have wings, but you've forgotten how to fly. Stuck means the door has been open all along, but you've been staring at the wall. I want you to understand something profound before this year ends, before you turn another page on the calendar and carry the same limitations into your tomorrow. The feeling of being stuck is not a reflection of your circumstances. It's a reflection of your perspective. And today we're going to shatter that perspective so completely that you'll wonder how you ever believed the lie in the first place. See, I've spent decades studying human potential, traveling to over 70 nations, speaking to millions of people, and you know what I've discovered? The graveyard is the richest place on earth, not because of the jewelry buried there, not because of the money, but because of the untapped potential, the unwritten symphonies, the uncured diseases, the unbuilt empires, all buried 6 feet under because someone felt stuck and never broke free. But not you. Not today. Today is your liberation day. I need you to lean in close because what I'm about to share with you isn't just motivation. This isn't a pep talk that'll fade by tomorrow morning. This is a fundamental rewiring of how you see yourself, your purpose, and the invisible prison you've been living in. And I'm going to prove to you, beyond any shadow of doubt, that the only thing keeping you stuck is the story you keep telling yourself. Are you ready? Because once you hear this, you can never unhear it. Once you see this truth, you cannot unsee it. Your life is about to split into 2 chapters before this moment and after this moment. Let's begin with a question that will haunt you in the best possible way. If you had only 1 year left to live, would you still feel stuck? Or would you suddenly discover a clarity, an urgency, a supernatural ability to break through every obstacle? The answer reveals everything. You see, death has a way of clarifying things that confusion could never solve. It strips away the pretense. It removes the excuses. It burns through the fog of mediocrity and reveals what was always there, your true assignment. I've watched people on their deathbeds. I've sat with them. I've prayed with them. And do you know what they never say? They never say, I wish I had watched more television. They never say, I wish I had spent more time worrying about what people thought of me. They never say, I wish I had played it safer, What they say is this: I wish I had done what I was born to do. That statement right there should shake you to your core, because it means that most people spend their entire lives knowing there was something they were supposed to do, and they never did it. They died with their music still in them. They died with their book unwritten. They died with their business idea still locked in a journal. They died with their ministry still a whisper in their spirit. And the tragedy is not that they didn't have time. The tragedy is that they had all the time in the world, but they spent it waiting. Waiting for permission. Waiting for the right moment. Waiting for fear to go away. Waiting for confidence to arrive. Waiting for people to believe in them. But here's the truth that will set you free. The right moment is now. The permission you need is already inside you. Fear will never go away. You just learn to move with it. Confidence doesn't come before action, it comes because of action. And the people who are supposed to believe in you will only see it after you believe in yourself. This is why the question matters. This is why I'm pressing you. This is why I won't let you off the hook with comfortable answers. Because your life is not a rehearsal. You don't get to do this again. You don't get a second take. You don't get to rewind and make different choices. You get one life, one opportunity, one brief moment on this stage called Earth. And what you do with it will echo into eternity. That's why I'm standing here today, burning with urgency. Because I see too many people sleepwalking through their existence. Going through the motions, punching the clock, waiting for retirement, waiting for the weekend, waiting for someday. But someday never comes. Listen to me carefully. The graveyard is not just the richest place on earth because of what's buried there. It's the most tragic place because of what never was. It's filled with silence, where there should have been songs. It's filled with darkness, where there should have been light. It's filled with potential that never became kinetic. You know what breaks my heart? It's not the people who tried and failed. Failure is just education in disguise. What devastates me is the person who had a book in them but never wrote it because they were afraid of criticism. The entrepreneur who had a billion-dollar idea but never pursued it because they were comfortable in their cubicle. The artist who could have moved millions with their gift but kept it hidden because someone once said they weren't good enough. Every day you wake up and don't pursue your purpose, you're making a withdrawal from your life account. And unlike your bank account, you can't see the balance. You don't know if you have 50 years left or 50 days. None of us do. That's not meant to scare you. It's meant to awaken you. I want you to feel the weight of your responsibility right now. Not the responsibility to your boss or your bills, though those matter. I'm talking about your responsibility to your unborn grandchildren, to the generation that needs the business you're supposed to build, to the people who need the solution you're carrying, to the kid in some village who needs the school you're supposed to fund, to the broken soul who needs the book you're supposed to write. Your purpose is never just about you. And here's what breaks my heart. Most people will never know this. They'll spend their entire lives chasing things that rust, that fade, that crumble to dust. They'll climb ladders only to discover they were leaning against the wrong wall. They'll reach the top of mountains that don't matter. I've watched it happen over and over again. Successful people, wealthy people, famous people, people whose names you know, and in their quiet moments, when the cameras are off and the crowd goes home, they feel empty. Because achievement without purpose is just decorated emptiness. You can have everything and still have nothing. You can win every race and still be running in the wrong direction. Listen to me carefully. Your graveyard is watching. It's waiting to see what you'll do with this moment, this day, this season of your life. And the tragedy isn't that you might fail. The tragedy is that you might succeed at things that don't matter. I think about King Solomon, the wisest man who ever lived. He had everything. Wealth beyond measure. 700 wives, 300 concubines. He built palaces and planted gardens. He denied himself nothing his eyes desired. And at the end of it all he sat down and wrote, meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Why? Because he chased satisfaction instead of assignment. He pursued pleasure instead of purpose. And there's a massive difference between the two. Satisfaction is about you. Purpose is about them. Satisfaction asks, what can I get? Purpose asks, what can I give? Satisfaction is a leaking bucket that never stays full. Purpose is a fountain that never runs dry. And here's the revolution: when you finally discover and walk in your purpose, satisfaction comes as a byproduct. It chases you down. You stop looking for fulfillment because fulfillment finds you. But you have to make the shift. You have to stop asking, what will make me happy, and start asking, what assignment did I come here to complete? Because happiness is an emotion. It comes and goes like weather. But purpose is bedrock. It holds you steady when everything else is shaking. You see, when you find your purpose, you stop being a thermometer and you become a thermostat. A thermometer just reacts to the environment. It tells you what's already there. But a thermostat sets the temperature. It changes the atmosphere. That's what purpose does for you. It makes you a setter, not a reactor. I've watched people for decades, leaders, entrepreneurs, mothers, fathers, young people searching, and I can tell you this with absolute certainty: the most frustrated people on earth are not those who failed. No. The most frustrated people are those who succeeded at something they were never meant to do. They climbed the ladder, reached the top, looked around, and realized the ladder was leaning against the wrong building. That's a special kind of pain. It's the pain of winning at the wrong game. Purpose protects you from that tragedy. It keeps you focused. It keeps you from chasing every opportunity that glitters. Because here's what I need you to understand. Everything that glitters is not your assignment. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Just because the door opens doesn't mean you should walk through it. I can do many things. You can do many things. But we were each born to do specific things. And the enemy of the best is not the worst, it's the good. It's the almost right. It's the close enough. Purpose is your filter. It's your decision-making compass. When that phone call comes, when that invitation arrives, when that business proposal lands on your desk, purpose tells you that's not yours. Keep moving. Or it says this is it. This is your moment. Step in. Without purpose, you're just busy. With purpose, you're productive. There's a massive difference. Let me take you somewhere personal for a moment. When I was younger, I struggled with this very thing. I saw needs everywhere. People hurting, community broken, injustices screaming for attention. And I wanted to fix it all. I really did. But I was exhausted, burned out, running on fumes. You know why? Because I was trying to meet every need instead of fulfilling my specific assignment. Then it hit me. God didn't call me to meet every need. He called me to fulfill my purpose. And when I fulfill my purpose, the needs connected to that purpose get met. Automatically. That changed everything for me. I stopped chasing money and started chasing assignment. I stopped asking what will make me rich and started asking what did God put me here to do. And you know what happened? The money followed. The resources followed. The connections followed. Because provision is attracted to purpose like metal to a magnet. You see, when you're operating in purpose, you tap into a divine supply system that doesn't depend on the economy. It doesn't depend on your boss's mood. It doesn't depend on the stock market. It depends on the faithfulness of the one who gave you the assignment in the first place. Let me tell you something powerful. God will never give you an assignment without funding it. Think about that. If He called you to do it, He's obligated to resource it. Your job isn't to figure out where the money will come from. Your job is to figure out what you're supposed to be doing. The how is His department. The what is yours. I've seen this principle work over and over again in my own life. There were times when I needed to build something, launch something, create something, and I had no idea where the resources would come from. But the moment I committed to the purpose, the provision showed up. Not always how I expected. Not always when I expected. But always on time. This is what I mean when I say purpose is the source of provision. Most people are trying to get money so they can do what they want. But the kingdom works in reverse. You do what you were born to do, and the resources come to support it. You don't work for money. Money works for you. Once you're aligned with your purpose, that's why you see people with less education, fewer connections, and smaller networks sometimes outpacing those with degrees and pedigrees. It's not luck, it's alignment. They found their lane. They discovered their assignment. and the universe conspired to make it happen. Think about your own life for a moment. How much energy are you wasting trying to be someone you're not? How many hours have you spent scrolling through social media, comparing your behind the scenes to everyone else's highlight reel? How much mental bandwidth is consumed by jealousy, envy, and the feeling that you're falling behind? That's capacity draining out of your life like water through a cracked vessel. But here's the liberating truth. The moment you accept your uniqueness, the moment you stop competing and start creating from your own authentic center, everything changes. Your energy gets redirected. Your focus sharpens. Your creativity explodes. I'm telling you, there is someone out there right now who needs exactly what you have to offer. Not a better version, not a more polished version, not what the famous person is offering. They need your version. They need your voice, your perspective, your experience, your combination of gifts. The world doesn't need another Oprah. It already has one. The world doesn't need another Steve Jobs. We had him. What the world desperately needs is the first you, the original you, the you that only you can be. And when you show up as that authentic version of yourself, something miraculous happens. The right people find you. The right opportunities open up. The right doors swing wide. Not because you forced them, not because you manipulated circumstances, but because you aligned with your purpose. Nature doesn't struggle with this. A rosebush doesn't look at an oak tree and feel inferior. It doesn't try to grow acorns. It does what it was designed to do. It produces roses. And we celebrate it for that. We plant it in our gardens specifically because it's a rose, not in spite of it. Yet somehow we humans have convinced ourselves that we need to be everything to everybody. We need to have every skill, master every platform, appeal to every demographic. That's not wisdom. That's madness. That's a recipe for exhaustion and mediocrity. Your assignment is specific. Your audience is targeted. Your message is unique. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll stop wasting your precious limited capacity on the wrong battles. Now let me take you deeper into this truth. Because once you understand that you're not made for everybody, the next question becomes asterisk. Who are you made for? And this is where most people get paralyzed. They stand at the crossroads afraid to choose a direction because choosing means leaving other roads unexplored. But here's what I need you to grasp. Your manufacturer already made that choice. Before you were formed, your audience was selected. Your assignment came with a built-in demographic. And I'm not talking about age groups or geographic regions. I'm talking about a spiritual demographic. People whose hearts are tuned to the frequency of your unique gift. Think about it like this. A radio station doesn't broadcast on all frequencies simultaneously. It can't. That's not how physics works. It selects one frequency, maybe 98.7 FM. And it broadcasts with clarity on that single channel. Now, does that mean everyone will listen? Absolutely not. Some people have their dials turned to 101.5. Others are listening to AM stations. Some aren't listening to radio at all. But here's the beauty. The station doesn't change its frequency trying to reach everyone. It broadcasts with power and consistency on its assigned channel. And the right listeners find it. You are that station. Your gift, your message, your purpose. It's broadcasting on a specific frequency. And there are people out there right now, scanning, searching, desperate to find exactly what you're transmitting. But if you keep changing your frequency, trying to reach everyone, you'll reach no one. You'll just be static. I've watched this happen over and over again. A young woman with a gift for teaching children tries to pivot and reach corporate executives because she thinks that's where the real impact is. A man anointed to minister to the broken and marginalized starts chasing platforms with the wealthy because he equates bigger bank accounts with bigger purpose. And what happens? They lose their power, not because they're not talented, but because they've abandoned their frequency. Your strength is not in your flexibility to be all things. Your strength is in your focus to be the right thing to the right people. The marketplace doesn't reward generalists. It rewards specialists. The kingdom doesn't celebrate those who try to do everything. It honors those who faithfully complete their specific assignment. Let me tell you something that will transform the way you see your life. Asterisk. Your assignment is so specific that when you deviate from it even to do something good, you're actually disobeying God. Asterisk. Asterisk. Think about that. You can be busy doing good things and still be outside God's will for your life. You can be helping people, serving in ministries, working on projects, all good things. But if they're not your things, you're wasting the most precious resource you have, time. I've watched people burn themselves out, trying to be everything to everyone. They say yes to every request, every opportunity, every need that crosses their path. And you know what happens? They become so scattered, so diluted, that they lose the power of their true purpose. Jesus understood this principle perfectly. When people tried to make him king, he walked away. When crowds pressed him to stay and do more miracles, he said, I must go to the other towns also, because that is why I was sent. He wasn't moved by needs, he was moved by assignment. Asterisk. Asterisk. You cannot allow need to become your calling. Asterisk. Asterisk. There will always be more needs than you have time to meet. There will always be more opportunities than you have capacity to fulfill. But there is only one assignment with your name on it. Here's what I want you to understand. Asterisk. Asterisk. When you're unclear about your purpose, you'll be seduced by opportunity. Asterisk. Asterisk. Every door that opens will look like your door. Every invitation will seem like your invitation. Every need will feel like your responsibility. But when you're crystal clear about your assignment, you develop something powerful, the ability to say no without guilt. You can look at a good opportunity and say, that's not mine. You can see a legitimate need and say, I'm not called to fix that. Not because you're selfish, but because you're focused. The people who change the world aren't the ones who try to do everything. They're the ones who do one thing with such excellence, such consistency, such passion, that it creates a ripple effect that touches millions. What's your one thing? What's that assignment that was embedded in you before you were born? That's not a question you can afford to ignore. That's the question your life depends on answering. That's why so many people are sitting in cubicles right now, staring at computer screens, feeling this gnawing emptiness in their chest that they can't explain. They've got the degree their parents wanted. They've got the job that looks good on paper. They've got the salary that should make them happy. But something inside them is screaming. Something is saying, this isn't it. This isn't why I'm here. And you know what most people do with that voice? They silence it. They drown it out with Netflix binges and social media scrolling and weekend parties and shopping sprees. They medicate that divine discontent with everything except the one thing that would actually cure it, purpose. But that voice doesn't go away. You can ignore it, but you can't kill it. Because it's not just your voice. It's the voice of your Creator constantly whispering to you about who you really are and what you're really here to do. I've counseled millionaires who were miserable. I've sat across from people who had everything the world says you should want, and they were dying inside. Why? Because success without purpose is the ultimate failure. You can climb the ladder of success only to discover it was leaning against the wrong wall the entire time. That's what happens when you let other people define your destination. That's what happens when you chase society's version of success instead of discovering your divine assignment. You end up winning games you were never supposed to play. Think about it. How many people do you know who are living someone else's dream? How many people are trying to be their father, or impress their mother, or keep up with their friends, or live up to some image they saw on Instagram? How many people are sacrificing their actual purpose on the altar of other people's expectations? And here's the tragedy. When you die trying to be someone else, two people die. The person you were trying to be never existed anyway, and the person you were created to be never got to live. You see, I've watched too many funerals where the eulogy was about potential. They were about to, if only they had. That's not a eulogy, that's an indictment. It's evidence that someone lived beneath their privilege, died with their music still in them. And I need you to understand something critical today. Your graveyard is the richest place on earth. Not because of what's buried there, but because of what was never released. Graveyards are filled with books that were never written, businesses that were never started, songs that were never sung, cures that were never discovered, inventions that were never created. All because people listened to the wrong voices. Someone told them they weren't smart enough. Someone said their idea was foolish. Someone convinced them to be realistic. And so they took their assignment to the grave. But here's what I want to arrest in your spirit right now. The voice that matters most is the one that called you before you were born. Before your mother knew your name, you were known. Before your father held you, you were held in the mind of the manufacturer. And what he deposited in you, he expects back with interest. This is why comparison is so dangerous. When you're busy measuring yourself against someone else's assignment, you're neglecting your own. Their gift wasn't meant to intimidate you. It was meant to inspire you to discover yours. Their success isn't your failure. It's proof that there's room in this world for excellence, which means there's room for yours too. I've traveled to over 70 nations, and I can tell you this. Everywhere I go, I meet people dying of the same disease. It's not cancer. It's not heart disease. It's called comparison sickness. They're so busy watching someone else's journey that they've abandoned their own path. You were not created to be a copy. You were created to be an original. And the world doesn't need another version of someone who already exists. The world needs the first edition of you, the uncensored you, the you that shows up when nobody's watching and you're free to just be. Because here's what happens when you embrace your authentic self. You give others permission to do the same. Your courage becomes contagious. Your authenticity creates a ripple effect that touches lives you'll never even know about. I've watched this happen in communities around the world. One person decides to stop performing and start living. They stop pretending to have it all together, and they start showing up real. And suddenly the whole atmosphere changes. People start breathing easier. The masks start coming off. The competition dies down. Because you can't compete with authenticity. You can only respond to it with your own. You see, when you're trying to be like someone else, you create pressure. When you're being yourself, you create permission. There's a huge difference. Think about the people who've impacted your life most deeply. I guarantee it wasn't because they were perfect. It was because they were real. It was because something in their authenticity resonated with something in you. They didn't inspire you by being flawless. They inspired you by being genuine. That's the power you carry when you stop trying to be extraordinary and start being authentically you. Because the truth is, you don't need to be extraordinary to make an extraordinary impact. You just need to be you, fully expressed, without apology or reservation. Now I know some of you are thinking, but you don't understand my situation. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what people expect from me. And you're right, I don't know your specific circumstances. But I know this: whatever cage you're in, whether it was built by others or by your own hands, you hold the key. The key is decision. The key is courage. The key is the willingness to disappoint some people in order to stop disappointing yourself. Because living to meet everyone else's expectations is the fastest way to lose yourself completely. And here's what's tragic about that. When you lose yourself trying to please everyone else, you end up pleasing no one. You become so diluted, so watered down, that there's nothing distinctive left. You become vanilla in a world hungry for your specific flavor. Think about the great leaders, the great innovators, the people who've actually changed the world. Were they people pleasers? Did Martin Luther King Jr. stop to take a poll before he marched? Did Mother Teresa form a focus group before she served the poorest of the poor? Did Einstein wait for approval before he revolutionized physics? No. They operated from a place of deep internal conviction. They knew who they were. They knew what they were called to do, and they did it regardless of what people thought. That's not arrogance. That's authenticity. That's what it means to live from the inside out rather than the outside in. Now I want you to understand something crucial here. This doesn't mean you become insensitive. It doesn't mean you become rude or dismissive of others. Wisdom still requires that you listen, that you consider counsel, that you respect others. But there's a difference between considering someone's opinion and being controlled by it. There's a difference between being kind and being captive. When you're living for applause, you're actually living in a prison. You think you're free because you're getting approval, but you've just built a cage out of other people's expectations. And the worst part? The people whose approval you're chasing, they're not even thinking about you as much as you think they are. They're busy chasing their own approval from someone else. It's this endless cycle of insecurity feeding insecurity. I remember years ago someone criticized something I said in a message. It ate at me for days. I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to figure out how I could have said it differently. Then someone asked me, "Myles, did this person write you a letter? Did they call you?" I said no. They said, "Then why are you giving them so much space in your head? They've probably already forgotten about it and moved on with their life, and here you are torturing yourself." That was a revelation for me. I realized I was giving power to people who weren't even using it. I was imprisoning myself with imaginary chains. The critic had moved on, but I was still locked up. And here's what broke me free. I started asking myself a simple question. What am I trading my freedom for? Every time I felt that weight, every time I replayed someone's words in my head, I'd stop and ask, is this worth my peace? Is this worth my potential? Is this worth my purpose? The answer was always no. See, we think we're being thoughtful when we internalize criticism. We think we're being wise when we carefully consider every negative opinion. But there's a difference between consideration and captivity. You can acknowledge someone's perspective without letting it define your trajectory. I had to learn to put an expiration date on other people's access to my emotional energy. You get today, you get this moment. But you don't get to live rent-free in my head for the next 5 years. I started evicting tenants who had never signed a lease. And let me tell you something about opinion givers that nobody talks about. Most people who criticize you aren't doing it from a place of insight. They're doing it from a place of projection. They're not really seeing you. They're seeing their own limitations and calling it your reality. That person who said you're not smart enough, they're wrestling with their own intellectual insecurity. That family member who says you're selfish for chasing your dreams, they're bitter about the dreams they abandoned. That colleague who questions your competence, they're terrified you'll expose their mediocrity. Once I understood this, everything changed. I stopped taking inventory of criticism as if it were factual data. I started recognizing it as emotional discharge, most of it having nothing to do with me. But here's where it gets tricky. Some criticism is valid. Some feedback is gold. So how do you know the difference? Here's my filter. Does this critique come with a track record? Is this person speaking from a place of experience or just opinion? Are they invested in my growth or just entertained by my struggle? And most importantly, does this feedback align with the vision God has placed in my heart? Because here's the truth. Not every voice deserves a vote. Not every opinion requires your obedience. Not every criticism demands your compliance. You have to learn the difference between correction and distraction, between conviction and condemnation, between the voice of wisdom and the noise of the crowd. Think about it this way. When you're building something significant, when you're constructing a vision that God has entrusted to you, you can't afford to let every passerby become the architect. You wouldn't hand your blueprint to someone who's never built anything. You wouldn't give your business plan to someone who's never succeeded in business. So why would you give your destiny to someone who's never walked in purpose? I've watched too many destinies derailed by the wrong voices. I've seen too many visions diluted because someone let critics become collaborators. There's a reason God didn't give your vision to the person criticizing it. There's a reason the dream is in your heart and not in theirs. Now, I'm not advocating for arrogance. I'm not suggesting you become unteachable or closed off to counsel. That's foolishness. And the wise person knows they don't have all the answers. But there's a vast difference between being teachable and being malleable, between being humble and being spineless, between receiving wisdom and absorbing toxicity. The question you must constantly ask yourself is this: who has earned the right to speak into my life? Who has demonstrated the character, the consistency, and the competence to influence my direction? Because influence is currency, and you cannot afford to be careless with who you allow to spend it in your life. Let me give you a framework. There are 3 types of people who will offer you feedback. First, there are spectators. These are the people in the stands. They watch, they comment, they critique, but they have no skin in the game. They risk nothing. They contribute nothing. They're not in the arena with you. Their feedback costs them nothing and therefore should cost you nothing. Second, there are participants. These are people who are actually in the arena with you. They're doing something. They're building something. They're risking something. Their feedback comes from experience, from their own battles, from their own journey. This feedback has weight because it's been tested. Third, there are investors. These are the people who have invested in you personally. They've given time, resources, energy, and belief into your development. They've demonstrated through action that your success matters to them. When these people speak, you listen because their words come from love, not judgment. But accountability isn't just about receiving correction. It's also about being honest enough to initiate difficult conversations yourself. When you're struggling, when you're tempted, when you're about to make a decision you know isn't right, that's when you pick up the phone. That's when you send that message. That's when you ask for the meeting. I've seen so many people fall because they isolated themselves at the exact moment they needed community most. They were too proud to admit they were struggling, too ashamed to confess their weakness, too afraid of disappointing the people who believed in them. So they suffered in silence, and that silence became the breeding ground for failure. Listen to me carefully. Your greatest victories will often come from conversations you didn't want to have. The breakthrough you're looking for might be on the other side of an admission you're too embarrassed to make. The enemy of your destiny isn't just external opposition, it's internal isolation. Now, the fifth and final element that will sustain your commitment when things get difficult is this. You must reconnect regularly with your original vision. You must remember why you started. See, one of the most dangerous things that happens over time is familiarity. The journey that once excited you becomes routine. The dream that once consumed your thoughts becomes just another item on your to-do list. The passion that once drove you out of bed early now barely gets you moving at all. This is why I encourage everyone to create what I call vision anchors. Tangible reminders of what you're building and why it matters. Maybe it's a journal entry from the day you first felt called to this path. Maybe it's a photograph of someone whose life will be transformed when you fulfill your purpose. Maybe it's a written description of the future you're creating, detailed enough that you can see it, feel it, almost touch it. When the alarm goes off early and you don't want to train, you look at that anchor. When the rejection letter arrives and you want to quit, you read those words. When people mock your ambition and you begin to doubt yourself, you reconnect with the original fire. I'm telling you, vision has power. It sustained Joseph through years of slavery and imprisonment. It kept Moses going through 40 years in the wilderness. It drove Paul through shipwrecks, beatings, and rejection. These weren't men with easy paths. They were men with clear vision. And that clarity kept them anchored when everything else was shaking. That's what vision does. It doesn't guarantee comfort, it guarantees direction. It doesn't promise ease, it promises meaning. And when you have that, when you're locked into your divine assignment, the opinions of others become background noise. You don't need their applause to validate your calling. You don't need their permission to step into your purpose. Now here's where most people stumble. They think vision is something you discover once and hold forever. But vision isn't static. It's dynamic. It grows as you grow. It deepens as you mature. The vision God gave you at 20 may look different at 40, not because it changed, but because you've been faithful enough to see the next layer. Think of it like climbing a mountain. When you're at the base, you see one thing. When you're halfway up, the landscape shifts. New details emerge. New challenges reveal themselves, but the destination, that stays the same. This is why you can't afford to stop growing. Vision requires cultivation. It demands that you feed your mind, stretch your faith, and surround yourself with people who see what you see. I've met too many people who had a God-given dream, but starved it to death. They stopped reading, stopped learning, stopped seeking wisdom, and their vision withered because they stopped watering it. Let me be very clear. Your vision is only as strong as your commitment to personal development. You cannot outgrow your inner work. If your character isn't growing, your vision will collapse under its own weight. I've seen it happen. Talented people with big dreams and small character, they implode every time. Because vision without integrity is just ambition. And ambition without God is just ego in a fancy suit. So if you're serious about living on purpose, you've got to invest in yourself. Read books that challenge you. Sit under mentors who've been where you're going. Get around people who aren't impressed by your potential, but are committed to your process. Because the right environment will either accelerate your vision or suffocate it. Choose wisely. And let me tell you something about environments that most people miss. They're not neutral. You can't just exist in a toxic space and expect to remain unaffected. That's like standing in smoke and expecting your lungs to stay clean. The atmosphere around you will either feed your faith or fuel your fears. I've watched talented people wither in environments that should have celebrated them. I've seen brilliant minds dim because they were surrounded by darkness. And I've seen average people become extraordinary simply because they positioned themselves in the right soil. You see, potential doesn't just need permission, it needs the right conditions. A seed has everything it needs to become a tree, but put it on concrete and it will die with all that potential locked inside. The seed isn't the problem, the environment is the problem. That's why I'm telling you right now, audit your environment like your future depends on it. Because it does. Look at the 5 people you spend the most time with. Are they dreamers or dream killers? Are they builders or critics? Are they investors in your vision or spectators waiting for you to fail? And here's what's uncomfortable but true. Sometimes the people you need to distance yourself from are family. Sometimes they're childhood friends. Sometimes they're people who've been in your life so long that removing them feels like betrayal. But staying small to make others comfortable is the real betrayal. It's a betrayal of your purpose. I'm not saying you cut people off with cruelty. I'm saying you love them from a distance that protects your destiny. You can honor people without allowing them to anchor you. You can appreciate where you've been without letting it determine where you're going. Because here's the thing about crabs in a bucket. They don't pull you down because they hate you. They pull you down because your rising exposes their staying. Your movement confronts their stagnation. And rather than be inspired by your climb, they're threatened by it. So they'll disguise their fear as concern. They'll package their jealousy as caution. They'll call your faith recklessness and your vision irresponsible. And here's what you need to understand. These people aren't necessarily evil. They're not sitting in dark rooms plotting your downfall. No, most of them actually believe they're helping you. They genuinely think they're saving you from disaster. They're convinced that their limitations should be your boundaries, that their fears should be your caution, that their comfort zone should be your horizon. This is why you can't let other people's opinions become your prison. I've watched too many people die with their music still in them. I've seen too many dreams buried in the cemetery of public opinion. I've witnessed too much greatness sacrificed on the altar of keeping everybody comfortable. And I'm telling you today that will not be your story. Not if you hear what I'm saying. Not if you take this word and let it settle deep in your spirit. You see, when God gives you a vision, He doesn't conduct a neighborhood survey first. He doesn't poll your family, your friends, your colleagues to see if they approve. He downloads the blueprint directly into your spirit. And then He expects you to have the courage to build it regardless of the crowd's reaction. Think about every major move in the Bible. Think about Abraham leaving everything he knew to go to a place he'd never seen. You think his relatives understood that? You think they had a going-away party celebrating his faith? No, they probably thought he'd lost his mind. You're going where? You don't even have the address. Abraham, at your age, you should be settling down, not packing up. But Abraham didn't let their confusion confuse him. He didn't let their fear infect his faith. He separated himself from the committee and followed the voice that spoke to his spirit. And that's exactly what you need to do. You need to learn to distinguish between the voice of God and the voices of men, between divine direction and human opinion, between what your spirit knows and what your environment is saying. Because I promise you, your breakthrough is on the other side of somebody's disapproval. Your destiny is past the point where the crowd turns back. Your purpose is in a place that required you to walk alone for a season. And here's what I need you to understand. When you're walking this road, when you're moving toward your purpose, you're going to encounter a very particular kind of resistance. It's not always external. Sometimes the loudest battle is the one happening in your own mind. You see, there's a voice that shows up when you're on the verge of breakthrough. It whispers in the quiet moments. It questions you when you're tired. It says, "Who do you think you are? Look at where you came from. Look at your credentials, or lack thereof. Look at your past failures. Look at your age. Look at your resources. This voice is strategic. It doesn't attack you when you're comfortable. It attacks you when you're stretching. It attacks you when you're growing. It attacks you when you're becoming. But I want to give you a key that will change everything. Asterisk. That voice intensifies right before breakthrough because hell recognizes what you're about to become before you do. Let me say it again. The enemy doesn't waste ammunition on empty threats. The resistance you're facing is proportional to the assignment you carry. If your life was insignificant, if your purpose was meaningless, if your potential was small, nobody would bother fighting you. The very fact that you're under attack is proof that you're dangerous. The very fact that you're facing opposition is evidence that you carry something the world needs. The very fact that you want to quit is confirmation that you're close, so close to your moment. I've watched it happen again and again. The person who was about to write the book that would change millions of lives almost stopped at chapter 3. The entrepreneur who was about to build the business that would employ hundreds almost gave up after the second rejection. The leader who was about to shift an entire culture almost walked away during the season of misunderstanding. Why? Because breakthrough doesn't announce itself with trumpets. It disguises itself as one more day of faithfulness, one more act of obedience, one more choice to keep going when everything in you wants to stop. You have to develop what I call prophetic stubbornness. It's not arrogance. It's not ego. It's the holy determination that says, I know what God showed me. I know what I'm called to. And I refuse to let circumstances, critics, or my own fear talk me out of my destiny. This is the kind of faith that refuses to negotiate with doubt. It's the faith that makes you dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Because when a believer locks in on their assignment, when they anchor their identity in what God said rather than what people say, when they build their life on purpose rather than on popularity, hell has no weapon that can stop them. You see, the enemy doesn't fear your talent. He doesn't fear your education. He doesn't even fear your passion. What terrifies him is your certainty. What keeps him awake is a believer who knows who they are, knows what they're called to, and refuses to be moved. And let me tell you something else. This kind of faith doesn't just sustain you, it inspires others. When people see you standing firm in the middle of the storm, when they watch you hold your ground while everything around you shakes, something awakens in them. Your refusal to quit gives them permission to keep going. Your determination becomes their breakthrough. I've watched it happen again and again. One person decides, I'm not backing down, I'm not giving up. God said it, and that settles it. And suddenly their family starts to believe again. Their friends start to dream again. Their community starts to rise again. Stubbornness for the right cause creates a ripple effect of faith. But here's what you need to understand. This level of commitment will cost you something. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you the approval of people who don't understand your assignment. It will cost you the luxury of blending, of playing it safe, of living under the radar. When you become stubborn about your God-given purpose, you automatically become uncomfortable to people who have settled. Your very presence challenges their compromise. Your persistence exposes their excuses. And not everyone will celebrate that. Some people will call you obsessed. They'll say you're too focused, too intense, too committed. Let them talk. While they're critiquing your devotion, you're building your legacy. While they're questioning your dedication, you're fulfilling your destiny. Because when you're devoted to God's purpose, you don't need to defend yourself to everyone who questions your choices. You don't owe them an explanation. Your life is your sermon. Your consistency is your testimony. Your results will be your vindication. I've watched people waste years trying to justify their calling to people who were never meant to understand it. Stop exhausting yourself explaining God's plan to people who can't hear His voice. Some revelations aren't meant to be understood by the crowd. They're meant to be obeyed by the called. Your devotion will create a separation. Accept it. Embrace it. Some people won't make the journey with you, and that's okay. God often removes people from your life because He's preparing you for what they're not ready for. He's taking you somewhere they don't have the grace to go. Listen to me carefully. Your greatest seasons of growth will often be your loneliest seasons. When God is doing something significant in your life, don't be surprised if the crowd thins out. Don't be shocked if the phone stops ringing as much. Don't be alarmed if your circle becomes smaller. Elevation requires separation. You cannot carry everyone into your next dimension. Some people are assigned to your past, not your future. They were companions for a season, but not companions for the destination. And trying to drag them with you will only slow you down and frustrate them. This is where spiritual maturity shows itself. Immature believers think everyone should celebrate their calling. Mature believers understand that not everyone has the capacity to comprehend what God is doing in your life. And that's perfectly fine. Your job isn't to make them understand. Your job is to stay devoted to what God told you to do. Their confusion about your calling doesn't change your assignment. Their criticism of your dedication doesn't diminish your destiny. So stop waiting for validation from people who don't have the vision to see what you're building. Stop seeking approval from people who are still comfortable where you used to be. Stop trying to convince people who are threatened by your transformation. Your assignment is too important. Your calling is too critical. Your purpose is too precious to waste another moment seeking permission from people who will never understand what God has placed inside you. And here's what I need you to understand about this season. The resistance you're facing right now is not a sign that you're going in the wrong direction. The pushback you're experiencing is not evidence that you've made a mistake. The opposition you're encountering is actually confirmation that you're on the right path. Because comfortable people never face resistance. Ordinary living never attracts opposition. When you're doing what everyone else is doing, nobody bothers to challenge you. But the moment you step into your true assignment, the moment you begin to operate at the level of your actual potential, suddenly everyone has an opinion about your life. Let me tell you something that will change your perspective. The people who criticize your vision are usually the same people who abandon their own dreams. The ones who question your commitment are typically the ones who quit on themselves years ago. And the voices telling you to slow down, play it safe and be realistic. Those are usually coming from people who are living with the regret of never taking their own shot. You cannot let wounded people determine your destiny. You cannot let disappointed people define your potential. You cannot let bitter people block your breakthrough. Their pain is real, but their perspective is limited. Their experience is valid, but their expectations cannot become your ceiling. I'm telling you, there are people right now who are intimidated by what you're becoming. There are individuals who preferred you when you were smaller, when you were struggling, when you needed them. Your growth makes them uncomfortable because it highlights their stagnation. Your progress disturbs them because it exposes their excuses. And you know what? That's not your responsibility to fix. You cannot shrink yourself to make insecure people feel better. You cannot dim your light to accommodate people who refuse to turn theirs on. You cannot pause your purpose to wait for people who have no intention of moving forward. Your purpose is not a popularity contest. Your calling is not a committee decision. Your destiny was never meant to be determined by democratic vote. God placed something inside you that the world needs, and the moment you allow other people's opinions to override His direction, you abort the very thing you were born to deliver. I've watched too many people sacrifice their destiny on the altar of acceptance. I've seen too many brilliantly gifted individuals shelve their dreams because someone close to them couldn't understand their vision. Let me tell you something that might sting. The people who love you the most can sometimes hurt your future the worst. Not because they're evil, but because they're limited by their own experiences, their own fears, their own ceilings. Your mother may love you deeply but still advise you to play it safe because she's never seen anyone take a risk and win. Your father may care about you genuinely but counsel you towards security because his own dreams died from lack of courage. Your best friend may wish you well but subtly discourage your ambition because your success highlights their stagnation. This doesn't make them bad people. It makes them human, but it doesn't make them qualified to design your future. You must learn to thank people for their concern, honor their intentions, and then proceed with your assignment. Gratitude doesn't require obedience. Respect doesn't demand conformity. You can love people without letting them lead you. You can appreciate their perspective without adopting their limitations. There comes a moment in every person's journey when you must choose between comfort and calling, between the familiar and the fertile, between what feels safe and what actually fulfills. That moment is sacred because it reveals what you truly believe about yourself and about the God who created you. Do you believe you were made for more, or will you settle for less to keep the peace? Do you trust the voice that planted the dream inside you, or will you surrender to the voices around you who never heard that call? You have to make a decision right there in that moment. And I'm telling you, the decision you make will echo through generations. Because when you say yes to your purpose, you're not just saying yes for yourself. You're saying yes for every person who will be touched by the assignment on your life. You're saying yes for your children who will watch you walk in courage and learn what faith looks like in real time. You're saying yes for the young person who's struggling right now, wondering if their dream is foolish. And one day they'll hear your story and find the strength to take the next step. But when you say no, when you choose comfort over calling, you don't just rob yourself. You rob the world of what was meant to come through you. You rob your family of the example of what surrender to purpose looks like. You rob that future generation of the testimony that would have set them free. This is why the decision is so weighty. This is why the enemy fights so hard to get you to compromise, to delay, to justify why now isn't the time. And here's what I need you to understand. The cost of saying yes always feels greater in the moment than the cost of saying no. In that moment, saying yes means uncomfortable conversations. It means risk. It means potentially losing relationships or security or reputation. Saying no feels safe. It feels reasonable. But you have to look beyond the moment. 20 years from now, what will you regret more? Taking the risk and pursuing what God placed in your heart, or playing it safe and always wondering what could have been? I've sat with too many people in the twilight of their lives, and I can tell you this: nobody regrets the risks they took for purpose. They regret the risks they didn't take. They regret the dreams they buried. They regret the yes they never spoke. Don't let that be your story. Don't get to the end of your life still carrying the song you were supposed to sing, still holding the business you were supposed to build, still protecting the word you were supposed to speak. The world is waiting for what only you can give. And here's the truth that might shake you. The world doesn't need another copy. It needs the original. It needs the statue, raw, authentic, unfiltered. Stop trying to be the next somebody else. Be the first you. I've watched too many people spend their entire lives as excellent photocopies of other people's dreams. They mimic the success, copy the style, duplicate the business model. And they wonder why there's no fulfillment. Because a copy never carries the same power as the original. You were not designed to be version 2.0 of anyone. You are the first edition, the prototype, the one-of-a-kind design that came with features no one else has. Your yes matters because it releases something into the earth that can only come through your unique wiring. When you say yes to your calling, you're not just changing your life, you're completing a puzzle the world has been trying to solve. There's a gap in the marketplace, in your community, in your family, shaped exactly like your gift. And no amount of other people's yeses can fill it. Only yours can. Think about this. Every invention we enjoy today started with someone saying yes to an idea that didn't make sense. Every movement that changed history began with someone saying yes to a risk nobody else would take. Every breakthrough in medicine, technology, art and human rights came because somebody refused to die with their yes locked inside. Your children are watching. Your community is waiting. History is recording. And God is ready. The question is, are you asterisks ready? Are you ready to step out of the comfortable prison of not yet and into the demanding freedom of right now? Are you ready to stop rehearsing and start performing? To stop preparing and start producing? The yes you've been protecting is not just about you. It's about everyone your yes will meant to touch. Every person who needs your book, your business, your voice, your leadership. They're paying the price for your silence. When you don't say yes, somebody goes without the solution you were carrying. Somebody stays lost who you were meant to guide. Somebody remains broken who you were meant to heal. So I'm asking you directly, what is the yes you've been holding hostage? What's the one move you know you need to make? Say it. Speak it out loud right now. Stop playing small with a big calling. Stop hiding a lion's roar behind a kitten's meow. You've been whispering when God gave you a microphone. You've been tiptoeing when He gave you marching boots. You've been apologizing for taking up space when He literally designed the space around your assignment. Let me tell you something that's going to shake you. Your gifts were never meant to make you comfortable. They were meant to make you useful. Asterisk. Stop asking if you're good enough and start asking who needs what you carry. Stop questioning if you deserve the platform and start preparing for the people who are dying without your message. I'm looking at someone right now who's been waiting for permission. You've been waiting for someone to validate you, to anoint you, to tell you that you're ready. But here's what you're missing. Your assignment doesn't require human approval. It requires human obedience. God doesn't need a committee meeting to release your purpose. He already released it when He placed the seed inside you at conception. The people you're supposed to reach don't care about your credentials. They care about your conviction. They're not looking for perfection. They're looking for someone who's been through what they're going through and came out on the other side. Your scars qualify you. Your struggles prepared you. Your setbacks positioned you. Stop waiting to feel ready. Noah didn't feel ready to build an ark. Moses didn't feel ready to confront Pharaoh. David didn't feel ready to fight Goliath. But they did it afraid. They did it unqualified. They did it while their knees were knocking and their hands were shaking. And guess what? The assignment was accomplished anyway. Your feelings are not the thermostat of your calling. Your obedience is. So what if you're nervous? Be nervous and do it anyway. So what if you're inadequate? Be inadequate and show up anyway. God's power is perfected in weakness, which means your insufficiency is the perfect canvas for His sufficiency. I want you to make a decision right now. Not tomorrow. Not when you feel ready. Not when circumstances align. Right now, decide that you will no longer negotiate with fear. Decide that you will no longer give excuses a seat at your table. Decide that your purpose is bigger than your comfort, and your calling is louder than your critics.